Well, good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for day 2 of this LV County Championship, LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Warwickshire and Somerset. The match situation, Somerset in their first innings in a truncated day yesterday. We had 68 overs as opposed to the standard ration of 96. They're on 182 for 8, which represents a very considerable recovery from 82 for 7, which is what they were at one stage. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Grace Ballinger, who plays cricket for the Lightning and for Leicestershire. Is that right?
That is correct, yeah.
Good morning, Grace.
Good morning.
What do you think of the match situation then?
Well, considering the start that Somerset got off to, I think they've got really quite a decent score on the board. I think obviously Gregory's gone really well and had some of the lower order playing a good assistant role, and yeah, I think they've got themselves to a total that they can compete with.
Yep, Gregory on 60 not out, and a couple of good partnerships, adding 58 with Josh Davey, and these two have added, I'm not sure how many they have added. We've got only minimal information on the scorecard at the moment, on the scoreboard rather. That looks like it's going to be Mohammad Siraj, who's going to bowl from the Birmingham end first up. He bowled all his overs yesterday from this pavilion end and bowled very, very well. Took 4 wickets, 4 for 54 in 19 overs. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Gregory, who was limping during the latter part of his innings last evening. It's not apparently too serious. He took a blow from the ball on an existing tendon injury in his right knee, which caused quite a lot of pain, but hasn't done any serious damage. And he's out there now facing as Siraj is in from the Birmingham end. 2 slips go down, and Gregory turns this into the onside, and you probably heard the shout of no. Somerset's first priority will be a batting point, and they need another 18 runs to secure that, and then they'll want to be getting in amongst the Warwickshire top order on a pitch which certainly wasn't too bad first thing, and then we had the rain break, and then when they came back after the rain, it looked to have livened up considerably as Siraj is in and bowls and Gregory plays around his front pad, and there was inconsistent bounce for the seamers and some quite sharp turn for Yadav, the Indian off spinner, notably the one that Tom Lammonby went charging down the pitch to try and kill the spin. Was stumped by Michael Burgess. Here comes Siraj in bowls, and Gregory again plays a rather suspicious looking shot into the offside. What did you make of the pitch yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot in it for the bowlers, wasn't there, early on? I mean, obviously Somerset won the toss and chose to bat, and it wouldn't be how they were hoping the pitch to play, I don't think, but it does seem like it's flattened out a little bit as the day's gone on, and Warwickshire have got a pretty strong top order, so they'll be hoping to get off to a slightly better start than Somerset did. Looks, as I say, slightly easier to bat on now.
Siraj to Gregory, who is caught behind as he fished at that. It was an indeterminate sort of prod from Gregory. I think he was in two minds as to whether to play at it, and by the time he decided he wouldn't play at it, it was too late. It had taken the edge and flown through to Michael Burgess. So the perfect start for Warwickshire, nightmare start for Somerset, 182 for 9, and Gregory has gone for 60. And it's a fifer for Mohammad Siraj as well, 5 for 54.
Yeah, just I was saying the pitch was easier to bat on. I mean, it didn't look like the ball did too much, to be honest, but yeah, that's a brilliant innings from Lewis Gregory, but unfortunately come to an end in just the first over of the second day. So 182 for 9, it will be looking a bit less likely now, I think, that Somerset will be getting that batting point.
Well, I'm sure Jack Brooks will have other ideas about that. A combative cricketer is Jack. He's 38 now, vastly experienced, although he didn't come into first-class cricket until quite late on in his mid-20s. Been playing cricket for Oxfordshire and went to Northants and then to Yorkshire, and then 3 years ago came down to Somerset. He's in his third season. And he can bat. He does, of course, have a first-class century to his name against Lancashire back in 2017. And he's got, well, it's an important little session of play, this. Somerset will be very disappointed if, having come so close to picking up a batting point, they now miss out. So Siraj, 2 balls remaining in the over. That was the fourth ball of the morning, and Brooks is taken on the pad. Fancy that was a slightly slower ball from Siraj.
Yeah, it looked considerably slower, didn't it? Didn't look. It's quite a good slow ball, really. Didn't look any slower for his action, and then yeah, it came up really quite slow indeed. So interesting tactic from Siraj early up, but almost successful.
Yep. Jack Brooks didn't know a great deal about it. The sun is just trying to break through the hazy cloud overhead. And Siraj is in, bowls to Brooks down the leg side, and there's no run. End of the first over. It included the wicket of Lewis Gregory, caught behind of Siraj, and Somerset 182 for 9, not having added to their overnight score.
Looks like it will be Henry Brooks, number 10 on his shirt, to be bowling from Fillion End. He bowled well yesterday, 8 overs, picked up 2 wickets for just 17 runs, so he'll be hoping to get that final wicket today. Bowled a really good length, didn't he? Yes,
he did. He bowled well.
Didn't look like he was searching for wickets really, which I think he's been doing a little bit earlier in the season, but yeah, it looks very good.
Well, Warwickshire not over-attacking, just the 2 slips.
Brooks is in, Khan to face his first ball of the day. And he comes down the track, and I think that's the game plan for Khan. He's come down the track and tried to smack it straight over Brooks's head.
Yeah, he's an ebullient cricketer, is Sajid Khan. And, well, he's going to play his shots, I think. That's how he bats, and he batted actually very intelligently last night. 31 from 33 deliveries overnight, 34 now.
He did. They need to get him up the order. So Brooks is in. And this time Khan's forward into a defensive stroke into the leg side.
Yeah, I agree with you actually. I think they should move him up the order. and just tell him just to calm down a little bit, just to rein in his enthusiasm for playing a big shot at every ball, because he's clearly got a good eye, and there's not much wrong with his technique, but he does like going after the bowlers.
Well, he took Siraj on yesterday, didn't he? And
he did.
I think he came out on top, to be honest. In comes Brooks, and this one Fuller and driven behind square by Khan. Should only be one, will only be one. Attempts to get back for two, but was never really two there, was there?
Well, I suppose he would say he was putting pressure on the fielder, but no, there was never a realistic possibility of a second run.
Brings Brooks on to strike. Brooks to Brooks. Spelt slightly differently, mind.
Yeah.
Two slips in play. Third man, fine leg, square leg, all out on the rope.
I think Warwickshire are expecting Jack Brooks to go for his shots as well.
Brooks in, right arm over. And that's a good ball, and playing a miss from Brooks.
Well, Jack Brooks will be encouraged by that delivery from Henry Brooks. Seemed to take off from just outside off stump.
Just a little bit fuller than he's been going, wasn't it? Just slightly fuller, but he's bowled well. He's kept a good line as well, just outside the off stump. Comes in. Bowls this time slightly back of a length and just traps Brooks, and another play and a miss.
Well,
Jack Brooks.
He's trying to pretend that he played inside the line of that, I think, Jack Brooks, but I don't think he did. It's a good start this for Warwickshire, but it's quite encouraging for Somerset's bowlers as well, the fact that there does seem to be maybe a little bit more life in this pitch than there was in the latter part of yesterday's play.
Brooks bowls, and this one wide outside off. Brooks attempts to slash at it, but doesn't get all of it, and it goes straight to cover. Maiden over then for Henry Brooks. Oh no, it was not a maiden over, just one from it to start. Somerset 183 for 9.
Yeah, Somerset having added just the one run to their overnight score. Two batsmen confer. Doesn't speak very good English, does Sajid Khan. But I think he probably speaks more than enough cricket for Jack Brooks to be able to converse with him on tactics and approach and what each bowler is doing and how to combat it. So Siraj is just moving his third man a little bit finer. He's content now, 2 slips. The only close catches as Siraj is into again. I think he just took a little bit of pace off that. As Siraj, either that or it's just holding in the pitch a little bit.
No, I think you're right. I think he did go for the slow ball, which is interesting, to be honest, considering he's taken 5. He's bowled very well, just bowling a good line and length. So it's interesting he's gone for this tactic here this morning, especially when, as you say, there seems to be a bit in the pitch.
Sajid waits with his bat raised as Siraj is in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside for a comfortable single. Alex Davis doing the fielding out at deep mid-wicket. So Sajid Khan not afraid to give Jack Brooks his fair share of the strike. 184 for 9, another 16 Somerset need for a batting point, and who knows how important that one point could be at the end of the season. This is a relegation dogfight in the parlance of football. Siraj to Brooks, who's playing that into the offside, won't get a run, with Warwickshire in 9th place in the first division at the moment with 104 points from 11 games, and Somerset 7 points ahead of them in 8th, 111 from their 11 games, 2 wins and 5 losses. Warwickshire 1 win and 5 losses. And Gloucester rather bringing up the rear. Siraj in and bowls, and Brooks drives this away and gets that over the top of backward point for 4 runs. He didn't move his feet much, just swished the bat in the general direction of the ball, and it flew safely out to the boundary in front of the Eric Holly stand. 188 for 9.
You see shots like that sometimes and think cricket looks so easy. Batting looks so easy. Just hit it. Didn't even move his feet. Just hit it.
Here comes Siraj. He's in a bowls, and this time there's a shot. There could be a run out. Quite why. Quite why Jack Brooks thought there was a single there when he'd hit it almost straight to Yadav at short extra cover. You heard the shriek from Sajid saying no. It would have been suicidal.
He wants to get himself to the other end.
I think
Henry Brooks is over after that boundary.
Yes, I think he feels he's done his bit for this over. Last ball of the 3rd over of the morning. Siraj to Brooks, and Brooks is up on his toes to one that bounces at him, and he gets it away nicely into a big open space on the onside. Picks up a single. 189 for 9. So what do we have? 5 runs or 6 runs off that over?
I think it was 6.
6. Khan's on 33. Brooks is on 5. Some discussion on Twitter overnight about the situation with Craig Overton. Some people suggesting, I said he was definitely going to be out for the rest of the season. That is not the case. He is doing his level best to get fit again for the game against Northants next week, and it just depends on how quickly he can recover from the back problem that he's got at the moment.
In comes Brooks then. Second slipper's moved to gully as he's in, and that one is good bowling. I think left alone by Jack Brooks in the end, just then went over off stump.
Yeah, he's just looking hard at the pitch, is Jack Brooks. He's going to go down and give it a prod. It's an unpredictable pitch, this one. You can never be quite sure of the bounce. And there was plenty of turn for Yadav yesterday afternoon with his off breaks.
Brooks bowls again and again just on that off stump line, but this time Jack Brooks gets forward and defends it into the offside. A few more people in today, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Weather forecast set a bit fairer. Just dotted around. Not many in the Eric Holly stand though.
No, which is strange because it's the nearest stand to the action, really.
In comes Brooks again, and this time Fuller gets the outside edge of Jack Brooks. Gonna say guided outside edge to deep point, brings Khan back onto strike.
I think Sajid Khan will be fancying 2 blows to bring up the 200. 4 and a 6. He's quite a character.
He's been shadow batting some big shots. Will he go this ball as Brooks begins his run up in? And he doesn't, he comes forward, plays a drive, soft hands to mid-on. Tom Sidby collects it.
Yeah, restrained shot from Sajid. Looking forward to seeing him bowl on this pitch with his off breaks. He might get quite a lot out of it.
Brooks at the end of his mark. In, and this time Khan attempts to flick it through the third man region, but Sammy Hayne in it. Gully prevents any runs being taken.
Did you see overnight that Lancashire have been penalised 6 points?
I didn't know.
Yeah, for 2 level 1 offences, one of which took place here. back in June, and when Lancashire were playing Warwickshire, obviously. But the ECB press release and the report from the Cricket Disciplinary Commission does not specify the nature of the offence, meaning that it was a level 1 offence.
So Brooks in again, and this time Khan does go for the big shot. He tried to hit that not only to the Eric Hollies, but I think over it, but head in the air, playing a miss. End of the over, Somerset 190 for 9.
Pete Trigo, would have been proud of that swing from Sajid Khan. Pete Trigo, of course, scored thousands of runs for Somerset and is now a professional golfer, and a very good one too. 190 for 9 then, just 10 runs short of that precious batting point. Siraj is going to bowl another over. He's taken 5 for 60, 5 for on debut for Warwickshire. He's a slippery fast bowler. He's in now, bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets his bat into the right position to play that defensively. Up to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's at mid-off. We've got a slip and a gully. Rob Yates at slip and Sam Hain at gully, and there's no sign of Dom Sibley, I don't think.
Is that him at mid-on?
Oh, it could be, yes. And this is an uppercut, and it's going to be 4 runs. A little bit of width there from Siraj, and Jack Brooks taking full advantage. Wasn't far away from the fielder down there, but far enough.
There's Dom Sibley down at third man.
Yeah. Do we know why he was off the field yesterday afternoon?
I'm not sure.
He was off for quite a long time.
Maybe just getting a bit of treatment from the physio.
Slightly surprising that Rob Yates is at first slip rather than Sibley. Siraj is into Brooks, drives away through the offside. It'll just be a single there. As the throw comes in from Danny Briggs. 195 for 9. Brooks on to 11. Man out this morning, Lewis Gregory, who was caught behind off the 4th ball of the morning from Mohammad Siraj, giving Siraj 5 wickets. Somerset just 5 runs short now of a batting point. Be agonising if they fall short now. Siraj to Khan, who whips this away, but it'll just be a single to Alex Davis. Deep mid wicket. Throw comes in. 196 for 9, so 1 boundary would do it. 2 balls remaining in this over.
Wonder if Khan will play sensibly up until the 200, or if he'll want to bring it up with a big shot. Jack Brooks doesn't get there first.
Jack Brooks is on strike. Here comes Siraj in and bowls. Brooks will get a single here. They're thinking about coming back for a second, but no, it's not going to be there as Briggs is quickly around to do the fielding. 197 for 9, 1 ball remaining in this over. Paul Hennifer on Twitter. Splendid effort from Siraj on debut. Yes, it has indeed been. Well, that was a retweet. It was Michael Lee Bromwell's tweet originally. Here's Siraj to Khan, who swings this away through the onside, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that is the batting point for Somerset. Short from Siraj and pulled well in front of square by Sajid Khan, and Somerset have their batting point. 201 for 9 at the end of that over.
Yeah, I mean, Siraj did get that all-important wicket of Gregory, but can't help but feel like his length's been a little bit off this morning. He's given a few boundary deliveries, I think, to Somerset batters, and I think he'll be disappointed with that.
And a tweet from Darry about Jack Brooks, who says Jack Brooks didn't even play level club cricket in Oxfordshire until his 20s, when he moved to Banbury. Prior to that, he played for either Tiddington or Piddington at real club cricket level. Even then, he was a number 10 or 11. He's been batting well here this morning.
And Henry Brooks is in again, and this just to take off the pitch. Another play and miss disguised as a leave, I think, by Jack Brooks as it goes through to Michael Burgess.
It was nearly another commentator's kiss of death. He missed it, fortunately. Turning into a nice day. The sun's coming out. Chillier today, isn't it, than it was yesterday?
It is.
It's a bit muggy yesterday.
It's proper September morning.
Season of mist and mellow fruitfulness.
Brooks is in again. This time a little bit straighter and just pushed into the leg side. Brooks attempts to get back for the run out. Direct hit, but I think Jack Brooks is back safe. Good bit of athleticism there by Henry Brooks.
It was. And Sajid just apologising to Brooks. I think they almost got in each other's way, but no hard feelings.
I don't think intentional.
Are you doing Keats in your English literature course at Loughborough?
A little bit. Was that
Ode to Autumn?
Yeah. Yeah, I've done a bit of Keats in my time, you know. I don't like that poem much, mind.
Oh, don't you?
No. I don't think he'd be too bothered. On my opinion, in fairness. As Brooks is in again, this time to Khan. And Khan just gets forward and drives that to cover. I like the war poets.
I do, yeah.
I like the First World War poets in particular, I think.
Well, Siegfried Sassoon was a good cricketer.
Was he really?
He was. Yeah.
Good poet and all.
Played a lot of cricket. Not at first class level, but at good club level.
Brooks is in again, and good length, but Khan gets forward nicely and just keeps that out. It's like a bit of conversation between the two batters at the crease, maybe about what the pitch is doing. Brooks seems to be getting it to do a bit, doesn't he? From the pavilion end.
He does.
Slip and a gully still in place for Khan as Brooks bowls, and again that's flicked into the leg side. Another quick single.
He managed to avoid the bowler in his follow through then as well, so that was a rather more comfortable single.
Somerset 203 for 9. After you told me to settle for 85 all out. So they've done a good job.
It's been a very good recovery from 82 for a 7.
It has, as Brooks is in, and this time short, and just flicked off the hip by Brooks for 1 into that leg side gap.
Not sure about this field from Warwickshire, and they've set the field back to protect the boundaries, but there are plenty of singles and even 2s to be had.
It's a little bit defensive, isn't it? Considering they're 9 down.
204 for 9. Another consultation between the two batsmen. It'll be Jack Brooks on strike to Mohammed Siraj.
Haven't seen the short ball plan from the Warwickshire seamers, which we quite often see here at Edgbaston. They've got the field seemingly set for it, but yet to see it.
Yes, I mean, Jack Brooks, I mean, we've seen one uppercut from him, but I think great minds think alike. We've got a leg slip or a leg gully going in. Sam Hain there. And we've got long leg and deep square leg. So maybe Siraj is going to bowl short at Jack Brooks. I'm not sure it's a great idea, but we will see. I think Brooks will probably go after the short ball if he gets the chance. Here's Siraj in and bowls to him, and it's a bouncer. It was a good bouncer as well, and Jack Brooks nearly ends up on his bottom in the crease as he ducked out of the way of that skiddy bouncer from Siraj. He's a skiddy bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, I bet that makes it quite difficult to face his short ball. Actually, skidding on, and I think he actually did well to get out of the way of that in the end.
He did. It was a well-aimed bouncer. We've got a short mid-wicket in as well for the one that Brooks fends off into the onside. Siraj in and bowls short again, and this is dropped by Rob Yates at slip. It was not the easiest of catches. He had to go to his left. It went quite quickly, but he got two hands to it and could not hold on, and he'll be disappointed. Will Rob Yates. 205 for 9. They took a single.
He moved well, didn't he? Did all the hard work, and as you say, it was definitely going at speed, but managed to get both his hands on it, and I think he'll be disappointed there.
Well, the tactic nearly worked. It was another shortish ball, not as short as the previous one. So it's Khan on strike, who pulls this away down to long leg for 4 runs. It's not a good idea to bowl short at Sajid Khan. He's a good hooker and a good puller. That was more of a hook than a pull. And it brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 43 from 47 deliveries. So, belligerent defiance from Sajid Khan. Siraj is in again to him, bowls. This again is short, and again it's pulled, and he doesn't time this at all, but it fortunately lands well short of Yadav. Had Yadav been in the position he was for Jack Brooks at short mid-wicket, that would have been right down his throat, but he's gone back to a more conventional mid-wicket position, and even though it was completely mishit by Sajid, landed well short of him. Still got the leg slip in. So first slip, a leg slip, and Sam Hain is being moved to... He's going, sounds of stable door closing after the horse is well on his way down the road. Got a sort of forward square leg now, as Siraj is in and bowls, and Khan goes for a cut, and doesn't get any bat on it. Goes through to Michael Burgess. Somerset starting this morning on 182 for 8. They lost Lewis Gregory in the very first over to the 4th ball of the morning, caught behind for 60. But these two have added 27 together. And this is going to go down to fine leg. That's a real one-day shot from Sajid as he flicked that over his left shoulder down to fine leg where it was fielded. So it was just the single. 210 for 9. As Grace Ballinger takes a break, and Clive Eakin moves in alongside.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Clive. What have you made of it so far?
I'm tempted to say this has been a bit untidy from Warwickshire, but on the other hand, when you've got the last wicket pair who are sort of throwing the bat at things, if they connect with a few, they're going to score runs. That's exactly what we're seeing. Henry Brooks comes in to bowl to Khan, and that's playing the onside. There's no run. I think sometimes when that's happening, the bowlers almost try too hard. They forget that they are bowling to numbers 9 and 11. They're in those positions for a reason. Just that's 10 and 11, isn't it? Can't game at 10. So you end up maybe just trying a little bit too hard. The drop catch didn't help, of course.
No.
Brooks to Khan is batting very well and enjoying himself. You get the feeling, maybe he didn't enjoy that one so much because that one reared up at him a little bit, and I think it's hit him on the gloves. He's played it into the ground. He turns down the run, and straight away Jack Brooks is asking for the physio to come on. Maybe he's rubbing his shoulder, actually. He's okay, I think. He's saying, I don't need the fizz. Or maybe I do. No, he's saying thumbs up. He's saying I'm all right. Good ball from Henry Brooks. He gets a pat on the back from Jack Brooks. Too many Brookses around, aren't there? At the end of all that was no run. He could have got a single, but he was in too much discomfort, so turned it down. He's okay. I'm not sure we'll want this wicket. He's still got to come and bat, and wickets 8 and 9 between them, put on 100. That one is tries to steer that calm down to third, but misses it completely, and it goes to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. So this partnership is worth, what, 28 so far. So 128 for the last 3 wickets so far. We sometimes talk about teams these days quite often more than doubling the score with the second 5 wickets as opposed to the first 5. Well, that's certainly the case here. 46 for the first 5 wickets. Somerset, this one is banged in short by Brooks. It's played by Calm back to the bowler. There's no run. Sun shining, flag still flying at half-mast, blowing quite keenly in the breeze. Maybe a few more in the public seats than yesterday, so not a huge number. A few members in here as well. Crucial match. Both these teams trying to avoid dropping into the second division. Brooks bowls, and that's played by Khan. Oh, it's going to be a tight single, this, and my goodness, if that had hit, it would have been out. I think it was the substitute fielder, Sheikh, who just was diving forward and threw underarm at the stumps. If he'd hit, I think that would have been out.
Yep, I think so. Wasn't a very good run. There was never a single there. To an update in a moment. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are having a mixed first half hour of their county championship match on the second day against Somerset. Important relegation match this. They got an early wicket at Warwickshire when Mohammad Siraj, the Indian Test player, completed a 5-wicket haul on his Warwickshire debut, having Lewis Gregory caught behind for 60, with Somerset not adding to their overnight score of 182. But Warwickshire have been unable to prevent their relegation rivals from picking up a batting bonus point, and Somerset's last wicket pair are still prospering. They're 211 for 9. Sajid Khan on 45 has played well throughout. Jack Brooks on 15 has had a slip chance, difficult slip chance put down. Warwickshire should be desperate to get this last wicket. Somerset 211 for 9. And Siraj is going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. 5 for 77 in 23 overs. He got the wicket this morning of Lewis Gregory, but since then he hasn't really been at his best, although he, as Clive was just saying, he did have that catch dropped by Rob Yates at first slip. Warwickshire with the field set well back. So plenty of singles to be had, just the one slip, 3 saving 1, everybody else out. Siraj in bowls to Brooks, who uppercuts this over the top of first slip and down to the boundary for 4 runs. Plays that shot well.
They played a lovely
It's Siraj rather, not Brooks. It's Siraj. It's Sajid.
Yeah, he played a ramp shot off Siraj from the other end yesterday. That was a glorious stroke. I mean, very much a short game stroke, but still effective in the red ball game as well. And these are more valuable runs.
215 for 9. He's on to 49. Comes Siraj to Khan. He's there bowls, and he's looking for that nick over the top of the wicketkeeper again, and then he rehearses a completely different shot, the full-blooded pull shot through straight mid-wicket, which is obviously what he feels he should have played. And that ball from Siraj, who's persisting with this short ball line of attack. 182 for 8 overnight Somerset, so they've added 33 this morning. Siraj in and bowls down the leg side and through to Michael Burgess. All 33 runs coming from this last wicket partnership between Jack Brooks and Sajid Khan. Another chat between the two batsmen. I was saying to Grace, he doesn't speak a great deal of English.
He's very
Sajid
expressive,
Khan.
though.
Oh, he is, isn't he? Yeah, he's a great character. It's Siraj in and bowls, and this time he defends. He's got a magnificent sort of handlebar moustache and beard. All his hair has migrated from the top of his head down to around his chin. And, he's a combative cricketer. You see when he bowls his off
telling the
breaks.
fielders twice now. He's told the fielders where to move. He just said to third, "You've been asked to go there."
Siraj to Khan, and this takes him on the pad through to Burgess, who makes a good stop, tumbling away.
I think a moment ago, sorry, told the field in the midweek about, yeah, you're going to have to go deeper than that. I'm going to hit it further than that. He's having a good time out there.
Yeah, he's chatting away, isn't he?
He had an entertaining battle with Alex Davis yesterday. He kept goading Davis to shy at the stumps from the non-striker's end.
Yes, he's quite a character. Siraj then to Sajid Khan. He's there and bowls. Khan pulls this. Nice shot, well controlled, and that's his 50. 50 for Sajid Khan, his fourth 50 of his first-class career, his first for Somerset. Puts his helmet on top of his bat and lifts it to acknowledge the applause, not least from his teammates down in the dressing room, just down below our commentary position, but generously received by the crowd here at Edgbaston. 50 from 61 balls with 9 fours. A fine innings and just exactly what his side needed from him.
Yeah, really frustrating Warwickshire this will be. I guess at the start of the Somerset innings, especially after Somerset won the toss, if he'd said you'd have him at 216 for 9, they would have been very pleased with that, but yeah, lower order, he's really fighting back for Somerset. Henry Brooks comes into bowl. The Khan, who just pushes at that, and it goes past the outside edge to the wicketkeeper Burgess.
Just the odd ball is taking off, isn't it?
Yeah.
Odd one keeping a little bit low as well.
It's interesting to see how Warwickshire fare when they come to bat. Enough in the case of Edgbaston, the pitch is at its most liveliest in the morning session. It's most lively. Use the correct English there. Brooks comes in with one slip in place. Ooh, something. Tannoy accidentally comes on there as Brooks is coming into bowl, but they've gone through, run it down to third. They've got one. They're coming back for the second. It's well. The throw was very poor, but I think it was a well-judged 2 anyway. And Khan on to 52, 218 for 9. Alan Dalby was a little wild with that throw.
Yeah, good running, wasn't it? Putting pressure on the fielders.
Somerset have managed to get one batting point, which will certainly want to make sure they don't get a second. Brooks in again to bowl, and that's a run again, just a backward point. They run the first one out. Oh, we wanted the second one there, did Brooks, but Khan, I think, rightly sent him back. Another run, 219 for 9.
Not sure about Warwickshire setting the field right back like this.
No, I'm not, but I suppose they're looking for the miscued attacking shot, but it does make getting singles and even twos plausible. They are bringing the mid-wicket boundary fielder in for Brooks. They've just got 3 out on the boundary for him. Brooks, Henry Brooks comes in the ball and he's lashed out in the air and sun in the eyes of the fielder, still takes the catch, Alex Davis, so maybe it was right in the end. Brooks has gone for 15. Brooks falls to Brooks and Somerset eventually all out for 219, which Warwickshire feel is a decent bowling effort, but on the other hand 137 added for the last 3 wickets. Khan finishes 53 not out, so that'll do his career average no harm at all as he marches off, and a little cameo from Jack Brooks falling for 15 and a 3rd wicket for Henry Brooks. Somerset all out for 219.
Yeah, 219, better than it might have been, but not as good as it should have been, I think would be the verdict on that innings from Somerset. I've no doubt Jason Kerr and Tom Abel will be saying that, well, we'd have settled for 219 at the start yesterday morning. They certainly would have done when they were 82 for 7. But I still think that it's probably 20 or 30 runs short of a pass score, and Somerset are going to have to bowl really well to get themselves right back into this match.
So we'll take the opportunity to have a short break and keep the effects on for the break so you know we're still here, and we'll be back in just under 10 minutes time. Good morning, welcome back to Edgbaston for the start of the Warwickshire innings. Somerset ball out for 219, go through the card in a mo. Umpires walking out to the middle. So, out come the Somerset fielders. So, Somerset all out for 219. Let's give you the quick rundown of their innings. Started off yesterday morning after they won the toss. Imran Haq first out, caught behind off Mohammad Siraj for 5 at 12 for 1 in the 10th over. You only had 12 overs in that spell yesterday morning before rain intervened. They came on a little bit after lunch, and Olihan Dorby struck quickly to have Tom Abel bowl for 1. That was 17 for 2. There was a mini partnership, but then something of a collapse. Tom Lammerby charging down the pitch was stumped by Michael Burgess of Yadav for 24 at 46 for 3. That was Yadav's first over. And in the next over, Mohammad Siraj struck in consecutive balls. George Bartlett caught behind for 12, score still on 46, and James Rue, LBW, first ball. After that, Henry Brooks got into the act. He had Lewis Goldsworthy, LBW, for 9 at 66 for 6 in the 30th, and Casey Aldridge, LBW, for 6, 82 for 7 in the 36th. And that's when a bit of resistance started, but Josh Davey coming into bowl, round the wicket, bowls to Yates. Now that is interesting, so here we go. There's been a lot of debate about Rob Yates's form, and his supporters suggesting that not opening the batting has been an issue for him this season after he opened the batting successfully last season, so they have put him in as opener ahead of Alex Davis. So I suppose if you want to be unkind, they're saying to him, well, you've got no excuse now. You're in the position you want, so go out and score some runs. 3 slips in place as Davey comes in to bowl. Oh, he's gone past the outside edge. Playing forward to that, Yates. He survives it. Just to carry on with the Somerset card, it's 137 added for the last 3 wickets, starting with a partnership, biggest partnership of the innings, of 58 for the 8th wicket before Josh Davey was LBW Siraj 21. That was 140 for 8. They got to 182 for 8 by the close yesterday. And today, Lewis Gregory, just getting a faint edge of Siraj, went for 60 without any addition to the score. 182 for 9. He was caught behind. Davey comes into bowl to Yates again. Oh, has he? No, has he got him? Yes. And Rob Yates's poor form in the championship, I'm afraid, continues as he just gets this faint edge and he's caught behind. And Warwickshire have lost their first wicket without a run being scored. And you really feel for Rob Yates, who's shown some good form with the white ball, but hasn't been able to produce it with the red ball, at least in this first innings. Warwickshire none for 1.
Well, that is almost like you'd expect. It's almost like writing the script in advance. Rob Yates gets the opportunity again back at the head, top of the order. Lots of people, as you say, Clive, have been saying, look, it's not fair, you know, he got all his runs opening last year. And sadly, Rob Yates' form in the championship continues. That search to recover the form he had last year eludes him. Just a little push, been beaten by the previous ball, and that one just getting a nick through. And it's a great start for Somerset, who really are getting themselves really back into this. Remember yesterday they were 82 for 7. And they ended up with a reasonable 219, not a great score, but on this wicket that could be a good, and they strike straight away. So just pendulum beginning to swing a little bit towards Somerset.
Just to finish off the Somerset card, I mentioned Lewis Gregory out today. Stand of 42 for the 9th wicket, then a stand of 37 for the final wicket before Jack Brooks was caught by Alex Davis in the deep off Henry Brooks for 15, leaving Sajid Khan for an entertaining 53 not out off 64 balls, 9 fours. Brooks 15 came off 23 balls, 2 fours. Lewis Gregory's 60, by the way, 97 balls, 4 fours and 4 sixes, 3 of them in a row, off 1 over from Danny Briggs. I'll go through the bowling figures in a moment. Davey now coming over the wicket to Alex Davis, who leaves that one and keeps quite low. It drifts away, and a tumbling stop by wicketkeeper Rue. Extras were 13, 8 byes, 4 no balls and 1 wide. The bowling figures: Ollie Handolby 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 43. Mohamed Siraj 24 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 82 on Warwickshire debut, and Brian Halford suggesting that might be the first debut 5-4 for a Warwickshire bowler since Chris Wright at Headingley in 2011. In comes Davey, and Davis defends that, and there's no run. Jayant Yadav, the other debutant, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. Henry Brooks, 12.4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 26. He was the most economic bowler. Danny Briggs just bowled that 1 over where he was hit for 3 successive sixes, going for 18 runs. Somerset 219, I should say, all out.
How many? Could you just give me how many maidens Oliver Handolby had there, please?
5.
5. Thank you very much.
Davey comes in to bowl to Davis, who plays that one to mid-wicket, where it is cut off, and Warwickshire are still looking for their first run. Well, a wicket maiden to start with from Josh Davey, and an encouraging start for Somerset. That fifer from Mohamed Siraj is Warwickshire's 5th 5 for, including 1 6 for of the season. Ollie Handolby having collected 3 and Liam Norwell 1.
Well, Lewis Gregory is going to open the bowling from the Birmingham end.
Which is more good news for Somerset, because there was some concern. He had a bit of a strain yesterday, but I feel he's well enough to be able to bowl today.
I think Anthony was saying last night he was hobbling. He got hit whilst batting, ball banging, where he got a little bit of a slight problem and just aggravated it, but he's recovered after physio and a bit of rest, and he will take the new ball, and he'll be bowling to Dom Sibley, who is about to face us. In comes Gregory, and Sibley is pushing forward to that one with a few oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but Sibley just playing it down in front of him into the onside. Sibley got this and 2 more games before he moves back to down south, down to rejoin Surrey.
I'm sure he'd like to play against Warwickshire next season for Surrey, so to do that he needs to try and help them get a win here.
Absolutely. Bit of that's Gregory into him, and this one will bring the first runs of Warwickshire's reply. We're turned away down to the deep backward square leg boundary, and the batsman Brooks does the fielding down there. Batsmen get back for a couple of runs, so Sibley gets Warwickshire on their way with that little turn off his pads away through the vacant square leg area. The cloud today is quite sparse and high, and I think we're going to be fairly lucky today. I think clear as Gregory is in, and this one is left by Sibley. A ball just pitching and moving away from the right-hander. James Rue has to go diving across to his right to collect in front of slip. There's no run.
Well, these two are effectively resuming the opening duties after Rob Yates out 3rd ball. Need to get Warwickshire off to a steady start here now.
Gregory in and bowls, and Sibley is pushing forward to a ball, a little bit awkward looking shot in the end. It's stretching and reaching for it, but ball played back to the bowler. It's just looking at the Birmingham end, there's I think a bigger crowd today than yesterday in there, perhaps with the better forecast. But a reasonable number of people in the old press box stand area, and then going all around towards the Wyatt stand. Those who know the ground, Gregory Ian and Sibley watches this one go through harmlessly outside, wide outside the off stump, and getting wider as it goes past him.
He's done pretty well this season, Dom Sibley, but beware, he's not really done well enough to get himself back in the England frame. He's accumulated runs, scored a couple of big scores, but he's a little bit more consistent, a little more eye-catching scores if he's going to get back, particularly under the current England policy.
Gregory bowls, and Sibley plays it out into the offside, out to extra cover, end of another over, the second over of the innings, his first, and Warwickshire up 2 for the loss of just the 1 wicket.
Well, England's current policy of being very reluctant to drop anybody probably means that Sibley may have to wait for an enforced replacement, and that then needs to be in good form at that time if he's to have a chance of getting back into the England frame. 3 slips in place for Alex Davis, who's had a difficult first season for Warwickshire. I think by his own admission, he's had 1 or 2 moments. A century against Lancashire stands out. This one he works onto the onside. Davey gets excited because he played across the line there a little bit, Alex Davis, but he got enough bat on it. He gets a single to back of square leg to get him off the mark. 3 for 1.
Just on the opener point for England, if they were to drop Crawley, or although he's just made that half century to win the game yesterday, who would you put in? Well,
that's the question. Players like obviously Dom Sibley would want to hold their hands up there, but really Crawley's probably, the last 2 matches actually he's made a contribution, isn't he? So I think he's okay for the time being. Alex Lees might be under a little bit of pressure, but they do seem to take and I suppose as long as they're winning, which broadly they are in the Test cricket, they're probably quite happy to take the policy of sticking with current lineup.
Be interesting to see on the overseas, when they start playing overseas, how that works out. I think what have they won, 6 this summer?
Without scoring many runs. But,
virtually all of the Test matches have really been won more by the bowling. Okay, one could say you chased well and got them down, but
they won the helmet, so they had to get a fielder in close. The days have gone where a fielder would just stand there for a couple of balls in an over and then get the helmet at the end of the over. Not allowed to do that now. Fallon Shopper used to worry me sometimes. He'd last ball the over, I'll go in close, I won't bother with the helmet. You thought, blimey. But you can't do that now. Umpires won't allow that. So they are putting in a short-ish leg. He's about 2 strips away. As Davey comes into bowl to Sibley, and Sibley pushes because of a little tipper on. That's good cricket, a little push and run, and it was decisive initially. Then there was just a hint of, oh, hang on, have I got this right? Yeah, I have, and he went through for the single. 4 for 1. Sibley's on to 3. Interesting to measure how good average or indifferent was that 219 score of Somerset's. Davey wasting no time and turning to come into bowl to Davis, who lets that one go past, bounces a couple of times to the wicketkeeper. We saw that happen a few times in the Somerset innings. Times the ball just not getting up at all.
I think this is probably a better time for batting than it was this time yesterday morning, though.
Maybe. We haven't seen whether it'll take turn this morning the way it did yesterday.
No.
Yadav said it did. The turn did
Slow, wouldn't it?
change. It it got turn initially, but that it rather evened out eventually as Davis pushes that one to mid-on. Wonders whether there's a quick run to be had there, but he's opposite number 71. 71, am I reading that right? Did I read that number wrong? There isn't a 71 there. I thought he said 71. There was about there for a moment. 4 for 1. Oh, it's number 70. So that's
70.
Jack Brooks.
Jack Brooks, 70. Yeah.
It's nice to see Jack Brooks still sports that John McEnroe look with a headband that's been his trademark throughout his career. Did a bit of commentary with him once when he was at Yorkshire. This next one is a little push out to the offside by Davis. He's looking for the quick singles, but again, fields are close in, can't get it past them. Just looks a little jumpy, a little nervy, Alex Davis. He'll want a performance here. 4 for 1. And Warwickshire still need another 16 to avoid the follow-on. No, more than that, isn't it? Another 66. As Davis pushes that down to backward point for no run, because the follow-on became 200 for a while, didn't it? But I think it's back to 150
150,
now.
yeah.
4 for 1 after 3 overs. So tight stuff from Davey. And Sibley's on 3 and Davis on 1.
Having a little chat in the middle so far. Nobody really tried to get after the bowling, just taking it steadily and regrouping after that loss of Rob Yates in the opening over. Just nicking a ball through to James Rue behind the stumps. Crowd very quiet this morning, not getting too much reaction from anybody as in comes Gregory to bowl his second over, and simply drops this one out into the offside and sets off straight away for the run. Good response from the other end from Davis. And Warwickshire move on to 5 for 1. Sibley moves on to 4.
Yeah, good stuff from Sibley. Twice now he's just pushed the ball into a gap and gone through for a quick single, keeping the scoreboard moving, albeit slowly, but moving a bit at any rate. I feel you need to do that a bit in this pitch. They've got to keep scoring runs while they're out there.
Greg, a very straight run. He comes in, bowls, and Davis again digs a full-length delivery out and watches it run up to mid-off. Again, there's no run.
Just think about Sibley in the England situation. He needs to show that he can score runs quickly from the start. I mean, he's not going to pull lots of 4s and 6s early on, the current England star, but at least if he can show that he doesn't get too bogged down, that might help his cause.
He sort of lost his place, midway through last summer, didn't he? And
yeah.
Here comes Gregory in outside the off stump through to the keeper. There's no run. Yes, he must look at the policy which is currently being done and think pity it wasn't in place a year ago in terms of the number of opportunities you've got at the top of the order. But then again, that could be said for a number of cricketers over the years.
And the current style of play must be a little bit of a concern for him, because he doesn't quite fit that model.
No, he doesn't, no. Gregory bowls, and this one Davis leaves, walks across, covers his stumps and watches it go harmlessly through to the keeper.
That said, Crawley proved in the test before last, didn't he, that the need for an opener that can stay there while the likes of Root and Stokes can score runs is important.
You don't get many batsmen these days, though, sort of grinding in innings out, do you? It's a real, most of them want to get on and blast. Gregory in bowls, and Davis is beaten there beauty there from Gregory. Goes right through Alex Davis and through to James Roux. Davis comes down, giving the wicket a tap, but genuinely beaten there by that delivery.
We just have to ride it out a little bit. The ball's going to be doing a bit of new ball, moving about a bit.
Here comes Gregory again. Davis waits and he gets inside that. Pulls this one, drops the bat. As he goes to pull it away through the mid-wicket area, he drops his bat, and very, very fortunately, that bat flew over the top of his off stump and ended up in sort of a position where the gully, a short gully, but that could easily have crashed back into his stumps. He gets away with it, he gets 3 runs for it, but gosh, Lady Fortune was on his side there.
Well, when the ball went, yes, he struck the shot pretty well, but why he dropped the bat, I'm not too sure. It could have landed onto his stumps, but he survives it. 8 for 1 at the end of 4 overs, Warwickshire. Applying to 219. Somerset. Not a lot of runs to play with. They started well, the opening bowlers. They'll need to keep the pressure on throughout the innings. And Davey will continue. Having taken the wicket in the first over, Rob Yates caught behind without scoring. At the moment there's a helmet at short leg but no fielder. Must be a real temptation to score a 5, wouldn't it, if it stayed that way? But here comes the fielder now. I'll take that position. So it's going to be Davey with 2 slips and a short leg to come into bowl to Alex Davis. Try and keep his bat in his hand this time. And does so, and pushes it into the offside, but can't quite get it through for a single. Only a back of square leg fielder on the boundary. The rest all in. Warwickshire have yet to score a boundary in this innings.
It's strange how that bat flew out of Davis's hand. But
Davey to Davis. That's just going down the leg side. Oh, just for a moment, the bowler didn't go for it at all, but the slips and the wicketkeeper did wonder whether he might have got a nick going down the leg side. Alex Davis will feel he missed out there possibly, but at the same time he'd be relieved he didn't get a ticker. It must have hit his thigh pad, I think. And so no appeal at all from the bowler.
Yeah, the slips on the blind side definitely heard something and appealed on it, but as you say, that Davey wasn't interested at all. Nor the wicket-keeper. I think that he'd seen what had happened.
Davey into bowl. Davis leaves. That's a tight-looking leave. Goodness, bowler has head and hands. I don't buy this. Any leave is a good leave if it doesn't hit. Because I think you have to leave yourself some margin for error. I'm not sure Alex Davis did leave himself much margin for error, and he's concerned enough to come down the pitch and do a bit of prodding. He nipped back, but it just stayed high enough. It may well have gone over the stumps. Not one I think he'd leave next time.
He looks a bit fidgety at the crease here at the moment, I think, Davis. He doesn't look particularly settled.
Josh Davey, number 38, comes in to bowl, and that's hit into the ground as short leg. He feels it, and Davis just scrambles to get back in his crease. There's no run. The Somerset bowlers looking for wickets, saying to their batters, do we have to do everything? We had to get the runs for you. We've got to get the wickets as well. I got one, and putting Warwickshire under some pressure. Davey from the pavilion end, running away from us. Davis works out well nicely. That's well placed from Alex Davis. There's a chase on, but that will be the first boundary of the innings, and that was all about placement from Alex Davis. Just playing it through wide, long on. Nice shot from him, and it's 12 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot. Kept it controlled, nice clean contact, and beautifully placed. Running away down to the corner of the Hollies stand. Takes Warwickshire into double figures.
So Davey in, last ball of the over. Davis hits uppishly but safely down to back of square leg for a single. He moves on to 9. 13 for 1. I'll bring Grace back in here with Warwickshire 13 for 1.
Thanks, Clive. So we've had 5 overs so far. And, it's been a steady start for Warwickshire, having lost that wicket of Rob Yates in the first over. Just settle. Grace Banniger will be rejoining us in a few seconds. That's Alex Davis gets himself settled, and Gregory on his way. He's in and bowls, and Davis is caught behind, going to drive a ball, gets an outside edge, and a good take by James Rue, going down to his right, diving low, taking it probably just in front of slip. Somerset have got a second wicket, and it's Lewis Gregory who gets this one. Alex Davis has gone for 9. I was saying he didn't look particularly settled at that wicket, and he played that nice shot away for 4, but he'd been a bit fidgety all the way through his innings, and just reward for Lewis Gregory, and Warwickshire in a bit of trouble here. 13 for 2.
It's been the story of Alex Davis this season, really, hasn't it? Unfortunately, he's struggled really to get any scores this year, and yeah, I think a few times this year Warwickshire have lost early wickets, and yeah, that's the case again. 13 for 2, and desperately need a partnership here between these two, and arguably these two coming in are going to be the best for it.
Well, it looks as though they're going to have to dig deep again. Sam Hain will be the new batsman, going out to join Dom Sibley, and Warwickshire made the switch by bringing Rob Yates back into open and Alex Davis dropping down to 3, but both of them have gone. It's not worked, and on this occasion, and Warwickshire will be looking to the middle order to get themselves out of a bit of trouble, which they find themselves. Somerset managed to get themselves back yesterday and today, but it doesn't appear to be any easier for the Warwickshire batsmen than it was for the Somerset top order. So Lewis Gregory having a good game, gets a wicket. He got 60 yesterday, fell to the second ball this morning, but he's struck early on. Just hold up at the moment while Dom Sibley gets himself redressed. He's putting a helmet back on and just getting himself sorted out at the non-striker's end. Sam Hain is the new batsman who will face Lewis Gregory, who comes in from that Birmingham end to bowl to Hain, and Hain gets this away, running it away between slip and point for a couple of runs, but certainly that was an edgy looking shot to start with. He wasn't, ball got outside edge, ran away through the gully backward point area, but Hain looking initially to play it through the onside. Again, well bowled from Lewis Gregory. At the moment, 219 looking some way away, Grace.
It is.
15 for 2, Warwickshire's Gregory into Hain, and Hain plays that defensively out into the offside. There's no run. You back training again this week, I
am, yeah. Back in tomorrow. Travelling back to Loughborough tomorrow morning, and yeah, we've got a game on Saturday at Grace Road.
So
our last home game.
You play most of your home games at Grace Road?
We play them everywhere in the East Midlands, really.
This one, Hayne turns away through square. They'll get one and will comfortably get back for the second. This one is returned, gone back over the stumps. So 2 more to Hayne. He goes on to 4, 17 for 2.
Yeah, we play at most of the East Midlands ground. We play some at Hazelgrave, which is the university ground, some at Grace Road, some at Trent Bridge, some at the Derby ground. Just a bit here, there and everywhere.
Yeah. At the end of the over, I shall bring Anthony Gibson back in again to replace me. And she'll have a bit of a smile on his face this time, but he comes in. A good start here from Somerset. Lots more work to do, but they can't be asked to do much more than they've started with. But you're based training-wise at Loughborough?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many of the players are students at the university? Many?
Not many, actually, just a few, but a lot of them are graduated from Loughborough.
Right. As Gregory comes in and bowls, and this is turned again by Hayne, but this time just into the mid-wicket area. There's no run. 17 for 2. Warwickshire, remember, chasing the first innings of Somerset of 219. They're in reply to that, so still got significant amount of work to do, and a terrific recovery, really, from Somerset, who were 82 for 7 at one stage. So the last 3 wickets putting on 137 runs. This one down the leg side. Hayne takes the bat out of the way, goes through to the keeper. End of the over. 17 for 2. After a few words from Grace, it'll be Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, 2 relatively new batters in at crease. Both have faced less than 10 deliveries, both on 4 not out, and yeah, Sam Hayne and Dom Sibley would just be chatting about needing to rebuild here. Don't want to get themselves in a position that Somerset did and rely on the lower order, so they'll want to stick around and get a decent partnership in here. But credit to the Somerset bowlers, they've come out and bowled well, and they've got their rewards for it. Both Rob Yates and Alex Davis already back in the dressing room. Davey will be continuing from the pavilion end, Sibley to face. He's in, that's a good ball, just bringing Sibley forward into a defensive stroke.
Yeah, interesting that Lewis Gregory's opening the bowling for Somerset rather than Jack Brooks. But Gregory showing no signs of the injury that he suffered, well, it was aggravated last evening, a tendon injury. And so it's not ligament and it's not muscular.
Davies in again, and this one just slightly down leg side, attempted flick round by Sibley, but a great diving catch to the left by the keeper, prevents any bias.
Yeah, good stop by James Root. He was making the wicket-keeping gloves his own. Stephen Davis having been unceremoniously dropped in mid-season, not because of any shortcomings with his wicket-keeping, but because he hasn't caught any runs.
Davey at the end of his mark, 2 slips still in play. And this one is again just full on the stumps, and Sibley comes forward and smothers it.
A lot of noise out there from the Somerset fielders, led by their captain, the ever enthusiastic Tom Abel. I'm intrigued by why they've got George Bartlett under the helmet at short leg. I haven't seen anything particularly extravagant in the way of extra bounce. Go on, JD, Josh Davey.
Davey in again, right arm over the wicket, and again on the stumps, and Sibley just gets behind that nicely and pushes it into the leg side, but no run can be taken. You're right, they are quite lively out there, aren't they?
Yeah, there's Tom Abel, who's got foghorn of a voice.
I think that's good though, cricket pitch. Keep everyone enthusiastic. Dave's in again and again, straight on the stumps, and again Sibley comes forward into defensive stroke.
Batting isn't, I think, looking as difficult this morning as it did certainly after the players came back from the rain break yesterday afternoon. That's when the ball was doing the most during the course. It did a bit first thing, but it's in the afternoon session, and it seemed to calm down towards the evening.
Seems to be going pretty straight here. Davey to Sibley, seems that's the plan to him, as he's in again and again. He goes in that middle stump channel, and again Sibley forward. Warwickshire 17 for 2 after 7 overs.
Yep, couple of good early wickets for Somerset, removing Robbie Yates and Alex Davies. Alex Davies' shot wasn't very good, was it? I mean, he chased a wide one outside the off stump that he really had no business playing at all at that stage in proceedings. But Lewis Gregory won't be complaining. He's going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. It'll be his fourth, 1 for 10. Josh Davey has bowled 4 overs and he has 1 for 7. It's Gregory into Hayne and plays this to backward point, Goldsworthy Fields. And there's no run. 3 slips, Casey Aldridge at first, Tom Abel at second, Tom Lemonby at third. Backward point, shortish, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. It's the field for Gregory. Somerset will be very, very anxious to break this partnership. Warwickshire's, arguably Warwickshire's 2 best batsmen at the crease, Hayne and Sibley. Hayne on strike. Gregory in and bowls. This is driven up to mid-on where Jack Brooks makes the stop. Hayne is only needs 46 runs for 1,000 runs in the county championship this season. He's averaging 73.38. And Sibley is not that far behind, 625 runs at 36.76. It's Gregory to Hayne. This is turned up to Brooks, and Sibley sets off for a non-existent single and is very quickly sent back. Tom Abel decides he's got something to discuss with Josh Davey. Just obviously spotted something. Somerset removed Sam Hayne in the game down at Taunton in the Warwickshire second innings by posting a leg gully, and the very next ball after the leg gully had been posted, Sam Hayne very obligingly hit the ball and was caught at leg gully. Here's Gregory in and bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. They'll take a well-judged single as Brooks has to move to his right to do the fielding. 18 for 2, Hayne on to 5. Sibley on 4 from 14 deliveries. He hasn't had all that much of the strike as Sibley. Been out there since the start. We're in the 8th over, so by rights he should have faced around about 24 deliveries, 23 deliveries, but just the 14 as Gregory is in. 3 slips go down, short leg as well. Gregory's in and bowls, and a little bit of seam movement there, but starting too wide. Going through, good carry through to James Rue on that occasion. Seems to be a little bit more bounce from the Birmingham end than there is from the Pavilion end. 1 or 2 from Josh Davey have gone through to James Rue on the second bounce.
Seems so. Davey's going pretty full, isn't he? I mean, we saw a bit of bounce from Henry Brooks at the start of the morning, but he's a bit taller than Davey, isn't he? So that might be something to answer for that.
Jack Brooks just doing 1 or 2 warm-up bowling actions. Gregory in and bowls to Sibley, carbon copy of the previous delivery, as it flies through to James Rue outside the off stump. No shot from Sibley. End of the over, the 8th over, 18 for 2. The batsman had Rob Yates, who was caught behind off the 3rd ball of the innings, off Josh Davey. And Alex Davies had 1 from Lewis Gregory and was caught again behind for 9.
Just Grace will be back in a moment. I've just got to do a little cameo because I've got a update to do in a mo. To bring the not so glad tidings to the folk of Coventry and Warwickshire and Birmingham in the Black Country. Sam Hain does some gardening. Needs 44 in this innings to reach 1,000 championship runs for the season, does Sam Hain. So 39 more required. Would be the 3rd First Division player to do it if he manages it. Davey comes in to bowl to him and he plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run, 18 for 2. 5 Second Division players have already passed 1,000 championship runs, but only 2 in the First Division. Ben Compton and Keaton Jennings are the pair that have done it. He just missed out on the 1,000 first class runs last season. In comes Davey to bowl to him with 2 slips and a short leg, and again he just punches it to mid-on for no run. But you need a partnership, need a bit of rebuilding. It's one thing Somerset didn't quite manage, certainly the top order didn't. They had 1 half-century partnership in the lower order. So if Warwickshire could find a big partnership, that would be a significant difference between the 2 teams, but I wonder whether that is doable. Davey, with 1 of the wickets to fall so far, comes into bowl. And Hain works out onto the leg side. It's a nice little shot, but straight to the fielder, so he gets nothing for it. Somerset keeping the pressure up. Davey in his 5th over. Davey comes in once again. Broad-shouldered, runs in, and it's a defensive shot from Hain, a little bit off the inside edge. Hence the oohs and ahs from the Somerset field. Blue skies ahead, a few wispy clouds, but a much better day than yesterday in terms of light. Hopefully we'll get through to 6 o'clock or beyond when we are due to finish today. This match, despite the interruptions yesterday, moving along at a decent pace. Hain works that again to mid-wicket, again straight to the fielder, and no run. And it remains 18 for 2. I'll do my update in about 26 seconds time. Hopefully I can be so precise. I speak at 3 minutes past, whether they're ready or not. That's the rule. Davey, a pile of sawdust to his right, comes running in and bowls. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have got work to do here. They are 18 for 2 with Bat having bowled Somerset, their relegation rivals, out for 219. There was more lower order resistance for Somerset, with the last wicket stand adding 37 runs pretty briskly before Henry Brooks picked up his third in the innings to have Jack Brooks caught on the deep for 15. Mohammed Siraj finishing with 5 wickets on debut for Warwickshire. But with the bat, Rob Yates promoted back to the opening position, was unable to re-find his red ball form. He was caught behind in the first over without scoring. Warwickshire none for 1, and Alex Davis, a rather loose shot, edged Lewis Gregory to be caught behind for 9. Sam Hain on 5, Dom Sibley on 4, trying to rebuild. Warwickshire 18 for 2.
Lewis Gregory from the Birmingham end is in, bowls to Sibley, who lets that go through outside the off stump, not far outside the off stump, but got in position to play the shot and just kept his bat raised well out of the path of danger. 18 for 2. Runs hard to come by at the moment for Warwickshire. Gregory in bowls, and not sure if he played at that Dom Sibley. Some quite sharp movement away from the bat. Three slips, backward point, shortish extra cover. George Bartlett under the helmet at short leg, mid on, mid wicket. Long leg, that's the field. So 4 close catches, putting a premium on accuracy from Lewis Gregory, who's an attacking bowler, likes to pitch the ball up, give it a chance to swing. He's in and bowls to Sibley. He's caught. No, he's not caught. It's Casey Aldridge takes that on almost on the half volley. Took it cleanly at first slip.
Looked like he caught it, didn't
yeah,
it?
just a foot in front of him, I should think. Good ball from Gregory, but credit to Sibley playing that with soft hands. So although it took the outside edge, it didn't carry. Apologies to Somerset listeners for raising hopes unjustifiably. Well, Warwickshire will be relieved. Here's Gregory in and bowls to Sibley, who's playing around his front pad out into the onside. He's bowling well, is Lewis Gregory. Just pulled his length back a bit from his normal full length, which suggests that there's more seam movement than swing. There's quite a lot of swing yesterday morning, but it was a very different day yesterday. It was damper and warmer. Chillier today. Well, it's very pleasant now with the sun out. Gregory into Sibley, who's beaten this time. Genuinely beaten. He went outside off stump to play a defensive shot at that, and ball passing the outside edge. Good over this from Gregory. He's already found the outside edge once. Ball landing just short of Casey Aldridge at first slip. And playing a miss there from Sibley.
Yeah, he's bowling well, isn't he? As you say, looking aggressive and looking like to be causing a few problems for Dom Sibley here. He's still 4 not out. Just needs to get a couple of runs there just to keep himself going, really.
Last ball then of the over. Gregory in and bowls, and Sibley this time solidly in behind a defensive shot out into the offside, picked up by Sajid Khan at mid-off, and that's the end of a maiden over from Lewis Gregory. 18 for 2, 5 to Sam Hain and 4 to Dom Sibley.
Looks like there could be a change bowling here, and it will be. It will be Jack Brooks to come on at the pavilion end, while Sam Hain gets 4 of his bats brought out. and changes it. Just there's no need for 5 bats, is there? Don't need 5.
Would they all be the same, or would they all be slightly different?
I don't know. I reckon some of them would be a slightly different weight, maybe. Relatively similar. Some people have like red ball and white ball bats, don't they?
Yeah. Jack Brooks, another attacking bowler. He does swing it. Does Jack Brooks? Again, he likes to swing it at a full length. So he can be expensive, but he's a wicket-taking bowler.
3 slips in then for Jack Brooks, his first ball, Sam Hain to face. And it's full and it does swing and it just plays into the leg side. Sam Hain looks increasingly frustrated out there, but he needn't be at the moment, I don't think. He just needs to rebuild, and I don't know if he doesn't feel good or not sure, but he's doing alright.
Tom Abel, second slip, just doing a practice bowling action. Interesting if he comes into the attack. Hardly bowled in Somerset's last few county championship matches.
It's Jack Brooks is in again, and this one down leg. Sam Hain attempts to get a tickle on it, but misses and runs through to Roo. Might feel as if he missed out a bit there, Sam Hain. Brooks goes full and straight this time, and Hain gets behind it and just plays it into the leg side for no run.
Brooks is having a chat with Sam Hain, I think, as he walks backwards towards the stumps at the non-striker's end, wearing his characteristic headband, his signature headband.
I like that headband. I used to wear one like that when I was a kid. Brooks is in again and again down leg side, and no tickle on it again. Good diving stop to the left by Roo.
Yeah, another wasted delivery.
Just pushing it a bit, isn't he, down leg side? He's getting some movement in, but just a little bit too straight at the moment, and just not overly threatening for Sam Hain as of now. Could be if he gets it a little bit wider, swing it back into the off stump. Brooks is in again, and that one is straight, but still on the leg side, and Hain flicks it off him, but square leg comes in.
If he's going to bowl this line, then he needs to have leg slip or leg gully, something like that, for the one that Hain just plays off his hip and doesn't keep down. I fancy it was Brooks who got him that way down at Taunton earlier in the season.
As he's in again, and this one is straight on Rapton on the pad. Big appeal for LB, but not given by the umpire. Hand stays down. Maybe again just going down slightly.
Good shout. Good shout. I think it probably, might have been a little bit high. Probably just missing the leg bail. Might just have clipped it, but definitely umpire's call. And Neil Mallender deciding that it wasn't close enough to merit a decision against the batsman. But that much the best ball of that over from Jack Brooks. 18 for 2. It was a maiden, but not the best maiden that Brooks has ever bowled.
Just a little bit too straight at times, wasn't he? Just needs to find his line and length and keep that ball swinging in, but keep it on the stumps.
Gregory's going to bowl another over, his 6th good spell. He's bowling to Dom Sibley. He's there and bowls, and Sibley, I think, just withdraws his bat from that delivery outside the off stump.
Looking threatening here, Lewis Gregory coming through nicely. Slightly down the hill from the Birmingham end, and yeah, he's getting some good bounce and carry.
It was Gregory who got Hain at Taunton, when Hain was, he and Will Rhodes were offering significant resistance in the Warwickshire second innings. And Craig Overton was posted to leg gully, and the very next ball took the catch. Gregory in and bowls to Sibley, who lifts his bat out of the way. This is as good a spell as Lewis Gregory has bowled all season. This one he hasn't been at his best with the ball. He's got this chronic back condition, and he always looks a little bit stiff, as if it's a bit of a struggle to bowl. But he's moving very nicely here this morning. He's in now to Sibley's there and bowls, and takes Sibley amidships as he looks to turn a straight ball into the onside.
Pressure on the Warwickshire batters here, really. Somerset bowlers bowling well and just getting a bit caught up.
Just taken 13 wickets, well 14 now, so far this season, Lewis Gregory, at 52 runs apiece they've cost him before today's wicket. He's in now to Sibley, he's there and bowls, and Sibley pushes this into the offside. They're quickly through for a well-judged single as Sajid Khan does the fielding. It's backed up by Jack Brooks, but not a full-blooded shy at the stumps from Khan, because he appreciated that Sibley was already safely home. So the first run for some time, 19 for 2. We're expecting this session to go on until 20-1, because 104 overs will be bowled, light permitting, during the course of the day to make up for some of the overs that we lost yesterday. Gregory into Hayne, and Hayne turns this down through backward square leg, down to Roller van der Merwe, who is on as a substitute for, I think, Josh Davey. I can't see Josh Davey out there at the moment. No reason to suppose there's anything wrong with Josh Davey. He opened the bowling from this pavilion end, picked up a wicket in his first over. Rob Yates caught behind. Somerset can ill afford any further injuries. A question mark over whether Craig Overton will be fit enough to come back for the game against Northants at Taunton next week, and then Kent at Canterbury the week after. 20 for 2 as Gregory is in and bowls to Sibley, who thinks about playing at that, decides against it. It goes through to James Rue. It's the end of the over. Gregory has 1 for 13 in 6 economical, challenging overs. Hayne has 6 and Sibley has 5, as Grace Ballinger will make way for Phil Britt as we go through towards the lunch break. It's been a good morning for Somerset, adding 37 to their overnight 182 for 8, all out for 219, and then picking up 2 early wickets. But they dearly love another wicket before lunch to break this partnership. It's Brooks to Hayne, that's outside the off stump, bowled from close to the stumps. That was the away swinger. In fact, it won't be Phil Britt, it'll be Clive Eakin, who's just emerged from the next door commentary box. Encouragement from the Somerset skipper, Tom Abel. Jack Brooks in again, bowls to Hayne, who takes a step down the pitch, turns it into the onside. Goldsworthy is there to do the fielding, and they take a single. 21 for 2. Hayne on to 7. He started this innings needing 46 for his 1,000 runs in the county championship, and he's got 7 of them.
Yes, had to work for them. 23 dot balls in a row before that 19th run was scored.
Well, both Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory can be quite expensive, but they're not being so this morning or this afternoon. This first session, inside edge onto pad. Sibley played forward to that. If it hadn't been for the inside edge, there'd have been a big shout for LBW. It's a very important day's cricket. This for the prospects of both of these clubs battling it out at the bottom of, or the lower reaches of the Division 1 table. Somerset with a points advantage of 7 when the game started. That's been reduced to 5 now. 3 bowling points for Warwickshire and just the 1 batting point for Somerset.
I think we can probably assume that Somerset will get their 3 bowling points.
Do you think? I don't know. I mean, the wicket flattened out yesterday afternoon.
I suppose. But,
I think a lot will depend on Sajid Khan, whether he gets some turn for his off breaks, as this is defended by Sibley around his front pad and there's no run.
Warwickshire, if they can get to 1 batting point, would at least know that if the game were to end in a draw, they would be out of the bottom 2 just by overtaking Kent while playing in this round of games.
.21 for 2 as Brooks bowls to Sibley, who plays and misses at a good outswinger. Came right forward in defence. That's some late movement from Jack Brooks.
Yorkshire are not out of the relegation equation. Are having a decent day so far. They're ball up for just 134 heading against Essex, but Essex are 63 for 3 in reply. Championship contenders Surrey had to work to bowl Northampton out for 339, but they are 15 without loss at Northampton.
Brooks to Sibley, again an outswinger, which this time Sibley declines to offer a shot. Do end of the over, 21 for 2, 7 to Hayne, 5 to Sibley off 30 deliveries, and it's attritional cricket at the moment.
It is. In the second division, I think sort of tending to give Notts one of the promotion places. There's only probably 2 counties that aren't in contention for the other one. One of those is Sussex, and they've been bowled out for 220, and Worcestershire, who are still in contention, going very well, 165 without loss there at Hove. Leicestershire 162 for 8 against Durham at Leicester. Middlesex 184 for 4, having bowled Glamorgan out for 214. Glamorgan quite well placed in the division, but up against it in the current game. Lewis Gregory to Sam Hayne, who gets a bit of an inside edge onto that. A shout of anguish from Gregory, but it is a single for Hayne, who moves on to 8. 22 for 2. Been in good form with the red ball, Sam Hayne, not that the England selectors ever noticed. Ben Duckett getting the call up. He's got about 1,000 second division runs this season. Hayne's got about 1,000 first division runs. Go figure. However, I'm not a selector, so it's...
it's strange, isn't it, that Sam Hayne has never really been in contention for an England place, when considering his record over the last, well, several seasons.
Sibley lets that one go. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, he's had a few England Lions calls. Sort of been there, but hasn't quite had the nod. But there we are. All he can do is keep scoring runs and hope that one day someone might notice.
Made his debut against Somerset back in 2014, and he got 100 here against them, because I remember it well, in 2015, a game that Warwickshire went on to win.
Well, if he get 100 in this innings, it'll be some effort. 2 half centuries in the Somerset innings, both in the lower order. And one of them from the man's bowling now, Lewis Gregory, as Sibley pushes, looking for a tip and run, but it's gone too close to the fielder. So both batters went out of their ground a little bit and then realised no, there was no run there and turned. Still 22 for 2. Traditionally, when that's the score, people do Richie Benaud impressions, but I won't do that because it would be terrible if I did it. However, I think Dermot Reeve was one of the ones that sort of started that whole thing. He used to do his impersonations after his speeches, and he would read that score out in a Richie Benaud voice. That one's left. There's no run. great pleasure of interviewing Richie Benno twice, I think. Both times it was absolute. Apart from that, I was in complete awe. It was an absolute pleasure. Charming and fascinating man to speak to.
Yeah, he was a great thinker about the game, wasn't he? Before he was a commentator, a brilliant captain for Australia back in the 60s.
Gave my producer a moment to remember. I'll give that story in a moment. In comes Gregory to bowl. Oh, that's gone. Has he got behind? He is. He's got the outside edge of Sibley. Sibley's gone for 5. And Somerset are well on top here now. 22 for 3. Gregory has his second wicket. He leaps in the air in celebration. He knows how significant that wicket is. And Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble.
What a big wicket. What a good ball. And how well deserved, because Lewis Gregory has been bowling out of his skin. And that was a tremendous delivery. Pitched on off stump and left the batsman. He had to play at it. Took the outside edge. Straightforward catch. Great piece of bowling. And a really big wicket for Somerset.
It is, and you all know how many Warwickshire can get now. So, I've sort of interrupted my story. So, when BBC, well, we were then BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and now BBC CWR, but when we were relaunched, we were about to be relaunched, having been scaled down as a satellite station for a while. We were relaunched as a fully fledged radio station. It happened to be a day when Warwickshire were playing a Lord's final. So I was there, and I managed to persuade Richie Benno to be one of the first people we interviewed live. Actually, we recorded it just before it went out live, and we did it down the line, and my producer Rob set it all up, did the interview. It was just great stuff. I could have gone on for 2 hours, but anyway, did the interview, and at the end of it I just said thanks to him. I said thanks Rob, the producer, and Richie Benno also said thanks Rob, and that's absolutely made his season. Anyway, we digress. 22, not that score anymore. It's 22 for 3 now.
Yeah.
And Will Rhodes, Warwickshire captain, needs a captain's innings here.
And Somerset have got a bowling point.
Yeah, told you. Well, Warwickshire up against it. If they all know that if they lose this game, then their chances of staying up they won't be gone, but they will look. Well, they will look tough. They've still got Gloucestershire to play. Well, they would probably go into the last game against Championship contenders Hampshire, needing possibly a victory. And then Rose plays that one onto the onside as Gregory comes round the wicket. There's no run. End of the over, 22 for 3. 15 minutes away for lunch. Somerset have had a very good session.
They certainly have. Gregory 2 for 14 in his 7 overs. He's been accurate, he's been moving the ball off the seam, he's been swinging it. He's hardly bowled a single delivery down the leg side. A terrific piece of fast medium bowling from Lewis Gregory, who was hobbling around when he was batting yesterday afternoon. We were all, at least I was worried as to whether he'd be fit to bowl at all. Jason Kerr reassured me and said that he thought he probably would be, and so it has proved. Sam Hain is the other wicket that Somerset really covet. Got that forward short leg in place. Not quite sure what the thinking is there. Although he did get out.
He does play down the leg side a bit, Sam Hain.
Yeah, but he was caught down. I was saying earlier, he was caught at Leg Gully in the game against Taunton. In the game down at Taunton. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. But
I mean, we were talking about him in England. I was talking to someone, and he was suggesting the reason why the selectors tend not to look at Hain is because they worry about his technique, how it would measure up to test bowlers, the way he sort of tends to play around on the leg side. But then Jonathan Trott was similar.
He was. Brooks is in and bowls. This comes off in a part of the bat out to Goldsworthy at mid-wicket. Has he consciously modelled himself on Jonathan Trott,
Well,
do you think?
I think I don't know. He was notably similar right at the start of his career.
He was,
used to joke about it when the two were together, and his mannerisms. Jonathan Trott used to complain that Hayne held him up sometimes with his mannerisms.
Here's Brooks in and bowls to Hayne, who drives this, but it'll be cut off by Aldridge, moving to his left at mid-off. 22 for 3. With Rob Yates, Alex Davis and the big fish Dom Sibley already back in the pavilion, with Warwickshire still 197 behind.
Yadav coming around as a bowling all-rounder. I'm not sure, hope that he gets runs.
As this is played defensively, back up the pitch, not fielded cleanly in his follow-through by Jack Brooks, but there was never a single there.
With this lineup, actually, they do bat quite a long way down. I don't know about Siraj, but certainly Brooks at 9 is capable. Burgess has been in pretty good form, not so much lately, but during the course of the season he has.
Brooks, short approach, he's there and bowls on down the leg side, and he does do that. He flicks at those deliveries. Sam Hayne. I think if I was Tom Abel, I'd move George Bartlett to leg slip. I think he's more likely to get a catch there than he is at forward short leg. That's Tom Abel's voice you can hear. Second slip as Brooks is in and bowls to Hayne. He plays rather around his front pad. That was a maiden over from Jack Brooks.
Yeah, they're getting rather bogged down, Warwickshire, and that's okay if you're not losing wickets. The problem for them is they are losing wickets. So 22 runs in the first 15 overs, but 3 wickets down. They know they need a partnership. These two are capable of producing it, but it's a difficult balance to strike, particularly when the bowling is good, as to keeping the scoreboard moving. And just digging in is fine, but then if you lose a wicket, you look at the scoreboard and you haven't made any progress despite all your efforts. So Gregory, 2 for 14, will continue. Evidently Siraj didn't hit him hard enough on the knee with that delivery. Having a very good game, Lewis Gregory, saying he's been feeling pretty good about life at the moment after his exploits in the 100. That one is played to backward point for no run. He's probably feeling financially reasonably secure at the moment, Lewis Gregory.
Yes. It was a bit in the game against Gloucestershire last week. There was a bit after the Lord Mayor's show. he wasn't really at his best. Didn't last very long with the bat in the first innings, Somerset's only innings really.
Umpires moved from square leg because the short leg fielder is now pretty much flush square with Rhodes. Fortunately, the umpire to go to point so that you can have a view. Rhodes just nibbles at that one as it drifts away outside off stump, and doesn't, thankfully from the Warwickshire captain's point of view, get an edge.
Didn't need to play at it really.
No. But it's almost as if he realised that as he was playing the shot.
Goes down and gives the pitch rather nervous prod. Don't think the pitch had much to do with it. Gregory's swinging the ball away from the left-hander, being in swinger to a right-hander.
In comes Gregory, and Rhodes pushes that to mid-on. It's another dot ball. As we're thinking, lunch in under 10 minutes time. Try and regroup. Still at the back of the minds, it's not a huge score they're applying to. They need to get something on the board. And we'll hope it might get easier as the day goes on. Haven't yet faced spin though, so that will be an interesting additional factor. Gregory bowls and Rose does leave that one outside off. Again, there's a bit of gardening.
and just holding its own.
Can't give your opposite batter a great deal of confidence when you come down the pitch and act as if it's a minefield. However,
It's not a minefield. It's just it's unpredictable, isn't it? There's lack of consistency in both bounce and seam movement. I suspect it's the sort of pitch that the batsman would say you never feel you're in on.
This next one, oh, Rose dabs of that. Well, Warwickshire have complained for much of the season there's not been enough in the pitch for their bowlers. They've gone a bit both ways. And they may feel that to some extent they let Somerset off the hook with that. That's from their point of view, obviously not taking credit away from Somerset. It's lower order. But having had them at 82 for 7, seeing them reach 219 will have been disappointing. That's left Warwickshire with a lot of work to do. This next one's left by Rose. End of the over, 22 for 3.
Another maiden over.
Yeah, indeed. 14 runs off his 8 overs with the 2 wickets. And Warwickshire probably got certainly 1, maybe 2 more overs to negotiate till lunch.
Yep, Lewis Gregory getting a congratulatory arm round the shoulders from James Rue as he takes up his position at first slip, wearing his short sleeve Somerset cable knit jumper. It's, JB, I think that was. JB from... It's a new one on me. Brooksy is the more usual and equally unoriginal nickname for Chet Brooks. 2 slips go down. Brooks is in and bowls to Hayne, who turns this down to Sajid Khan, who's fielding on the boundary at deep backward square leg.
Perhaps they're using JB to avoid any confusion with there being 2 Brookses in this match. 2 Brooksies.
Yeah.
Call the Warwickshire one HB and make him sound like a pencil.
Means that Will Rhodes is down at the Birmingham end for the first time since he came to the crease. He's only faced 7 deliveries yet to get off the mark.
Hasn't had a huge amount of cricket of late, Will Rhodes. He played in the 50 over competition but didn't play in the T20.
2 slips in the gully. From Brooks to Rhodes, who gets one on Midland leg and plays it up to Casey Aldridge at mid-on. Tom Abel relentlessly encouraging his bowler and fielders, clapping his hands and shouting out for him second slip.
Before this match, Rhodes have only had 8 days first team cricket since July.
Brooks bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Rhodes.
It might have been 7. I'm trying to remember one of Warwickshire's matches was rained off. I don't think it was. I think he would have had the 8. But
so how come he didn't play in the,
well,
in the Royal
it's
London?
A fair question. I mean, he did play in the Royal London. He didn't play in the T20. So the 8 days of the Royal London. But he wasn't.
Sorry,
he was in the T20. Well, he was captain last year, but Carlos Brathwaite captained the team this year. And though Rhodes was in the squad, he wasn't actually selected for any matches.
Brooks to Rhodes. This one again on his Midland leg, plays it comfortably up to Aldridge, to Bartlett at mid-on. See, Bartley's got the fielding pads on. Well, Somerset have had the better of their encounters with Warwickshire so far this season. Innings victory down at Taunton, and then their sole victory in the Royal London One Day Cup here a couple of weeks ago.
Cost Warwickshire a place in the playoffs.
Century that day from Lewis Goldsworthy. This is outside the off stump from Brooks to Rhodes. Rhodes gets into position to play it, decides against it. A few more people here today. sitting at the far end of the ground, plenty in the various tiers of the pavilion below us. But the most of the noise at Edgbaston is coming from second slip at the moment.
Sometimes I would love to get another one before lunch. It's been a good session, whatever happens, but another one would be massive.
Brooks going round the wicket to Rhodes. First time. Goes through to wicketkeeper James Rue. So just the one run from that over. 23 for 3. And we will have probably one more over before
it's going to be
lunch. And
if you can.
Yep, this will be interesting.
Yeah, the old traditional spin the balls one over before lunch, but let's see what happens. Another helmet's coming out.
Looks like Tom Avell's going to put a helmet on, which suggests he'll probably come in at silly mid-off, I should think. Gregory at slip, George Bartlett at short leg.
It's Sam Hain who'll be facing 23 for 3 after 17
Might be
overs.
leg slip, leg slip.
So there's a forward short leg, and yeah, leg slip or slip. We can keep it the helmet on as well, and put a bit of now then. Where's slip going? I think he's. Is he going to stay there? No, he's just telling leg slip where exactly to stand. So as you can. To bowl the last over before lunch. Taking his time to organise the field. He did organise the field when he was batting as well, so he likes telling fielders where to stand. He did it a couple of times with the Warwickshire fielders. He comes in to bowl. Hain playing back to that. Was a little hurried up there as he works it onto the onside.
Yeah, a little bit of turn.
Same end, the Birmingham end that Yadav bowled from. Got turn initially, at least. Quicker ball, and Haynes come down the pitch to meet it. Plays it to mid-wicket.
Similar tactics to those that Tom Lammonby subscribed to, not successfully.
This one, he stays back for Hain, plays it to mid-on. He possibly came a little bit too far down, Lammonby, with that one that he got out to, I think. Three more balls to go to lunch, and Hain works that away to back of square leg. He'll get a single, so now up to Will Rhodes to negotiate probably the last two balls of the over. 24 for 3. Hain's on to 10. Somewhat carrying Warwickshire's hopes at the moment. He's just having a chat with Will Rhodes, giving his intelligence on what the ball's been doing. Forward short leg and 2 slips for the left-handed Rhodes. Leg slip has moved to, well, stayed where he is actually, but that makes him now second orthodox slip. So she bowls, and quicker ball. Rose works that comfortably onto the leg side for a single, so he's off the mark. That's something for him before lunch. He's got rid of the blob. 25 for 3.
It's got a strange sort of action for an off-spinner. Sanjeev Khan, he sort of untangles himself when he delivers the ball.
Tosses the ball from one hand to the other, and in he comes. Gives that a bit of air, and Hain defends it. And that's the end of an interesting over. Warwickshire negotiated success with a couple of singles. Hain on 10, Rhodes on 1. But with Rob Yates caught Rue bowled Davey for 0 before there was a run on the board. Alex Davis caught Rue bowled Gregory for 9, and Dobbs Sibley caught Rue bowled Gregory, all 3 catches behind. Off Gregory for 5. Warwickshire are in some trouble replying to Somerset's 219. They are 25 for 3 after 18 overs at lunch.
Yeah, very much Somerset's morning, adding 37 to their overnight 182 for 8, and then not only picking up 3 Warwickshire wickets but also keeping the scoring rate very much under control. 25 from 18 overs with Lewis Gregory outstanding with 2 for 14 in his 8 overs.
We'll be back in well, just over half an hour or so for the afternoon session. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in some bother at lunch at 25 for 3 on the second day of their crucial county championship match against relegation rivals Somerset. Warwickshire took a while to finish off the Somerset innings this morning, eventually had them all out for 219. India Test player Mohammad Shiraz finishing with a 5-wicket haul on his debut for the Bears, but with the bat they found it hard going. Rob Yates out for a duck before there was a run on the board in the first over. Alex Davis falling for 9, and then after Dom Sibley and Sam Hayne battled for half an hour without scoring many runs, the crucial wicket of Sibley fell not long before lunch as he edged an excellent delivery from Lewis Gregory to be caught behind for 5. Sam Hayne is still there on 10, Will Rhodes on 9, but it's really tough going for Warwickshire. 25 for 3 at lunch after 18 overs.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the afternoon session on the second day of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset. The match situation: Somerset were bowled out this morning for 219, adding 37 to their overnight 182 for 8, and in reply Warwickshire have struggled to 25 for 3, losing the wickets of Rob Yates, Alex Davis and most significantly Dom Sibley, with the not out batsman being Sam Hain on 10 and Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, on 1. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Grace Ballinger. And it's hard going for the Warwickshire batting, Grace, against some Somerset bowling, which I was chatting to various Somerset supporters over lunch. They said it's the best bowling that Somerset have produced all season, and it was pretty good. Yeah, they started well. I mean, in honesty, I don't think any of the Warwickshire batters looked comfortable at any point. I think Dom Sibley looked a little bit uncertain. Lewis Gregory certainly bowled very well. I think you said, do you think it's the best he's bowled all year? And yep. Yeah, they've gone well, Somerset. They've done exactly what they needed to do, and Warwickshire will just be desperate to get a partnership here, 25 for 3. Yes, it'll be interesting to see what part Sajid Khan, Somerset's Pakistan international off-spinner, plays this afternoon. He bowled just 1 over before the lunch break. It's been really hard going for Warwick. 25 runs in 18 overs. 18 very accurate overs, particularly from Lewis Gregory, who's bowled his 8 overs for just 14 runs and picking up those 2 wickets. We're going to have Josh Davey opening up after lunch from the pavilion end. He was being put through his paces by Somerset bowling coach Steve Kirby during the lunch break, so no lunch for Josh Davey. Steve Kirby is going off to coach Zimbabwe, leaving Somerset at the end of the season. He'll be much missed. Great character and a good coach as well. Right, do you want to talk us through the first over then, Grace? I will. So it will be Davey to bowl the first ball after lunch. 3 slips in play. Rhodes to face, and he's in, and he's left and it's hit him on the pad. It struck too high for any sort of appeal, but just misjudged his leave there slightly, Will Rhodes, and it's a good start by Davey. Somerset, as chirpy as they were this morning, they've all been pretty lively, haven't they? Well, it's mostly Tom Abel who orchestrates it from second slip. I think it's good. It's what you want. It was very noticeable in the plague year of 2020 when there were no crowds in the cricket grounds. I can imagine. Davey in again, round the wicket to the left-handed Will Rhodes, and that's left outside off and carries through. Keeps quite low actually into the hands of Roo. Yeah, there seems to be less bounce from the pavilion end than there is when the bowling's from the Birmingham end. Sluggy, that's one of Josh Davies' nicknames. So the JD, or Slugger, or Sluggy. Davey in. Bowls this one full, just outside off, and Rhodes attempts to drive, but just can't get under it, and it just trickles to mid-off. He rather floated that one up there, Josh Davey, on a full length. Took a little bit of pace off, maybe. Not sure about this bowling around the wicket to left-handers. I prefer to see right-arm seam bowlers bowling over the wicket to left-handed batsmen. What, and trying to make it go across them? Yep. In comes Davey, but looks like it might be Will Rhodes who just pulled away for a second, so back to the end of his mark. He goes again. Another full ball, this time outside off and left confidently by Rhodes. Just coming forward a bit there, Will Rhodes. Yeah, long way outside, off stump. He's looking to bowl down from quite wide on the crease, angling it in at the left-hander and then hoping that it will just hold its own and maybe go a little from outside the off stump.
Just the one man out at square behind, and this one is full and straight and turned into the leg side by Will Rhodes, but for no run as mid-wicket quickly comes in to prevent so.
Haven't seen the fourth member of the Somerset seam attack so far, Casey Aldridge. Wonder if he'll get a go after lunch. He's tall, same height as Henry Brooks, and not dissimilar as a seam bowler. Hits the pitch harder than certainly than Gregory and Davey.
Last ball of the over then, Davey is in, and straight angling into the left-hander it looked like, but it just flicks it round onto the leg side and gets a well ran two actually. Oh, and that has deflected off the bat.
Oh dear, just caught Jack Brooks on the inside of his
right
knee. Oh dear, it was the throw was from Sajid Khan. It wasn't a very good throw, but it had some velocity on it because he fancied his chances of getting a run out at the non-striker's end.
Just deflected
and
off
he's
the bat.
felled Jack Brooks. He was rolling around in agony like an Italian footballer.
That was unfortunate.
It was. Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, is out there to minister to the big fast bowler. That really hurt.
Came off Sam Haynes' bat at some pace as well.
Yeah.
Would not fancy that myself.
Just it's just inside the knee, is it? He's having difficulty straightening his right, rather unstraightening his right leg, just flexing his knee. Tom Abel comes over and inquires as to the health of Jack Brooks, who's a big lad. He won't have gone down for no reason, Jack Brooks.
You wouldn't think it could be more than an impact injury. I mean,
Yeah.
they are very painful, but you'd hope that he'll be
He's
alright.
back on his feet now, just testing out his right leg, just limping gingerly away towards his fielding position. And looks like Lewis Gregory is going to bowl from the Birmingham end, so he'll be bowling his ninth over. 2 for 14. Jack Brooks just rolling up his right trouser leg just to have a look at the injury. He'll have a nasty bruise there overnight.
Surprised he didn't go off for 5 minutes just to...
He's a tough lad.
I'd have been off.
I certainly would be. Right, I think it probably just hit just on that bone on the inside of your knee.
Did look really quite painful. In fairness to him, he's done well.
Right, at last we're going to have the second over of the afternoon session. It's going to be Lewis Gregory bowling to Sam Hayne. 27 for 3. 2 slips and a gully. Gregory into Hayne, who tucks this away into the onside. It's Imam who's in pursuit, and they'll come back for 2 comfortable runs. 29 for 3. More vocal encouragement from Somerset skipper.
Don't know if I'd like to be in first slip all day with him in your ear. It's all right from here. You can still hear him from here, can't you?
He does have a very loud voice. For a mild-mannered man. Gregory then to Hayne, who went on to 12 with that 2 runs outside the off stump, and Hayne gets in position to play a shot and then elects not to as the ball leaves him outside the off stump. Gregory bowling predominantly outswingers to the right-handers. It's his stock delivery, can bring it back the other way. Bowling at a lively sort of pace, he's probably high 70s. Lewis Gregory, earlier in his career he could crank it up to mid 80s, but the chronic back condition has taken its toll. He's in bowls to Hayne, who plays that defensively into the offside, and Lewis Goldsworthy picks up from extra cover. We've got George Bartlett under the helmet at short leg. Pleasant afternoon, high cloud, wispy sorts of cloud. The Birmingham skyline sharply etched across the horizon, away to our northeast.
Always a good few cranes on show as well. It's never done, that skyline.
Gregory in and bowls, and this is played to backward point, and there'll be a single as Josh Davey retrieves. 34-3. It's not that City isn't quite as much dug up now as it was, or it has been for the last few years. Quite a lot of the major infrastructure works have been completed, but there's still plenty of building activity in the centre.
Plenty of roadworks as well. Always around here. It's quite warm outside though, it's quite pleasant. I went outside for a bit during the lunch break and it's quite warm.
Yes, very pleasant afternoon for watching cricket. It's more of a batting day than a bowling day, you would say, on the face of it. As Gregory is round the wicket to Rhodes, who gets one coming back into his pads. It kept on coming rather than gripping and moving away off the seam. You can tell from the vocal accompaniment how important this session is to Somerset. They will want to make continuing inroads into this Warwickshire batting lineup. Gregory to Rhodes, and again this is a quick single, as shy at the stumps from Goldsworthy, but he pulls out of the full-blooded shy and just lobs it to James Rue coming up. And they take the single, 31 for 3 at the end of the second over of the afternoon session. Gregory has 9 overs, 2 for 18.
Would you say he's been the pick of the bowlers?
Yeah,
Lewis
definitely,
Gregory?
definitely. Hardly bowled a bad ball in the 8 overs up to lunch. I'd like to see them give Casey Aldridge a go, though, see if he can get something out of this pitch using his extra height.
Will be Davey to continue from the pavilion end for now. 3 slips in for Rhodes, and that one just, I think he gets a bit of bat on it straight and tries to flick it through the leg side, and hands on the head for Davey. Thinks that could have been relatively close.
He played that played across the line on middle stump. Probably would have missed leg stump.
Where's Jack Brooks gone? Is that him down at square leg now? Or almost fine leg?
Yeah, long leg, yep.
It's Davies in again, and this is outside off and left alone by Rhodes. He's, as of yet, not been tempted into any loose shots outside off, Will Rhodes.
He doesn't appear to be limping, Jack Brooks, either. So.
He's made a quick recovery after all that rolling on the floor.
Yep.
It's quite dramatic. Quite a long run up, Davey, at the end of his mark, and just stays at a fairly consistent pace as he runs in, and this one slightly straighter. Rhodes gets forward nicely and defends into the offside.
He's got a very good bowling average, has Josh Davey. He's find the right piece of paper and tell you what it is. 22.2 for 153 wickets in first class cricket. There aren't many better bowling averages than that, given the number of games that he's played. Scottish international, 31 one-day internationals for Scotland. Born in Aberdeen, but he's not Scottish. His father was working in Aberdeen in the oil industry when Josh was born.
He's in again and bowls, and this one just angling into Will Rhodes, who flicks it nicely through the mid-wicket region. Should run away, but can't give chase. Should be 2, but they know they managed to get back for 3. It's good running between Hayne and Rhodes, and a well-played shot. Just seemed to wait for that one, time it well.
Yeah, it was a nicely played shot, and it's the angle that Davey is bowling to the left-hander from around the wicket lends itself to the ball being tucked away through mid-wicket.
I think that's a good option through mid-wicket, but you don't want to get too square with it and try and flick it round. That's where he could be prone to LB or bowled, and I think that's probably what Davey's plan intends to be. Field changes then for the right-handed Hayne on strike. And that is a good straight ball. Hayne comes forward, defends the mid-on.
Comes right across his stumps, doesn't he, Sam Hayne?
Looks more comfortable than he did in the morning session. Natural with a bit more time at the crease, but he just looked a little bit unsure this morning, which is unlike himself, but Warwickshire could do with him getting a big score here, and I'm sure he'd like that 1,000 runs as well. Davies in, and this one just beats Hayne on the outside. Just takes him back, and it's a play and a miss, and good finish to the over for Davey. Warwickshire 34 for 3.
Yeah, he did play at that, did Sam Hayne, drawn into it. Good ball from Davey. Didn't really need to play at it, but obviously concerned about the ball jagging back in towards his pads. Tom Abel just having a chat with Lewis Gregory. Going to bowl another over. He's getting a good bowl, is Gregory. 8 overs before lunch. This will be the second post-lunch. 3 slips and a gully. Not 3 slips and a gully, 3 slips and a short leg for Gregory to Will Rhodes. Shortish mid-wicket as well. Gregory bowling around the wicket to the left-hander as there in bowls. And Rhodes plays that confidently up to Brooks at mid-on. A few more people in the Eric Hollis stand away to our right, but still not, still very thinly populated.
I was going to say that stand over there, just to the left of us, certainly a lot busier than it was this morning.
Gregory round the wicket to Rhodes. He's there and bowls. And again, this is angled down to fine leg for 4 runs. That's probably the worst ball that Lewis Gregory has bowled so far today. Just about the first one that he's let slip down the leg side, and Will Rhodes just helping it on its way down to the fine leg boundary. 38 for 3. That's the trouble with bowling again around the wicket. You just get it slightly wrong on that angle.
Just slides down, doesn't it? Makes it so easy for the left-hander to take advantage of.
Gregory in and bowls, and this is driven but not timed, and a good stop by Lewis Goldsworthy, who was smartly across from mid-wicket to make the stop. What have we got on Twitter? Steve Gower says, how many overs are there today? 104 is the answer to that. Stephen at Berkhamsted, Casey Aldridge at first slip. A good long reach then. Did he field their last match? Yes, he did. When Gregory is bowling, Aldridge goes into first slip. Gregory to Rhodes. Won't be a run this time as he plays that to Imam at backward point. Grumpy Git is happily eating his words. 1 batting point, 3 bowling, and it should be, I think, 1 bowling point today already. Well done, Lewis Gregory and Sajid Khan. Khan's 53 not out, particularly impressive. I think, as you were saying, Grace, he ought to be batting higher up the order.
He should. Looked very good. Looked like he could play shots and keep him out, so yeah, I was impressed.
Gregory in and bowls to Rhodes, who tucks this into the onside, and that man Sajid Khan does the fielding at mid-wicket. Good athletic piece of fielding there, as well as he got down quickly to his left.
It's been a few smart bits of fielding from the Somerset boys since lunch. They've looked good. They've looked a good outfit.
Yeah, they are a good fielding side. One of the best in the country. Not really, I suppose Imam isn't the quickest, and Jack Brooks isn't as quick as he once was, but other than that, they're very athletic. Gregory's in and bowls. End of the over. Defensive shot there from Will Rhodes. 38 for 3. We've had 22 overs, and time for me to make way for Phil Britt.
Just wondering if there could be a change of bowl in here, but looks like Davey will be heading to the end of his marked bowl. Sam Hain, 13 not out. He's got a big role to play here for Warwickshire, alongside the captain, Will Rhodes, who's 11 not out. Partnership just slowly started to build. These two will be hoping to stick around. Don't want to lose too many more wickets till tea, and back for the rest of the day. Will be Davey back over the wicket to Sam Hain. 2 slips in place as he goes straight, and this is just turned into the leg side by Sam Hain, but straight into the hands of mid-wicket. No run. Hello, Phil.
Grace, hi everybody. It's slow work, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Just bowling well here, Somerset. Just
yes, they are keeping really tight, aren't they? Not. They're making the most of their 219 and making Warwickshire really have to work for every run at the moment.
Davies in. Again straight, but Sam Hain just comes forward and defends that into the leg side. Yeah, as you say, Somerset certainly bowling well, and Warwickshire's still quite a way to go, trailing by 181, but don't think the Warwickshire dressing room will be too concerned by the slow run rate. As of now, they'll just be wanting to have these two stick around and get in, because both very capable batters and could easily get a big score and catch up.
What they don't want, though, is to go relatively slowly against the attack and then lose 1 or lose 2 and then suddenly find there's 60 for 5. But we'll see.
Davian again and down leg side, and I thought there could have been a fine nick from that from Sam Hain, but there wasn't. Good bit of work from Rue, diving to his left. You'd hope that if these two get in, at least one of them will push on and get a score.
Well, Rhodes has been in some form in the county championship. He's batted strongly in the last 2 or 3 games, and Sam Hain has been in great shape all through the summer. So he hones in towards his 1000th run.
Davies in again. This one's slightly short. He just wraps Hain on, I think, the glove. He just slightly plays down the wrong line of it.
Yeah, he was almost trying across his stumps there, trying to turn it into the onside, and he ended up with his right foot well outside the off stump trying to turn it. He'd gone across so far. It was a problem Sam Hain had early in his career, that he was getting regularly trapped LBW, stepping across and playing into the onside. He got away with it for the first season, but then bowlers found him out.
As Davy bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side by Sam Hain, a full delivery, but mid-wicket's busy in there and doesn't manage to get himself off strike.
And it was one of the things, and I heard Clive saying about why, when he and Anthony were discussing about why perhaps they not had the chance at international level, and sometimes even now, this far into his career, Sam, and he's been around quite a while now, at first class level, that you still see that technique, that tendency to want to play from a sort of off stump across into the onside and moving himself across.
This one again, another full ball, and just tipped into the leg side, and a very well run single between the two of them. Just picked the gap between mid on and mid wicket nicely. So a single to end the over. Warwickshire 39 for 3.
I think that's been one of the worries at the highest level, whether that technique actually would stand up against the real genuine pace, which you don't see at county level so much or regularly as you do at international level. But however, he's taken nothing away from him. He's had a couple of terrific seasons. He just narrowly missed 1,000 runs last year. This year you would have to say, provided he stays fit, that whatever may happen in this game, still got a couple more. You would expect him to complete the 1,000 this season.
You would, yeah. I think he's been somewhat unfortunate that he hasn't had as much international exposure as he maybe deserves with the amount of runs he scored, Sam Hain, and he's consistent, isn't he?
Well, he is, but I do think there's a question, and when he has played in England A sides, he's not really covered himself in glory with runs. So it may be just that they think, yeah, great at this level, but is he capable of taking the next step on? I suppose until you do it and try it, there's been a lot of cricketers fall into that category. Lewis Gregory is about to start. What will be his 11th over from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Hain is squirting this one away into the offside. Again, he was looking to play it into the onside, got a leading edge, it runs away. He gets back for 2. He got plenty on it in the end. He was looking to force it through the onside, and just in the end all the shape was to play it through mid-wicket, but he got a leading edge and it ran away through the covers, and it was a gap there because there's a cover point and an extra cover, and there's a big gap, inviting gap between the two. Anyway, 2 more to him. Warwickshire move on to 41 and Hain moves on to 16 as Gregory's into him again. And this one, they don't need to worry about where that's gone. That's definitely come out the middle of the bat, and that's probably as good a shot as Sam Hain has played throughout the innings. He cracks it away nicely through the covers and down to the Hollies fence for 4 to take Warwickshire on to 45 for 3, and Hain moving on to 20.
Was a well-timed shot, wasn't it? There was no stopping that to the relatively short boundary on the Eric Holly side, and that massive gap through the covers, and took advantage of by Sam Hain, who moves on to 20.
Just dropped it a bit short outside the off stump, and Hain, as you say, was quickly onto it. Here's Gregory in again, and this one is running against Hain off his pad, runs away into the onside, but Hain ends up on looking down the wicket but on both knees, looking back at Lewis Gregory, completely sort of spread eagled. It was a ball aiming into the, just in the end going outside leg stump, and Hayne has the bat between his knees and puts his chin on it, and he's sitting there on his haunches, or actually on his knees, looking back at the bowler, but survives it. His captain comes down, has a quick word with him, and checks he's okay, and then normal service resumes. 45 for 3. It's Gregory is in, and Hayne works this one away into the offside. It beats the extra cover, runs away towards the fence, and will be pulled up. No, it's gone over the fence. Sprawling effort, but Hayne gets his second boundary of the over, and just beginning to start to time it through the offside. 49 for 3. Hayne moves on to 24.
2 slight misfields there from, is that Lewis Goldsworthy out there? Yes, it is.
It is, yeah.
A diving staff missed, then he got back up, sprinted all the way to the boundary, and unfortunately just couldn't tip it back over the rope. Unfortunate, but gets Sam Hayne into a bit of a flow.
Somerset players and Somerset fall into the same trap a number of 1 or 2 other counties do, which I moan about regularly. Has got this one from Gregory is has Hayne playing forward, and for a moment Gregory wants the appeal for LBW, but I think Hayne got a bit of a nick into that one. Gregory kills off. They're lovely to see cable knit sweaters, but when you're commentating and you're not familiar with the number of the players, the numbers on their back, which also helps the spectator, is completely covered up, so nobody knows who the player are. It's extremely difficult.
I do like them though, they're a bit retro, aren't they?
Yeah, but you could put a number on the back of them though.
Yeah, but then it's not retro, is it then?
Well, then you don't have a number, do you? You don't need a number for cricket in that case. Take them off. Gregory is in and bowls, and this one is pushed back into the offside by Hayne. The end of the over from Gregory. Warwickshire 49 for 3.
So what would you do? Shirts?
What I would do is I'd put the number on the back of the cable sweater.
Is that possible though?
Well, I don't know, but you can. Listen, if they get a man on the moon, they can put. They're sure they can put a number on the back of a cable knit sweater. My granny used to be able to knit teddy bears into my shirt, my cable knit shirt. So I'm sure somebody could put them into the back of a cable sweater. It just seems daft that you give a player a number so he can be recognised, and then you hide it.
Davies in, and this one's short and just outside off, but flicked into leg side by Will Rhodes.
So, just pick that over, just meaning to get Warwickshire moving along a bit. It's, I think, probably the most productive over of the innings so far, that last one from Gregory.
Yeah, I think, was it 8 it went for? Maybe 9?
Yeah.
Davey then persisting with this right arm round plan to Will Rhodes. 2 slips still in place as he comes into bowl. Rhodes gets forward and drives back at him. Davey responded pretty strange to that. I don't know if he thought he was coming back a bit faster than it was, but stopped it nonetheless, ended up on the floor.
Well, it went down as though somebody shot him, actually. It was absolutely... it looked like he'd injured himself or whatever, but it was just response to stopping the drive, I think. Anyway, everything is fine. He's walked back sprightly, so it was just a little bit of a reaction.
And he's back and he's running in. So Will Rhodes awaits at the other end, and he gets forward and leaves that one. Well left by Will Rhodes, good delivery by Davey, just tailing in to the left-hander, but Will Rhodes seems to know where his stumps are, and he's leaving it well outside off.
49 for 3, so 219. Warwickshire trail. Well, still substantial figure, 170, so it's still a lot of work to be done.
Davey is in, and this one quite leg side. There's a big appeal for LB. Not given. Sam Hain just quickly scurries back to the other end.
Well, arguably there was a single there. The ball ran away off the pads to behind sort of backward square leg, and Sam Hain was well down the wicket. I was just assuming they were going to go, but Will Rhodes was wandering around at the crease, not interested at all in that one. And Hain, in the end, had to scurry to get back. But I think definitely there was been a single, comfortable single there.
Davey runs in and again goes quite straight with it, but just picked up by Rhodes, and he flicks it round to the long leg fielder. Single taken, and that brings up the 50 for Warwickshire in the 25th over. 50-3, with these two just starting to build a partnership, Sam Hain and Will Rhodes.
It's been slow progress, but beginning to get it going. But as you say, 25 overs gone, and it turn over. Bonus points clearly not the key prerogative for Warwickshire today.
Davey then back over the wicket as Bowles brings Hain forward into a defensive stroke into the leg side. End of the over, Warwickshire 50-3.
Thank you, Grace. Grace will be back with us in a few minutes, as I think we're going to start to see Khan back into the attack, as Sajid Khan coming in because the helmets are being brought on, and we are indeed going to see him into the attack at the Birmingham end, replacing Lewis Gregory, who's bowled 11 overs, taking a couple of wickets for 32. A little bit expensive in the last over, so Tom Abel decides let's give him a blow, and Sajid Khan, who just had the 1 over in before lunch, it's just for a couple of runs, he's going to come on and bowl to the left-handed Will Rhodes.
Warwickshire's 50, coming in 155 balls. Somerset's first 50 was a bit quick, 138, but they lost 5 wickets. Warwickshire lost 3. This partnership at the moment doing kind of what Somerset's third wicket partnership did, and they steadied the ship a bit, but then they lost 3 wickets in 6 balls. So Warwickshire got to avoid that. You carry on with this one and then.
Okay, Sajid Khan starts his new over. He's in bowls, and Rhodes plays this next one solidly back, reaching forward to it and batting back to the bowler. 50-3 it remains. Rhodes, who's on 12, he's in Khan, and it's his turn past short leg, and they amble a single. And 1 more to the total, 51-3.
Warwickshire's tactics in this match is try and hit the knees of Somerset players as often as possible. Siraj did it to Lewis Gregory with the ball, and Sam Hain did it inadvertently when the throw hit his bat and then went onto the knee of Jack Brooks. An interesting approach.
There's another helmet on its way out, but it's been rejected. Random over there brought out the what would have been the third helmet for fielders round the bat.
It's a bit unsporting not leaving a few helmets lying around that Warwickshire.
Yeah, which could aim at. Yeah, it's a target practice.
Maybe it's been a new one for the 100. You put helmets at various parts of the ground and try and get 5 if you can hit them.
Here's Khan in and bowls, and this is flicked away down to deep backward square leg by Hain for 1. They used to have on some grounds a hole in the ground where they lifted the lid, didn't they, and dropped them in.
Yeah.
That always seemed much more sensible.
I don't think my suggestion was part of the high performance review discussion that I've just seen a little bit of the members forum. Interesting. I'll do more on that after I've got this bulletin out of the way, but there has been a forum going on. Still is, I think.
Such a card in bowls. This is flicked away behind square on the onside. That's probably why we didn't have that many people in the museum this afternoon.
Yeah, it would be. There was a lot there. There's a big turnout. I'll say I'll go on about that in a bit. I've got 10 seconds or so away from my update.
I'll leave it with you now, Clive.
Yeah, so ball, Sasaji Khan. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are trying to rebuild after being reduced to 22 for 3 on the second day of their championship match against relegation rivals Somerset. This in reply to Somerset's 219. They're now 53 for 3. It's still hard going, but Sam Hain on 25 and Will Rhodes on 14 are looking to start moving them in the right direction. A lot of work for them to do in what's a tense match, a crucial match for both these teams. Both know that a win would be a huge step towards securing their first division status, whereas a defeat would leave them in serious trouble. Warwickshire 53 for 3.
Last ball just played again, gets a shout from Sajid Khan as he pushes forward but evades short leg. End of another over, 53 for 3, 25 to Rhodes, to Hain and 14 to Rhodes.
Going to be who's it going to be? We're going to bowling change, are we? And is it Jack Brooks coming back in the attack? Obviously recovered from that bang to his knee. Bowled 4 overs so far with just 2 runs. And he'll be bowling to Will Rhodes. Field still being sorted. They've got 1 slip in at the moment. I think Captain Tom Abel will probably make that 2. Hiya, can you just get rid of Q from down the cricket line, please? No problem, thank you. And so yes, he does take position at second slip. Brooks with his trademark headband, which is white. I presume he wears a colour. Does he wear a coloured one for white ball?
He used to wear a red one, didn't he, at one time? He used to have a red headband.
Comes into bowl. Round the wicket to Rose, who leaves that, and there's no run. 53 for 3. We'll talk about members for in a moment. At the moment I'm just having to deal with some other production issue. Okay, thank you. It's Brooks round the wicket to bowl. Oh, that one rather... Well, he's got 4 runs for it, Rose, but it rather leapt into him, and he ended up fending it away from his chest. He was looking to play a wide shot, but it came back at him. And in the end, he just almost took evasive action and pushed it away from his chest, and has got 4 to wide third. 57 for 3.
He controlled the shot really well in the end, because as you say, it was it didn't give him a lot of space and tucked him up, but just able to jab it away.
In comes Brooks to bowl, and it's left by Rose. 57 for 3. And so the high performance forum has been taking place in the 1882 sweep. I didn't even know where that was, so it took me a while to find it. That's left, there's no run.
No. Not
Anyway,
a clue, I only work here.
I found it. It's over there. Over there and down one. So it was interesting. I only caught snippets of it, so I don't propose to expand on it too much, and I don't propose to debate what was said, because I'll be here all night. But it was interesting. I mean, Stuart Kane was giving a fairly thorough briefing to members as Brooks comes round the wicket, and that's played to mid-on no runs. Stuart Kane, the chief executive here, and he was giving a fairly thorough briefing to members about where we are with the high performance review, what's been proposed, what's been discussed, and he was going to take soundings from the members. I hadn't got that far. He did hide behind a pillar at the point where he said mentioned one thing that might happen, but in a jocular way, obviously. But I'll just the most important thing I can give you from it, as Brooks comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to point that there's no run, is that they are recording it, or have recorded it, and they will put it all on the website, so you will be able to see it all for yourself on the website. And they also will put up the slides, which we couldn't really see anyway, to be honest. They'll put up the slides on the website that he was displaying. I would reckon there were a couple of 100 members there, so it was a good turnout. seemed to be a good-humoured meeting, but anyway, Stuart Kane was briefing. The things I heard, a couple of points to make. He did make the point, for what it's worth, that of the 16 proposals for this high performance, all designed to try and get better performances out of domestic players and obviously improve a better England team. He did make the point that 14 of the 16 proposals will have no impact on our schedule whatsoever. But obviously it's the two that will, that people are interested in.
Yeah.
Better do this over, then we'll
Okay.
pick it up again.
Cedric Cunningham bowls driven by Haynes into the offside, but can't beat wide mid-off, and there's no run.
So I'll expand a bit more once this over's out of the way. See, Cedric Khan will get through it fairly quickly. 57 for 3 here, Warwickshire.
He's in again and bowls, and Haynes turns to short leg. There's no run. Just giving it plenty of air, and Haynes playing it from the crease. Here's Khan again. He comes in, and back goes Haynes, gives himself, punches away into the offside. This time he will take the single out to a sort of wide mid-off. Has taken a big divot out of the turf in fielding. But they get one run. Haynes moves on to 26. And Rhodes is on 18. 58 for 3. Bright sunshine here. It's a lovely afternoon here in Birmingham, and bodes well for us to be able to get through a full day's play. As Khan in bowls, and it's defended back by Rhodes.
Just on this match, I note that Somerset 82 for 7. That was in the 36th over, so it was after 36 overs that things began to improve with the bat.
Rhodes again. Just playing it solidly into the onside, so Rhodes in no rush at all. He's faced 46 deliveries now. Haynes 62.
In the 28th over of the Warwickshire innings.
This one's pushed through a bit quicker, but Rhodes is there. It's the last ball of Khan's over, and just the single. 58 for 3.
So whether it got easier after the 36th over, I don't know, but Warwickshire might be fearing they can just keep this going a little bit longer and might then be able to start pushing the score on. So yes, so this forum, as I say, will be on the website so you can see it all. One of the points of which is already, I think, out in the public domain is that what the chairman have asked for and got is extra time to consult members and discuss everything. So we are now being told that they will not be making a decision very soon, and the indication seems to be that next season will be largely unchanged. There might be a little bit of tinkering here and there with the schedule, but it's going to be pretty much as it is. So we're probably looking at season after next when the changes come into play. But the chairman wanted more time to consult their members.
By consulting,
well, I'll come because Stuart Kane made quite a bold, I don't know, promise to the Warwickshire members he spoke to, as Brooks comes into bowl to Sam Haynes, and that beats Haynes. A good delivery, lifting delivery. He says they've always had this members forum now, which I'll put on the website. When the proposals are a little bit more concrete, they will have another one, and they will seek members' views, and they will feed those views back to the members' committee, who in turn will do a report based on the members' views, and the chairman will be mandated, says Stuart Kane, to vote according to what the members' committee say. That's going down the leg side. It's well taken by the wicketkeeper. There's no run. So, you know, I'm sure that will encourage the members that that's the case. He, so I don't propose to go into all because I didn't see it all, but he did say that there are 2 non-negotiables that have been agreed between not the two sides, but between various people. 2 non-negotiables. Brooks comes in to bowl, and this is pushed out to the onside. There's no run. One is that whatever is proposed will involve 18 counties. So Andrew Strauss and his group cannot decide we only want 12 counties, 6 will have to go. That won't happen, we're promised. The other thing is the 100 stays where it is. That's a non-negotiable as well. TV contracts.
In August.
In August,
yeah.
TV contracts
Yeah.
demand that.
Yeah.
Which we pretty much knew anyway that was going to be the case.
That-
So those
that-
two are non-negotiable.
And that makes sense,
Yeah.
having seen the 100 the way it was.
Brooks comes into bowl to Hayne, who defends that to mid-off. There's no run. And that's it really. And obviously they're talking about how they play the domestic schedule, a bit less cricket, and they're discussing what works best in terms of producing better players, but also ensuring that the counties are able to pay their bills and give enough cricket to the members. As that one is played to mid-on, there's no run. And the two competitions, I had to leave halfway through him talking about the T20 blast. You talked about the 50-over competition and one proposal, and the other thing he said, nothing is set in stone yet. One proposal is to play it in April, where you got most of your players available.
Yep.
It would be shortened somewhat as a competition. Brooks comes in to bowl to Hayne, and Hayne opens the face of the bat and runs it down to third. I think that's going to go all the way. It's been chased. It might be caught just inside the rope. Oh, it isn't. Oh dear.
Good try.
Oh, by the way, on your cable sweated debate, can I suggest numbers on trousers? Meanwhile, Anthony, who was that? Tom Abel. Of course it was. I should have worked that out myself. Sorry, but I think he deserves credit for the gallant chase, albeit that it proved unsuccessful. 62 for 3. Where was I? 50-over competition. Stuart Gain did say there is a counter argument being put forward, which I think is quite an interesting one. Is would that be the best method, or is it better to have it as it is now, as a sort of development competition where prospective England players might get their first taste of cricket the way it is at the moment? So that is a debate that's being had.
Well,
and he also, I'll let you describe this ball.
it's played back from Sergeant Khan back on again for his next over, played by Rhodes.
He did say there is an argument, do you scrap it all together? And the argument being that if you're a good 2020 player, you can probably play 50 over.
This one is pushed into the offside. Again, there's no run, and yet we're world champions at 50 overs.
Yeah, but that's the point. The question is, and we've had this debate for years, is do you actually have to play 50-over cricket to be good at international 50-over cricket?
Well, I've got an argument on
question.
that. This next one is pushed into the offside. You would think that being really good at T20 cricket would make you a good 100 player, and yet they don't seem to have got the same scoring rate. They don't seem to have played T20 and 100 in the same way. This one is pushed up to mid-on. Again, there's no run.
Maybe I didn't watch enough of the 100.
I was really disappointed with the scores and the way that they went about chasing, and a lot of the 100. This one is pushed into the onside. There's no run.
Anyway, those were the sort of discussion points. And he was halfway through talking about the T20 blast. Again, different thoughts about that. Do you reduce the competition?
In, and this one is worked, but straight to mid-wicket. Gets through and over quickly, and again, a nice tight little over, 62 for 3.
Do you reduce the competition and play maybe 10 matches, so 3 groups of 6, home and away, 5 home games as opposed to the current 7? If you did that, the idea is you play it in a tighter block, the group matches anyway, with no championship cricket in between. Or do you kind of keep it as it is, but play more games on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which of course would mean spreading it out somewhat, but would play, he was making the point, games on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday don't attract the same crowds as a weekend game. So that's as far as we got, and no doubt I didn't get as far as the championship, but we know, I think the suggestion is, do we have a smaller first division, something like 6 teams in the first division with 12. So anyway, it'll all be on the website. So that's where we were. But it was interesting to see a lot of members there. Jack Brooks comes into bowl and fire bracers there, and they were going to answer questions. Obviously I didn't get that far, so the other members will make their feelings known, but interesting. But it's good that the members were being consulted, whether they get their say in the end or not. At least they're being well informed, I think, as to where we are and what's being proposed and discussed.
I suppose in theory the members, if it's a members club, they ought to have some say in what the club goes forward with.
Is has played to back a square leg for a single. Is Warwickshire now, though? It's not really a
Well, I'm
members
not
only
sure,
club,
it's
is
not
it?
really,
I think
is it?
Lancashire is. I'm not sure what. But anyway, he did make that pledge to the members, which was an interesting one and an encouraging one.
I think the word members is somewhat outdated, to be honest. I think it's more subscribers rather than members.
But as I say, it was a comprehensive talk, and information will all be on the website, and we'll see where it goes. But what we do know, almost certainly, is that the bottom two teams of this first division will be playing the second division next season. It's Brooks Bowls, and that's played to point. There's no run, and that's what these players on both teams have to concentrate on right now. 63 for 3. Just to repeat, it will all be on the website at some point, the Warwickshire website, so you can watch it at your leisure. I think it's well worth it. I will sit down and watch the whole lot at some point.
This requires, for it to go through, overall, it requires 12 of the 18?
I don't know.
To vote
I'm
for
not
it?
sure. Jack Brooks to Will Rhodes. Pushes that back to Brooks, and there's no run. 63 for 3.
There was a very good discussion between Andrew Strauss, Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, and during the rain interval of the test
Was there
match,
much defence of the county championship in that?
yes, and some very, very good points made.
Who was defending it? That's going down the leg side as well, taken by the wicket-keeper. Rose may have missed out there. Nice little glance, would have probably got him 4, but he missed it completely.
I think Nasser Hussain was very much pro keeping the county championship. I think everybody sort of recognises the amount of cricket, and of course the opportunities for cricketers to go and play in competitions abroad, and putting all that in has put added strain on it in terms of the domestic programme.
That was another point that actually Stuart Kane made as Brooks comes to the ball round the wicket, and that's pushed to the offside, there's no run, is whether the whole contract system is going to change, and might we get to a stage where a player is contracted to an IPL team for 12 months and sort of hired out on a deal to counties and indeed to their international sides, and we might be going down. You talked about player power, and you're just talking about how you get the impression with top footballers they want to play in the World Cup, maybe the Euros, but actually they tend to get hamstring strains when any other England game comes along, or international game I should say. I'm not talking about England specifically, and they don't want to get in that position in cricket, but it could well happen with the franchise cricket around and the opportunities that players have got around the world. The temptation to go and play in a 10-over thrash in Singapore for thousands of dollars as opposed to playing in a test match will be strong.
And this is I think one of the points we're making is how marketable cricket is at the moment. Everybody wants cricket. Huge demand coming from all around the world for cricket, and so the product is one which they can sell, and people have got to take opportunities from it. It's short, and Hayne has nothing to do with it. Lets it go down the leg side. Not a great delivery, that one from Sanjit Khan, but he got away with it.
And just a note from me to Andrew Strauss.
Khan comes in and bowls, and Hayne defends.
And I say this fully understanding that he's got far more knowledge and authority than me. However, we haven't got a huge number of people here, but it is more than one man and a dog. And by the way, why one man and a dog? Why not one woman and a dog?
Exactly.
But there's a lot more than that here.
This one is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I would respect it more if I felt a lot of the people who I'm been listening to actually watch county cricket, but that may be contentious. This one is pushed forward, a shout for LBW. Hayne sort of lunged at that one, not out. Sits umpire.
I thought it was outside the line there. Sajid Khan really liked it, didn't he?
Yeah,
It was a
so
very
just watching it
vociferous appeal.
again. Yes, it may well have been. Yes, I think you're right.
Just
Clive.
not as far outside as I first thought, to be fair, so I get why the appeal came. I think it was the correct decision.
63 for 3. Sajid in bowls, and this one is pushed back again by Hayne. Very watchful Hayne, as he hones in towards his 1,000th run. What was it, 46? So he needs another 15 runs.
Might be 44, I have to check now. 46, thank you.
This is turned around the corner behind square, but straight to the field at end of another maiden. I shall make way for Anthony, who's got to... I'll give him a couple of seconds. Oh, he's got his microphone, so we're fine, and I'll join you later on.
$63 for 3, Warwickshire trying to rebuild, and I suppose there is the beginnings of a partnership here, maybe a little bit more than the beginnings. What have we got? It's actually 41 thus far, but rather like I was saying earlier, the Somerset's third wicket pair, what Warwickshire are going to make sure now is after this partnership, if they lose one, they don't suddenly lose 2 or 3 and find themselves back in trouble. They're just working their way back into this, turning into quite an intriguing contest, particularly with what's at stake. It is possible that both these teams could stay up and send Kent down, but there's a high chance that one of these, it won't be both of them, because Gloucestershire are almost certainly going to get one of the relegation places, but there's a high chance that one of these may go down. We might not have this fixture next season, which should be a shame, Anthony. Enjoy our fixtures at Taunton and here. There's no run there, by the way.
Yeah, it would be a shame. So did you pick up from your members forum whether there is a possibility that the 50 over cup might be rescheduled for next season?
I didn't get that far, no. I don't think that was...
I know they've said the county championship's going to be the same next season, but I'm not sure that applies to the Royal London.
This next one... Let's play back to the ball. But how can they reschedule unless they reschedule some of the championship, though? Really, when would they play it otherwise?
Well, no, I mean when I talk about rescheduling, there's going to be the same number of games at the county championship next season.
Yes, but it might be different times a year.
They could play the 50 over cup in April.
Well, that was the overall proposal, but there were counter arguments to that. So Brooks comes around the wicket to bowl. There's no run. I must admit, I have rather enjoyed the last couple of years of the Royal London One Day Cup. Warwickshire failed to qualify in both, but I've enjoyed the games. The crowds have actually been surprisingly not bad.
Yeah, we've had terrific crowds at Taunton for it, even though Somerset haven't done very well in it.
Well,
it's been good to see the younger players get their chance. But you know, if I was the sponsor, I wouldn't much like having my name attached to a development competition.
Brooks round the wicket bowls, and that's worked away onto the onside by Rose. Oh, it's another misfield there.
George Bartlett, the guilty party.
So the ground fielding has not been quite to the standard that they might expect, and it's 4 runs, 67 for 3. Rose on to 22. He's in reasonable form of late after a fairly long period out of form. And Sam Hayne's been in good form throughout the season. So Somerset, if they can get one of these and get them going again, but they get to that stage where they're pretty keen to get a wicket now. 2 slips in place, Brooks round the wicket bowls, and it's turned round to square leg by Rose. Doesn't get it round enough to be able to get a run. It remains 67 for 3.
Fielded it is Casey Aldridge. I'd like to see Aldridge given a go, I must say. Not sure that...
Tall chap, isn't he?
He is. 6'4", 6'5", something like that. Similar to Henry Brooks.
Ollie Hannon Dolby will be... actually might be slightly taller than that. But, anyway, in comes Brooks, who doesn't seem to have been overly troubled by the sore knee he had earlier. That's played to mid-wicket for no run. And he's taking his sweatband off at the end of the over. 67 for 3. Does he wear that almost to look more aggressive, do you think, that headband? Just given that slightly aggressive...
Well, I think, I mean, you got it right when you said it's become his trademark. I think probably when he first wore it, when he first came into the side at Northants, he had more hair than he does now. And it did serve a sort of useful purpose in keeping his hair out of his eyes, but it's become a fashion accessory.
Saji Khan obviously doesn't need one.
No. Yes, he's got quite a gleaming dome on him as Saji Khan. He's going to be bowling to Sam Hayne. He's on 31. He's in and bowls, and Hayne drives. but doesn't time it. Picked up by the ebullient Sajid Khan. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's got an action that is all his own. He's in, bowling round the wicket. Sorry, over the wicket to the right hand.
Is he here for the duration of the season now?
Yep. He and Imam will play, assuming they stay fit, will play last 2 games against Northants at Taunton next week, and then Kent at Canterbury the week after. He's in a bowl shorter and quicker and turned into the onside Goldsworthy Fields.
Gosh, that game against Kent could be nice and tense, couldn't it?
Yeah. It could. I think whether Somerset survive or not is going to depend an awful lot on Craig Overton's fitness. This is tossed up from Sajid, and single is taken up to a deepish mid-on. He is such a force in county cricket, Craig Overton, and Somerset are a much better side with him leading the attack. And we just hope and pray that he's going to be fit enough to do that. I know he's working as hard as he possibly can to get himself fit. Sajid going around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, turns it to George Bartlett. Was that a chance? Let's watch the replay. If it was a chance, it was a very difficult one. Low down to his left, came off the face of the bat. Just watching it now. No, it didn't quite carry to him as Rhodes makes room for himself. Good piece of fielding this time by Casey Aldridge, keeps them down to just a single. End of the over, 69 for 3, 32 to Hayne and 23 to Rhodes.
Oh, Grace has returned. You ready to rumble, Grace? Grace Ballinger will come back into the commentary position.
2 batsmen conferring in mid-pitch, and Casey Aldridge is indeed going to be brought into the attack. Not before time.
Casey Aldridge.
After 34 overs, he's had a long wait to be given his chance. Tends to bowl better away from Taunton than he does at Taunton. You won't have seen Casey Aldridge before, I dare say, Grace?
No, I don't think I have, no, so yeah, interested to see how he goes. You say he bowls similar to Henry Brooks.
He's got a nice, easy action. He always looks to me as if he could bowl a little bit faster than he actually does if he really wanted to slip himself. He's just going to have the one slip as a close catcher, which suggests that Somerset are going to try and dry up the flow of runs. Not that it's much of a flow of runs at the moment. 69 for 3 off 34 overs, just fractionally over 2 runs and over. But Somerset will want to keep this as tight as they possibly can, keep the pressure on, and pressurise the batters into making mistakes. He's all yours, Grace.
It will be 2 slips, 3rd man and a long leg as Casey Aldridge comes in to bowl his first ball, right arm round the wicket, and sharp delivery to start, just a bit straight as it gets flicked round to the long leg boundary, and Will Rhodes will get back for 2.
Well, Somerset seamers persisting with this round the wicket angle to the left-hander, which I'm not keen on, I must say. It's all right for a vary it, but it's
hasn't really worked as of yet, has it?
no.
To Will Rhodes. Casey's in, and this one just back of a length and left alone by Rhodes. Wasn't too far from the off stump, I'd say. It's a good ball. Yeah, it's interesting that they obviously keep the slips in, but they're coming round the wicket and trying to angle it in, so I
suppose he's hoping, to get it to hold its own, but not much sign of it so far from Josh Davey or Jack Brooks, who've been bowling from this pavilion end this afternoon.
Aldridge getting the back of a length and down the leg side, and a diving stop to the right by Rue. Gets a glove on it, but it will only be 1.
50 partnership. It's taking some time, but it's doing the job for Warwickshire at the moment, these two.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed, isn't it? Sam Hain and Will Rose just sticking around, and it's been slow, 50 off 124 balls, but after 3 quick wickets being lost in the morning session, it's good to start to rebuild.
Casey Aldridge has 10 wickets in 5 matches before this one in the county championship. Best of 4 for 61.
Back over the wicket to Sam Hain then, and the 2 slips still in play, and this one back for length takes Hain back onto the back foot, but defended into the offside.
Got that 4 for 61 in the second innings against Surrey. Just looks so much more comfortable bowling over the wicket, doesn't he?
You're right, he's got a nice action, hasn't he?
Nice easy flowing action.
Runs in from a relatively wide angle, and this one is straight, a bit fuller than the last, and again Hain comes forward and smothers it well.
Doesn't use his trailing arm, his left arm, as much as he might do. Just keeps it in fairly sort of neutral position in his delivery stride, but gets nicely side on. He's been working on that.
It's a good start so far. 2 runs from the over as he comes in, and that one wraps him on the pad and it looks good. It's a big appeal, but
don't know whether there might be a little bit of inside edge.
Casey Aldridge looks back in vain. Well, it's an encouraging start for him, and Warwickshire 72 for 3.
Maybe just no. I think he just got outside off stump. I think that's what saved him. I think he would probably have hit the stumps, but I think he just got his pad outside off stump, which wouldn't be surprising given how much he moves across his stumps as Sam Hain. And he just asked his skipper for his opinion on that LBW, what he was doing wrong. Sajid Khan's going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. Bowled 6 overs for 8 runs. Hasn't looked particularly threatening. Hasn't turned it as much as Jayant Yadav did yesterday. Tosses this one up and played from the crease by Will Rhodes. We've got forward short leg and a slip, the close catches. Backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid off. Mid-wicket, mid-on, as this is turn to mid-on to Tom Abel. The Somerset skipper is very quickly around to his left to do the fielding. And Will Rhodes spotted that it was Tom Abel and very quickly retreated back into his crease.
Yeah, I think they would have taken a single there on other occasions, but Abel's so quick to the ball.
Sajid is in and bowls, and Rhodes is forward, playing it back to the bowler. He wastes absolutely no time. Sajid Khan, I timed him last when in the game against Gloucestershire at 1 minute 27 seconds to bowl an over. Admittedly, it was a maiden over, as this is well cut off by Casey Aldridge. Good piece of fielding, good throw as well, when he was still almost down on the ground. Still managed to get it back to James Root, right over the top of the stumps. Lewis Gregory applauding Casey Aldridge's efforts. He's for a big fast bowler, he's a very, very good fielder in the Overton tradition. 73 for 3. Somerset need a wicket. His partnership is worth 51 so far. Sajid Khan in and bowls, gives this one a little bit of air. Played it hard into the ground by Rhodes, picked up by Bartlett from short leg. It's Tom Abel, you can hear, come on boys. Clapping his hands. He's there at that shortish mid-wicket position, as this is played defensively by Sam Hain. End of a rapid Sajid Khan over. 73 for 3 at the end of it, and Khan has none for 9 in 7 overs.
Doesn't seem to be turning as much, does it, now? The wicket seems far better for batting than it was yesterday.
Yeah, I think yesterday it got easier as the day wore on, and I think the same is happening here today. So Somerset badly need to break this partnership.
Seems like there's a lot in it with the new ball, doesn't it? And then as the ball softens, just getting slightly easier.
Tom Abel having a word with his bowler, and he goes back to take up his position at second slip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, saving 1.
Aldridge in and angling into Will Rhodes, who flicks it into the leg side and takes a quick single to mid-on. Well ran there by Will Rhodes, who's been good between the wickets.
Well, I said saving 1, but they didn't save 1 there, did they? With George Bartlett at mid-on, a little bit back on his heels.
Looks like there might be some school kids here, I think, down there, signing some autographs as Aldridge is in again, and that's just played off the face well by Hayne out to that third man boundary. Jogs a single.
Yeah, they're rotating the strike well, these two. Making it that a little bit more difficult for the bowlers to keep a consistent line. Switching from over the wicket to round the wicket.
Aldridge into his run-up again, and this one fuller and turned again to mid-on by Will Rhodes, but this time no single is able to be taken.
This time he did save the 1. He was a little bit more on his toes that time, George Bartlett. He can appear a bit lackadaisical, a bit languid, but he's a good fielder. Seen him take some stunning catches.
Aldridge in again and back for length, pushing Rhodes back, defensive shot into the offside.
Yeah, it's Sajid Khan down there signing autographs for the schoolboys.
He's got plenty to sign.
Yeah, in front of the Barnes stand.
How they managed to get the day off school? Maybe the PE teachers
Perhaps
brought them.
yeah, I was going to say perhaps it's a school trip.
It's Aldridge back of a length again and turned into the leg side. There's a gap at deep square. They should get 2. They do. Well found gap, and they look to get back for 3. It's very good running. Didn't look like they'd be able to get 3 there, but ran 1 to the arm of Jack Brooke and brings Hayne on to strike.
Yeah, it's a long boundary, just about the longest boundary on the ground. Somerset just going a little bit flat at the moment.
Aldridge bowls and looks like it. Ooh, good length. Hit that difficult length that some of the Warwickshire bowlers found from the pavilion end earlier, and I think Hayne left it in the end, but just hit that nagging area.
It just seems to be that spot, doesn't it? Just short of a length outside the off stump, and he did his best to get an edge there, did Sam Hayne, rather following that delivery as it jagged away from him and bounced. Gets away with it, 78 for 3. Hayne on 33, Rhodes on 30. Casey Aldridge bowled 2 overs for 7 runs. Sajid Khan, who bowled a lot of overs against Gloucestershire. 60 to be precise. He's in and bowls, and it's his turn to Bartlett at short leg, who doesn't field it cleanly, but it wasn't a chance, went straight down off bat of Will Rhodes. Reminds me of an email I've had from Steve Pittard, which I'll see if I can retrieve. Sajid Khan doesn't offer much of an interlude in between deliveries. Another good stop by Casey Aldridge. That's run down towards third man. It'll just be a single.
See what he's trying to do there, Will Rhodes, just making the most of that gap at third man, but Casey Aldridge doing well both times to get round and prevent any further runs in a single.
Khan to Sam Hain, tosses this one right up, and it's turned to backward square leg. Where Lewis Goldsworthy? Yes, Steve Pittard, retired landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi in Somerset, better known as Eli, says in the Gloucestershire game, Sajid Khan bowled the most overs as he bowls another ball to Hain, who defends the most overs in a match by a Somerset debutant in the last 30 years. Previously, Murali Kartik bowled 53.5 overs. As this goes past Bartlett at short leg, and they take a single, take the score on to 80 for 3. Kartik bowled 53.5 overs against Yorkshire in 2010. So he's had a good bowl since he joined Somerset for that game against Gloucestershire, and he's got a feisty today. 53 not out. He's in bowling to the left-handed Rhodes, who turns this into the onside, and they take a quick single as that ball finds the gap between the two Toms, Lammonby and Abel, and 81 for 3 at the end of that over. 34 to Hain and 31 to Rhodes. The other stat that Steve provided with me was that should James Rew bat for 16 minutes, he will have batted for 9 hours in total since his last championship dismissal. Sadly, he was out first ball.
That's ruined. Casey Aldridge then looks like he'll be continuing with this round the wicket plan. They're not giving up on it, are they? Much to your disdain.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you switch to round the wicket if you've got a left-hander, or?
Well, I bowl left arm, so it's a bit different.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. But if you left hand, right hand, I'll come back to that after this.
Aldridge in, and that one beats the edge of Will Rhodes, a bit fuller and a bit more pace on it, and just carries through to Rew.
Do you bowl one side for a left-hander and the other side for a right-hander?
Early on in the power play, I'll stay over the wicket to both and swing it into the right-hander away from the left-hander, but at the death I'll often come round the wicket to the right-hander, but I'll always stay over to left-handers really. Aldridge back to the end of his mark, just the one slip in place now as he bowls, and that one slightly back for length, pushed into the leg side by Rhodes.
Do you find it just as easy bowling around the wicket as over the wicket? Or do you have to, you're thinking about running on the pitch?
I used to get told by the umpires a lot about running on the pitch, but luckily I've stopped doing that now. Yeah, I've just looked to go into the hip, kind of, to the right-hander from around the wicket, just create a slightly different angle. Aldridge bowls, and again slightly back for length, and again pushed in. Back to the bowler, in fact, by Will Rhodes.
Well, Somerset have got a left-arm seamer in their ranks, Tom Lammonby. We haven't seen him bowl yet. Again, I don't think he's used as much as he should be, Tom Lammonby, because it's nothing like a change of angle to make the batsman's life a little bit more difficult.
Always useful to have, I think, left armers in your side. As Aldridge is in, and this one is again slightly back of a length. Finding that length here, Aldridge, that Henry Brooks found yesterday and left alone by Will Rhodes.
Yeah, nod of appreciation there from Will Rhodes, that ball from Casey Aldridge. Generates good pace from this nice, easy approach.
I see what you mean, that you think he could maybe bowl slightly quicker. Looks like he's got capacity to bowl pretty fast.
Yeah.
Goes through his action again, and this one back of a length and down leg side, and Rhodes connects well, but it will just be one out to that long leg fielder. brings Rhodes on to 33 not out alongside Sam Haynes at 34. 2 slips in play then for the right-handed Sam Haynes.
Still going along at just slightly over 2 runs and over. Warwickshire, so no great excitement at the moment. It's a solid partnership as Warwickshire look to build the runs.
Case balls, and this one straight and just squares up Hayne a little bit, but manages to get it through the cover gap and rotate the strike, and end of the over. Warwickshire 83 for 3.
Match is being played in a good spirit. Lots of chats between bowlers and batsmen, or fielders and batsmen. Here comes the Warwickshire 12th man with a drink for Sam Hayne. Drinks for both of the batters. 83 for 3. Lewis Gregory tosses the helmet to George Bartlett, who'll go in at short leg, Gregory at slip. Gregory the pick of the Somerset bowlers in this innings so far, 2 wickets for him. Josh Davey just going into position at cover point. Plenty of gaps on the offside, just the 2 saving 1. Khan is in and bowls to Hayne, who comes and plays that across his front pad to Tom Abel, fielding at short mid-wicket. At the heart of events, Somerset skipper. Khan to Hayne. This is shorter and quicker. Played again to Abel, who's quickly onto it.
He's quick round the field, isn't he? Somerset skipper.
Yeah, he's leads by example in the field. Khan in and bowls. This is again turned up to Jack Brooks. And they take a single. Jack Brooks a little bit deep at mid-on. Didn't give the ball the charge, concentrated on making the stop, realised that Hayne would be comfortably home. 84 for 3. No wicket has fallen since lunch. T, I think, will be, I'll come back to that after this, from Khan. This is cut away into the offside, but Imam will field at extra cover. I suppose T will be taken when 36 overs remain, probably. Or it may be a fixed time, as that's played up to mid-on and there won't be a run. 52 overs remain in a day's play, so could be around about 10 to 4. This is run down to third man, not far away from Lewis Gregory at slip, who anticipated that shot well, but nicely executed by Will Rhodes, and they take a single fielded by Casey Aldridge at short third man. 85 for 3 at the end of the 40th over of the day, 52 overs remaining in the day's play. So perhaps T at 3. I think that's what my money would be on, 340.
Would be on time, wouldn't it? That'd be on schedule. I think they're about level on over 8.
Somerset normally bowl their overs pretty quickly, even without the assistance of Sajid Khan, who does bowl his overs very quickly. I think at one stage against Gloucestershire they were nine overs ahead of the required rate.
Aldridge in again, just the 1 slip for Rhodes now, as that is good ball, good length, and played defensively by Rhodes. Where's that 1 slip just dropped into? It's dropped into that mid-wicket region.
Yes, that's the skipper.
Aldridge in once again, and again back for length, and busy in the in that mid-wicket region, but I think with him bowling round the wicket to the left hand of that field makes more sense. If he's trying to angle it into him and...
Yeah, if he gets one that just stops a little bit and bounces, he'd splice it to Tom Abel at short mid-wicket, who's in a catching position.
It's Aldridge. And he again bowls down leg side, but just turned to long leg by Will Rhodes for a comfortable single. Looked like Tom Lammonby was just turning his arm over there in the field, whether he's just subtly hinting to his skipper.
He bowled very well against Gloucestershire last week. Very economical. Yep, it looks like he's going to be brought into the attack. Good.
Back over the wicket and back with 2 slips in. It's the right-handed Hayne who's brought forward. Plays a defensive stroke with soft hands. He's bowling well here, Casey Aldridge. He's hitting a good line, good length. Hasn't bowled too many loose balls as of yet. Runs in from wide to the right-hander. He bowls and this one's full, 2 falls. It flicked round by Sam Hayne, but should be cut off before the boundary, and is cut off with just 1 run by Khan. He's done well out there.
Yeah, good piece of fielding, good throw as well on the bounce to James Rue.
Again, the field moves with the left-hander being brought back onto strike. In comes Casey Aldridge. Full on the stumps and edged by Rhodes, but third man is out there and again does a tidy piece of field and then will just be 1 run. Warwickshire 88 for 3.
Yeah, not much happening for Somerset at the moment. They're keeping the runs down. Good accurate bowling, but the batsmen haven't been playing and missing to any great extent, just the odd ball going past the outside edge. Tom Lammonby is indeed going to bowl from the Birmingham end. He's got a fine mane of hair on him. He's wearing a sort of Alice band in the game against Gloucestershire. He doesn't seem to put it on yet.
He needs a headband like Jack Brooks.
Yeah, he does. Just sweeping his light brown oh yeah, there it goes. There goes his headband. Just to keep his hair out of his eyes. He's got a modest record in first-class cricket with the ball, Tom Lammonby. 11 first-class wickets to his name, and they've cost him 43.5. Best figures of 3 for 35. But as I said, he bowled well against Gloucestershire last week. Going to have 2 slips, a catching short mid-wicket. He's in now and bowls and brings this one into Rhodes, bowling left arm over the wicket. Got that slight limp. He's got this ankle, his right ankle is been troubling him all season really, but it doesn't prevent him from bowling. He's bowling to the left-handed Rhodes. He's there now and bowls outside the off stump. He looks quite painful, but he's okay, I think. Well, I know he's okay. Tom Abel said to me that he thought he puts it on a bit.
A bit dramatic.
Yeah.
There's always a few in the team, isn't there?
Tom Abel, we haven't seen him bowl yet. It's another option that he has up his sleeve. This is too far outside the off stump from Lammonby, who bowls at a lively medium pace, sort of mid-70s, something like that.
Hasn't threatened Will Rhodes as of yet, has he? Just a little bit wide, as you say.
Lammonby from the Birmingham end, he's in to bowl to Rhodes. He's there and bowls, and Rhodes does have to play a shot at this as it's angled into him, but only as far as Lewis Goldsworthy, who's fielding at mid-wicket. 88 for 3. 131 in arrears, Warwickshire, but with 7 wickets in hand. Lammonby's in and bowls, and this one just stops a little bit and comes off, I think, a bit of a leading edge out into the offside. No harm done. 2 runs taken, 90 for 3. And Rhodes goes past Sam Hain. He has 38 to Hain's 37. So Clive Eakin will come in to do his 3 o'clock report. Lammonby from the Birmingham end into Rhodes. This is a good ball, stoutly defended. On off stump. End of the over. Just the 2 runs from that Tom Lammonby over. 90 for 3. 42 overs have been bowled. 50 overs remain in the day's play, light permitting. It's pretty good at the moment.
Decent effort from these two. Seem to have stemmed the early onslaught. Warwickshire reduced to 22 for 3. With Yates, Davis and Sibley all out for single figures. Oh no, are they asking about the ball here? I think it's the first time in this match that this happened.
Yep, it is the first time.
It's 42 overs old. And the umpires are having a look at it. And having a chat. Do they have those little gauge things in county cricket? You see
they do, yeah.
So I'll see if it fits through there. Yeah. It looks like it's carry on.
Nice try, Tom. It's being tossed to Casey Aldridge.
Tall number 5 for Somerset. I still hope to get one, then another. Oh, they'll be back in a strong position again, but they're being held up at the moment by 2 experienced players. Right arm over to Hain, who works out into the offsides. Found a gap there, Sam Hain. It won't go all the way, but he will claim a couple of runs. And takes the score to 92 for 3. Tom Lammonby getting back into position in the covers after doing the chasing there. Next one is turn round, not a clean contact from Hain, but he's got it down to fine leg. The fielder at wide leg comes round the field, and Hain gets 2 more runs. He will probably say he doesn't know what he needs to get 1,000, but he will.
I'm sure he does.
He will.
I'm sure he does.
The amount of cricketers have done. Oh, I don't really follow their stats. I remember Jeetan Patel doing it to me once, and I told him how many wickets he got, and he corrected me. He said he had 2 more. Aldridge comes into pole. To Hain, who plays that nicely to mid-wicket, but a good diving stop there. .94 for 3. update coming up. So, Aldridge comes into bowl. To Hayne. Clips that away nicely. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are managing some sort of recovery on the second day of their county championship match against relegation rivals Somerset. Replying to the away team's total of 219, they're now 95 for 3. They were 22 for 3 when Sam Hayne and Will Rhodes came together. They struggled initially but have battled on and have settled down pretty well now. Still the occasional ball causing them problems, but they're playing with growing confidence, albeit still fairly carefully. Sam Hayne on 42 is 4 runs away from bringing up his 1,000 runs in the championship this season. Rhodes is on 38. There's a appeal there for caught behind down the leg side, and it is given, which Will Rhodes does not like at all. But he has gone for 38, and Warwickshire 95 for 4.
Yep. Neil Mallender thought long and hard about it. Didn't put his finger up straight away.
I think Will Rhodes feels he should have thought a little bit longer. That's 4 catches, isn't it, for
James Rue?
Well, maybe that's the sort of break that Somerset needed.
Yeah, it's unlucky, wasn't it?
I think from his reaction, it probably was the wrong call, but that's cricket, I'm afraid. It happens, and he was just disappointed to get caught down the leg side. Well, I got the impression he was a bit surprised the finger went up, but it's gone up, and now it's important that Warwickshire don't allow 1 or 2 to go in quick succession, and we are seeing Jayant Yadav. That's first innings for Warwickshire.
Not sure that the bowler can claim very much credit for that wicket. I don't think he was bowling for a nick off down the leg side. He just got his line wrong. So a bit of a bonus there for Somerset.
It's a partnership of 73 for the 4th wicket, which is the biggest partnership of the match so far by either side. It's given Warwickshire a decent chance of getting the first innings honours, but still plenty of work to do for that. There's still, 124 behind.
Bang bang, yeah, go bang bang, that's what they say. Hope springs eternal.
Sajid Khan just gave Yadav a nice little touching gloves there as he walked past him. That's good. Good spirit between the players. So, I'll do this one, then you can take it up. This one. Aldridge comes into bowl, and oof, Yadav. Like so he was taking evasive action, but then he sort of dropped his bat down a little bit close to the ball. But anyway, he survives it, and at the end of that over, a successful over for Somerset. Warwickshire 95 for 4.
Yeah, some energetic scraping at the bowling crease by Casey Aldridge, who, like a lot of tall fast bowlers, does tend to have problems with footholds. Probably blame that for the ball that went down the leg side that accounted for Will Rhodes. Somerset have still got Sam Hayne to remove. Major obstacle to their progress.
He's been out in his 90s twice in recent games. Hayne was out for 99 in one, and then he got a shocker on 96 in another game.
Shocking decision.
Yeah. I'm afraid so.
LBW or
caught behind.
Caught behind, oh dear. Well, it does happen, I'm afraid.
It does, yeah. And you take the rough the smooth. There have been plenty of times in his career when he survived one. When
Marcus Trescothick's last innings, as it turned out, at Guildford, he was given out caught behind off his thigh pad, and the umpire actually apologised to him. He'd always did nothing whatever to assuage the hurt. There's Lambie's in the bowls, and this is turned down to Aldridge at long leg for a single. 96 for 4. Hayne moves on to 43. motorbike.
That's, Will Rose on his bike out of here after being dismissed, probably. Sat up on the skyline for a while, very high up to our right. It's a great view from up there.
Here's Lammerby and bowls to Yadav, who plays that off open face to Goldsworthy. Back of point, just the one slip.
I'll tell you what though, if you suffer any sort of vertigo, you don't want to look over the side of the skyline there. It's just make you feel a bit dizzy.
Yeah, it's high up, isn't it?
It is. I actually saw the final day of the test match when they're letting people in free from that vantage point.
96 for 4 as Lammerby is in and bowls to Yadav, who plays around his front pad. Back to the bowler. Lammerby in his second over just went for 2 runs off his first, bowling left arm fast medium over the wicket.
Looks like the umpire suggesting to him he's getting a bit close to overstepping.
James Middlebrook is going and having a meaningful look. Lammerby in and bowls to Yadav. Good straight ball. Met with a good straight defensive bat. Yadav's got a modest first-class career with the bat. This is his 65th first-class game. He averages 25.5, 3 centuries and 9 50s, but a most impressive high score of 211.
Yeah, I think he's billed as a bowling all-rounder rather than a all-rounder as such.
Lammerby in and bowls. This is driven through the offside. Lovely shot, played with a flourish. And an unavailing dive at extra cover from Josh Davey. That was beautifully timed. And that's the 100 up for Warwickshire, 100 for 4 in the 44th over.
He's coming ahead of Michael Burgess, mind you. I might just be, I'm the overseas pro, so you wait your turn, mate. I don't know. But,
it was a quite a wide half volley from Lammerby. Didn't get his foot all the way across, but handsome shot. Lammerby to Yadav again, and this time he plays it up to mid-on, mid-off even, where Sajid Khan comes across quickly to make the stop. There's no run. 100 for 4 at the end of that Lammerby over. He's bowled 2 overs for 7 runs. And we're going to have a bowling change from the pavilion end with Lewis Gregory coming back into the attack.
okay. Phil will pop in.
It's a bit hard on Casey Aldridge, isn't it?
Take a wicket
one over and then you're taken off for the next.
Should we bring Phil back in, Anthony? Fancy a little break?
Absolutely.
Notable pick-up pace and for Warwickshire, the second 50. Well, the 100's come off 263 balls, which means the second 50, in which they lost just the 1 wicket, has come in 108 balls compared to 155 for the first. So still not lightning fast, but a little under 3 and over with the second 50. 100 for 4, Warwickshire. First target is to try and get up to Somerset's total, and then if they can get beyond it. They'll feel well set. Gregory is coming. Who's Gregory then? He was 2 for 32. Coming to bowl to Hayne. Just the 1 slip in place now for Hayne. And he comes to the bowl, and Hayne works that down to 5 leg. That takes him to 998. Not in the innings, but in the season. 101 for 4.
I think you were having a discussion before. Does he know where he's at? I'm sure he does.
Yeah, what I was suggesting was he'd probably tell you he doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm sure he does. But you should see if there's any applause from the Warwickshire change room, assuming he gets these 2 runs. What he could do is confuse us all by hitting a 6, and then we'll be applauding his 50 anyway. Important phase of the game. I feel this is. Warwickshire can get another partnership going, they'll start to feel they're getting on top of some. A couple of wickets.
Yeah.
Right back in it. Oh, that's gone past Yadav's outside edge. 1 for 4, and James Ruin, I'll be thinking, I might have been out for first ball, but can I get all 10 catches in the innings?
Just watching the replay on that, he almost held the shot there. I don't think he actually played at it in the end. He lunged forward at it, but held the bat well away and let it go through. And my first reaction was he'd played and missed, but I think given the benefit, he actually did withhold the bat from it outside the off stump.
Gregory made 60 in the Somerset innings, still the highest individual score of the match. That's played down to fine leg by Yadav. I think he got bat on that. We'll get confirmation in a mo. It's 1 run onto the Warwickshire total, and it is indeed 1 run to the India player. He's on to 5. Very eloquently when I spoke to him last night about his aims and hopes. I did say to him after the interview, if you come back and take 5 wickets against England now here, it's all Warwickshire's fault. But he wants to come and learn the playing different conditions and a bit of experience of slightly different games. That's played down to fine leg for a single by Hayne. As is his wont, he walks. It's a slightly irritating habit sometimes of walking his runs. And he actually did have to scamper a little bit in the end, but he gets there. He's on 45. Yeah, he's talking about taking his learnings from here, and also not only to learn himself, but teach others when he gets back home. Playing English conditions, the overcast conditions are the big difference.
How old is he?
Oh, now you're asking.
I don't know. I must be honest, I didn't know a huge amount about him.
He seemed quite a young man, but
well, they all do.
Well, yeah, when you get to my age, everyone's. That one is worked out, and to the offside, he sprinted through for a single. It's good work for these two, just keeping the scoreboard going. Did confirm it's Jayant, by the way. It's actually 32, so it's a bit older than I thought. 6 test matches so far.
I thought he played more than that.
6 test matches, 16 wickets, 2 ODIs. Sam Hayne, forward defensive, an appeal for LBW, probably hit the pad, and maybe the bowler's arguing that Hayne tucked the bat behind the pad and therefore wasn't offering the shot. Gregory is still down on one knee. Still wondering whether the umpire might make a later decision. Yeah, he's getting up a bit gingerly now. Of course, he did hurt his knee early in the game, so that might have been actually what was happening there. This just took a little bit of time to get up with his sore knee. 104 for 4 at the end of the 45th over. Hayne on 45, Yadav on 6.
He probably knew Sam Hayne was on 999 and wanted to get him out at that point. He was convinced there, wasn't he, that he got pad first. Anyway. Jack Brooks comes back into the attack at the Birmingham end. He don't remember his spell, not a very long one. Brooks to bowl, and he'll be bowling 2 to Yadav, who is on 6. Haynes on 45, 104 for 4. So we reckon about 20 to 4. There's 47 overs remaining in the day, so...
Yes, and I should of course have all these balls off pattern, but...
I think it's going to be a bit later than that, you know.
Well...
This is cut away by Yadav into the offside, but also he does the fielding, there's no run.
When they walk off, it's tea.
Yeah. 104 for 4 it remains. 115 is the deficit, so Warwickshire not quite got to halfway yet.
Elsewhere, Yorkshire, who might be considered relegation rivals of these two, do we face a first innings deficit? They're not going too badly today.
This next one is driven, but straight to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run.
They have Essex 192 for 7. Essex probably not completely out of championship contention, though they need a lot to go their way. They lead by 58. Surrey, who are... It looks like it's between Hampshire and Surrey, but Surrey are not having their own way at all at Northampton. Having seen Northants reach 339, Surrey are now 94 for 4.
Brooks in, driven straight back into the stumps, turned back into the stumps by Jack Brooks. This straight drive, in fact actually I don't think he did get a hand to it. Now I've seen the replay, it takes what would be the off stump to the right hander at the non-striker's end out of the ground, but and it evaded Brooks's outstretched hand.
Credit to Sam Hay, he stayed back in his crease anyway, so he would have been alright.
It's all academic. Next one, he's tucked down to his run down to third man by Yadav, just opened the face and guided it down to third man for a single.
Worcestershire well on top at Hove in the second division, 268 for 2. They already lead by 48 runs. Jake Libby is 133 not out.
Did Ed Pollock get his 100?
Oh, I don't know.
He was on 98 just
he
before
was
lunch.
on runs. He wasn't the last player out, so I'm going to have to really study this now. He got 98. He went out for 98. That's a shame.
Brooks in, bowls and through to the keeper. That was a curse for him. We didn't help him at all there. Not that we have any influence, but he was 98 not out. And we said, oh, another 100 for.
It's good to see him in runs anyway. Durham 93 without loss in reply to Leicester's just 202 at Leicester, and Glamorgan building a first innings. Middlesex building a first innings lead, 240 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 214. England's women play later, 6 o'clock start against India.
Brooks bowls. Hayne is again defending this into the onside. He can't get that one run he needs to complete his 1,000 for the summer. Stays on 105 for 4.
And my second congratulations, by the way, to Warwickshire's Amy Jones, who's captaining England in this series. She's already led them to 1 victory. Captain, wicketkeeper. The Alex Stewart of England's women. 105 for 4. And Somerset would love at least one more before tea. Very much keep them in it. If this pitch gets easier as the game goes on, which tends to be the case, it could be very interesting in the third and fourth innings of this match. I suspect there's not going to be a lot between them at the end of the first. Gregory comes into bowl, and that's worked out to the offside by Yadav. Oh, I said he found a gap, but it's well cut off. Lammerby with the stop. Fine stop by Tom Lammerby.
No. Recognisable by his orange-soled boots when he goes running.
You can't see him now, though.
No, you can't when he's not moving very fast. No.
It was a single there to Yadav anyway, so he's on 2.
And his long hair.
Yep. And 1 slip in place as Gregory. 2 of the 4 wickets to fall so far. Comes into bowl, Hayne defends. And Gregory picks the ball up.
Sam Haynes is in no hurry to get this 1,000th run. He's very watchful.
I think he'll feel if Warwickshire are to get a decent first innings lead, it's probably going to need a big score from him. There are still plenty of capable batters to come. We just feel that if others can play around him, if he can get a big score, it might put Warwickshire in an authoritative position. He pushes that one onto the onside. Oh, hesitating, the first 2 hesitations there. They get the run comfortably in the end, but Hayne raises his hand to apologise. Yadav gives him the thumbs up, but there was 2 stop-starts between the pair of them there before they eventually went through. For Sam Hayne, here's it announced. There it is, 1,000th championship run of the season, not just first class. And that's applauded around the ground. Well done to Sam Hayne. He is the 3rd player to do it in the first division. The others being Ben Compton was first to get there. Keaton Jennings has also just got over that mark. 5 players have done it in the second division. I'll list them in a moment. Gregory comes into bowl. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge of Yadev. There's no run. Sam Northeast of Glamorgan, Wayne Madsen and Sham Masood of Derbyshire, Chet Bajara of Sussex and Ben Duckett of Notts have all done it in the second division, but only 3 players, including Sam Hain, have reached that mark in the first division so far this season.
He's pretty much like to be the only Warwickshire player to achieve it.
He is, yes, yeah, unless Michael Burgess has a couple of really big scores.
Yeah.
So, well done, Sam Hain. As in comes Gregory, and Yadav leaves that one. And it's 107 for 4. And, sun out. Well, Sam Hain has done it in 10 matches, by the way, so this is Warwickshire's, this is their 13th game, so he's missed 3. So he's done it in 10 matches, an average of around about, as Gregory comes into bowl, there's a 4 defensive, there's no run. As things stand, his average is approaching 77, which is pretty decent. Michael Burgess is on 745, so if he were to have a couple of really big scores, he might get there, but not very likely, I wouldn't have thought.
Just possible. He's got 3 games, 6 innings still, which he can go. Yeah, he's still got outside chance. But one of those has got to be a big 100, isn't it? Jack Brooks will continue at the Birmingham end. The crowd sitting enjoying the sunshine today down at the Birmingham end. But, we've had a couple of games back in here in August during the Royal London Cup where that crowd down that end of the ground was very, very thin with the heat. It was so hot out on those steps. Here's Brooks in and bowls, and this is flicked away nicely by Hain. Way through backward square leg. He's going to get 4 runs for it in the end because Aldrich running round was only able to take it, and it's brought up the 50 for Sam Hain. So with that shot, he's reached his 50 off 109 deliveries. Just turned away nicely through backward square leg. It was a bit of a run from long leg round, but he got to the ball but not able to hold it up within the ropes. So it takes Warwickshire on to 111 for 4. Becomes the 3rd player in the match to reach a half century, as this one is played altogether where he was aiming for, out into the offside. He was looking to play it into the onside, but again got a bit of a leading edge and the ball runs away out into the covers. Jack Brooks getting that one through Hain. So Warwickshire, just with that shot as well, got halfway to the target they needed to overtake Somerset as he leaves this next one outside the off stump. A bit of width from that one from Brooks. And Hain has nothing to do with it, just leaving it to rise through to James Rue behind the stumps, who's taken 4 catches to be involved in all 4 of the dismissals so far. Brooks in bowls, and this is Hain trying to flick this one away again, a ball down the leg side, which went across, and in the end the ball through him, and he was sort of moving across the line of the ball and wasn't able to get any contact.
At what point do we have to ask Anthony what the record is for wicket-keeping dismissals in innings for Somerset?
I would think probably about another 2 after a 6, I would say. This one is turned and there's no run. Well, Kyersvetter, I remember getting a lot of catches in one game, which Warwickshire played against Somerset. I would have thought at least 6, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's usually around 6 or 7, isn't it? But
yeah.
Just want to get there in advance so that we know. You see.
Get all 10 and then it's not a question really, is it? Brooks in, bowls, and Hayne will get... No, he won't get a run. I was thinking he'd get one there. Playing it square on the onside. They think about the run. There's a slight misfield, but Yadav has already said no to him.
Well, I don't suppose Hayne and Yadav have played together before, and to be honest, the way they're running between the wickets somewhat shows that.
Yes, you can tell they've only just met, can't you?
Somerset are -1 on the over rate. I shouldn't think they'll be too troubled by that, because one would imagine that we'll get a extended spell at some stage from Sajid Khan. So, but they just want something again to keep an eye on when every point is precious. So, Gregory into Yadav. And that's played to mid-on, there's no run. And how long what do we reckon tea is? What do you reckon tea is? Is it 36 overs?
Well, 108, wasn't it? So 36,
104.
yeah. 104 overs, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
so 36 overs
yeah.
to go. Just trying to work out. So we've got what? Still about quite a long way then.
Yes, we have, yeah.
You've got 8 overs including, it's about half an hour to go, so that's fine. That's driven nicely by Yadav, and he's going to get 2 runs for that.
We thought at one stage it was going to be about 20 to 4, about the right time, but I don't think it will. I think it'll be closer to 4 o'clock.
So what I'm going to do, in order to vary our combinations slightly, I'm going to get Anthony to replace me at the end of this over, and then give it another 10 minutes or so.
Yep.
No, let me rethink that. I'll tell you what I'll do. As in comes Gregory to bowl, and that's driven. I'll get Grace to replace you shortly, Phil, if that's all right.
Yep.
Because I haven't been on with Grace yet, and then Auntie can replace me in about 10 minutes time or so. 10 or 15 minutes. That's about right, I think. We have a plan somewhere. I love it when you come to these boxes from Use of Test Match Special. There are all sorts of charts and bits written down all over the place about plans, and
there's enough equipment.
Yeah, a lot of that's gone, hasn't it? I think there was a lot during the Commonwealth Games, wasn't there? And then the 100 as well.
Yeah.
Which is an immovable feast, the 100. Yeah, I'm told, not a great surprise. Gregory runs in, and something stops him, and he's going to run back again.
I don't think you can play it anywhere else.
No.
And with the success of bringing young families in, which it was, you know, we saw it here at Edgbaston. It was terrific numbers of people, lots and lots of young children coming with parents, and a lot of moms just bringing the children during the daytime for the games. I think, and the school holidays, so they don't have to worry about getting to bed early at night. It's the right place for it.
Gregory comes into bowl to Yadav. He just pushes out to mid-on. There's no run.
Yes, it has the impact on the county championship, but you're going to have that competition. And they have been blessed, Clive, with decent weather for this competition. You know, you could not have had better weather than this year's.
Is Gregory struggling slightly there? He just leant on his knees. I think Tom Abel's going to have a chat with him. I think he's under a little bit of discomfort.
He had that problem yesterday, didn't he? And it's clearly
flared up a little bit again. He's crouching. You have some doubt as to whether he's even going to complete this over. He's got 2 balls to go. Yeah, he's not going to complete it.
They've got 14 overs out of him, but it looks like that could be it.
Well,
for
2
him.
important games to come as well.
Yeah.
I'll be desperately hoping that this is just precautionary and that he can be back. So Tom Lambert's coming in. So if we bring Grace in here, Phil, if that's all right, if you can. There's a headset in. Where's the other headset gone? It's in that bag, I think. Grace, if you want to fish it out, hopefully. Yeah. Meanwhile, Lewis Gregory is walking off. So I mean, he's not in desperate shape, but clearly discomforted and deciding perhaps it's a case of not wanting to risk any further damage. Tom Lamberby will complete the over. Grace Ballinger joins us. Sort of late tea that little bit further. How are you doing, Grace?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you. It's been a good day, hasn't it, really? Fairly in the balance.
It has. It's an intriguing game. It could be tense all the way, as I say. Generally here at Edgbaston, second innings have been a bit easier than first innings, so Warwickshire will have the job of trying to chase, unless they get a very big first innings lead. They will have the job of having to chase whatever Somerset set them. So Tom Lamberby will have 2 balls. Well, this will make a mess of the bowling figures, of course. But Lamberby will have 2 balls to bowl this over. With a slip in place, and we hope Lewis Gregory is okay. Probably him for the day, I would imagine, but maybe they can get him back for tomorrow. That one is driven by Yadav. It's a nicely timed shot. It's going to be chased down, I think. Oh no, it's gone for 4. So really well timed shot, and just made the fielder chase as far as he could and not quite be able to reach it. Yadav is on to 14.
Yeah, it just made it look so easy, didn't he, with that shot? Just came forward, timed it well, didn't try to overhit. Bit of a full ball from Lamberby, but yeah, played so nicely.
117 for 4, Warwickshire. Haven't let Somerset go bang bang with that 4th wicket. They've had a 22 now since that fell. Lamberby into bowl. Yadav defends that in the offside. There's no run. 117 for 4. Did you catch much of the Commonwealth Games, Grace?
I didn't know because I was still doing my stuff down in Loughborough, so obviously watched them on TV, but I wasn't.
Oh, wait a minute, is that tea?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Oh, sorry, Grace, that wasn't the longest stint you've ever done. We'd be completely thrown by that. Clearly, as I think Andy did suggest might be the case, it's done on time rather than overs when you've got the extra half hour. So there we are. There we go. That's firm grasp of the rules from us. Warwickshire 117 for 4. So that session was 92 for 1. So a pretty good session for Warwickshire. Sam Hain on 50, having passed 1,000 championship runs for the season. Jayant Yadav on 14, the 1 player out, Will Rhodes, caught behind by James Rue off Casey Aldridge for 38. So we will be back in just under 20 minutes' time.
You or me? Head to tails.
Native scores from other matches taking place here on a couple of days. Starting first of all at the Upton Steel Country Ground Leicester, where Leicestershire are playing with Durham. Leicestershire in their first innings were dismissed for 202, and in reply the team Durham are 100 for 1. At the first Edgbaston Country Ground in Hove, the match between Sussex and Worcestershire. Sussex in their first innings were dismissed for 220. And in reply, before the rain came, Worcestershire with 268 for 2. At Lords, where they were affected by rain, Glamorgan in their first innings were dismissed for 214. Middlesex in reply are currently 261 for 5. At the county ground Northampton, the match between Northamptonshire and Surrey, Northamptonshire were dismissed for 339. And at tea, Surrey in reply are 114 for 4. And at Headingley, the match between Yorkshire and Essex, Yorkshire were dismissed for 134. Essex in reply at tea are 206 for 7. umpires Neil Mullender and James Williams. Welcome to the Somerset team, led out by Tom Keith.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the final session of the second day of this intriguing and very important county championship match between Warwickshire and Somerset. State of play, Warwickshire 117 for 4, replying to Somerset's 219. They were 22 for 3 to a stand of 73. Improved their position considerably. Will Rose eventually out for 38, but since then 22 out of between Sam Hain, who once again is in excellent form. He is on 50. He has passed 1,000 championship runs for the season. First time he's done that in a season. A slight reverse the last couple of seasons. For a few seasons Sam Hain was in excellent form with the white ball, but really struggled with the red ball. The last couple of seasons he's been much better with the red ball. His form with the white ball this season, I guess, mixed. He's had a torrid time in the 100 both seasons, really. He's been in the 100, but not really got many games. I think he only got one for the I think it was Manchester Original season 1. He got 3 for the Welsh Dragons this season. Had one innings where he really struggled and never got back in again. However, he's scoring runs for Warwickshire. I'll talk a little bit about his lack of England opportunities. The fact that he hasn't quite managed it in high profile matches maybe hasn't helped him. You tend to get noticed by the pundits if you can do something spectacular when the telly's on. Anyway, Grace Ballinger with me, 117 for 4. Looking forward to getting back training tomorrow, Grace?
I am, yeah, as long as the weather stays fair.
So Casey Aldridge is coming into bowl, and Hain has worked that to a mid-wicket for no run. Aldridge 1 for 70, got a wicket and then got taken off next over. Admittedly, it wasn't the best of balls that got him the wicket, but still a wicket. One down the leg side, which Will Rose is judged to have tickled to the wicketkeeper. Something I think has just come off the tannoy, which wasn't supposed to. I think they're trying to remind whoever's in the tannoy room to switch it off. Yeah, umpire's waving. As long as the tannoy bloke says, "What's that idiot waving at me for?" In comes Aldridge to bowl, and Hain leaves it, and that's taken by the wicketkeeper. There's no run. 117 for 4. He's looking. The umpire's having a look at. I think he's now on his radio actually to try and alert the tannoy people to switch off. Next one, Hain plays onto the onside for no run. And 117 for 4.
Bit more lively out there, Somerset boys, after a bit of a break. They went a bit quiet, didn't they?
Yeah. I imagine they would have said it to you, look, we can still be in a good position at the end of the first innings, get one, put the rest under pressure. A bit of bounce there from Aldridge. She's played down well by Sam Hain. This will be the key wicket, clearly. And 17 for 4, so they still have a 102 run lead, Somerset. Aldridge quick to turn round and come into bowl, and Hain just leaning into that one, plays it to mid-off. There's no run. That's the one slip in place. Somerset looking for a breakthrough. If they can't get a wicket, the next thing for them to do is to try and make it difficult to score runs. Keep Warwickshire tied down. Hayne drives that and beats the field at mid-off. That was a lovely shot, a classic cover drive from Sam Hayne, who moves on to 54, 121 for 4.
It was just so well timed, wasn't it, from Sam Hayne? Just his bread and butter, really. Just getting forward so well.
Leans on his bat. Tenth championship game of the season. That's how long it's taken him to reach 1,000 championship runs. I'm assuming Lewis Gregory is off the field. He went off just before tea with what looked like a recurrence of a knee injury. We're going to get Sajid Khan. I think it's the first time he's bowled from the pavilion end. Yadav bowled most of his overs from the Birmingham end. So a change of ends for Sajid Khan, who I think so far has asked questions without really looking massively threatening, but let's see how he fares now over the wicket. Oh, and that was a good delivery. That's Yadav leaning back, tries to play that, has gone right through him. And he didn't look convinced there, the India player. 121 for 4. A slip, forward short leg. Gives that a bit of air, and Yadav's a bit late on that, and actually can't. I think that's going to hit the pads. It's going to be an LBW, but he just got his bat in the way in the nick of time there. Yadav did not look terribly convincing to those two deliveries. He's on to 15, 122 for 4. That's Khan in again. Over the wicket, it's pushed out to the offside, and Hayne thinks about a quick run. He gets sent back. Throw comes in, he stretches to get his bat back in the crease. Slightly nervy start after tea from Warwickshire, apart from that glorious drive from Hayne. Update coming up. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are getting into a stronger position now at 122 for 4. It's largely down to Sam Hayne, who has reached 1,000 championship runs for the first time in his career. He's the third First Division cricketer to do that this season. He did that when he got on to 46. He's since moved on to 54 with one glorious cover drive since tea. Jayant Yadav supporting him at the moment. He's on 15. It was the partnership of 73 between Hayne and Will Rhodes that saw Warwickshire recover from 22 for 3. Rhodes eventually making 38. Still a very tense match. Warwickshire will hope for a first innings lead. They're currently 97 behind at 122 for 4. End of the over. $122 for 4. Just going to make sure something's done production-wise before I hand over to Phil. There we go. So, Grace will take on this over, and Phil's going to come and replace me.
Will be Aldridge to continue from Birmingham end. Just the one slip in place now for Yadav, who's 15 not out. Fields out on the boundary at third man, and square leg just behind. Pretty regulation ring, otherwise as Casey comes in, and that one's back for length and pushed into the offside gap off the back foot. Should have run away for 4 and does run away for 4 off Yadav. Just gave too much width there, Aldridge, a little bit back for length, and Yadav just got behind it nicely and straight in the gap for 4 to the short boundary.
That was a lovely shot.
Was, yeah, just didn't try to overhit it, did he? Just played it under his eyes, and yeah, got the full reward for it. Aldridge will need to rectify his line, and again goes outside off, but this time a little bit straighter, and it's just run down to third man, full one.
I've had an email asking, could you explain what is back of a length?
Back of a length?
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously there's full length, which is close to the stumps, and there's obviously a good length, which is a little bit shorter of that.
This is for somebody listening in who doesn't know what back of a length is. So.
Well, back of the length is between short and a good length, somewhere in the middle. As Aldridge goes again, and that one's just nicked outside by Sam Hain, but safely as it bounces before first slip. Back of a length just between short and a good length. Probably the easiest way to put it.
So a good length would be, what, about 5 yards before the batsman, so it would be hitting him halfway up his pads?
Yeah, I know in women's cricket it's around the 5 metre mark, maybe slightly shorter in men's.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 metres. 6 metres maybe, actually, as Aldridge comes in again and Sam Hain goes back and defends it into the offside.
A short delivery would be going through to the batsman at around about chest height, stomach height, chest height, and then back of a length would be somewhere in between. Right?
Mhm.
There you go. Thank you for your email.
As Aldridge runs in again, and this time full and straighter, and brings Hain forward, who covers it nicely. Just angling it into the right hander here, Aldridge. Right arm over the wicket.
Long old session this one is going to be if the light holds. If we can get all these overs in.
In comes Aldridge again, and this one goes straight through as he edged it as a big appeal, and it's not given by the umpire. Let's have a look at the no, it looks like it just evaded the outside edge, and the appeal was almost an afterthought by Aldridge there, but good over nonetheless. Warwickshire 127 for 4.
Yeah, just thought for a second there that Sam Hain had got it and would have given James Rue his 5th catch, wouldn't it? He's caught everything so far. Although the one Will Rhodes was out on, I don't think he was hugely impressed, but still. Sajid Khan is in from the pavilion end, bowls, and Yadav is putting this one carefully out into the offside and fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. 127 for 4. The sun remains shining brightly. This one is given some width, and Yadav goes for a cut. Opens up his stance to cut it away backward of square, but in the end misses it, and again very lucky not to get a little top edge feather through to the keeper. Pushes it through, but, not really getting a huge amount of turn off the wicket.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be turning, does it? Just skidding on a little bit.
This one's given a lot more air. That one turned, he gave it more air and it turned. It may be because he's been pushing it through that he's not getting it. That one he gave turn. When they were talking to Yadav yesterday after the game, he said that the ball was turning, but it was a very slow turn. So it wasn't particularly helpful. Back on his stumps goes Yadav and plays this one watchfully back out into the offside, and Chew comes round and does the fielding. Sorry, Rue, not Chew. Rue goes round and does the fielding from behind the stumps. Gets through the overs very quickly. Sajid Khan bowls, and it's played back to the bowler. He picks it up and fires it back into the to James Rue behind the stumps, but Yadav hadn't gone anywhere, so end of a very fast over. 127 for 4, Warwickshire chasing needing 220 to take the lead here after Somerset this morning were dismissed finally for 219, adding further 37 runs on the day for those 2 wickets.
Casey Aldridge then at the end of his mark. Comes in. Sam Hain to face first ball the over then. And that's full straight, and Hain drives it straight back past the bowler, but does not get it past mid-on. Shaping up well here, Sam Hain. He's batted very well for his 54 and out. I think pretty much chanceless, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right. I don't recall anything which has gone.
That's Aldridge in again, and this time slightly shorter, but push back Sam Hain, but doesn't manage to get it past cover.
The ball came back at him a bit and tucked him up a little. I think he was looking originally to cut it away, but the ball followed him a touch and it restricted him to be able to get his arms through the ball. In the end, he got to contact, good contact on it, but it was restricted contact.
Aldridge goes slightly fuller this time and a bit straighter to Yadav, who gets forward, defends it into the leg side.
So Hain continuing with this terrific run of form he's had this summer. He really has held, he and Michael Burgess have really held the Warwickshire batting lineup together. Been disappointing in certain areas.
In comes Aldridge again, and again brings the batter forward into a defensive stroke. He's hitting some good areas here, Casey Aldridge. He's been impressive.
He had to readjust himself there, and he ends up sort of looking face on down the wicket, having had to quickly get down on that delivery, which was again tracking into him.
So Aldridge in again, and similar to the last, Hain's brought forward into a defensive shot back to the bowler.
He does end up playing an awful lot of shots face on, doesn't he, Sam Hain? If you look at the stance that Yadav has at the other end, when he's facing, he's much more in what I would call the classical straight, shoulder and looking over his shoulder at the bats bowler.
Gets quite front on, doesn't he, as he does there, and he gets wrapped on. Don't know if it misses the thigh pad but he's down on the floor, Sam Hain, and looks to be in a little bit of discomfort, but not too many sympathies shown from the Somerset boys as of yet.
No, it's hit him in a painful spot there, which is always most amusing if it's not you.
There's never any sympathy, is there? I've noticed that.
No.
Never any sympathy.
It's he's down. You get a glass of water brought out for you. A fat lot of good a glass of water is. But there's not a lot you can do, really. It's just got to get the batsman on with it. Anyway, he's okay. And so you can't start a new over. And Yadav plays this one back on, but looks carefully, cautiously watching it right onto the bat. But right on line. In again comes Khan, gives that plenty of air, and it's watched through outside the off stump. It would be in one which he might have been tempted to try and cut away, but he leaves it and watches it. He stays on 20. Hain is on 54. 127 for 4. As this one is cut away through backward point. It won't quite reach the boundary. They're going to have to get a move on. They do. The ball's returned in quickly to James Rue, who gets the bails off, but not before Sam Hain has got back for a third run. And just for a second there, I thought he was going to have to motor a bit, but he got home in the end fairly comfortably.
I think the throw was slightly wayward. It was a very good piece of fielding out there between, I think it was Lammonby with the throw in the end, but yeah, throw a little bit wayward.
Yeah. Lammonby was certainly one of them, and takes Warwickshire to 130 for 4. They trail by 89 with 6 wickets in hand as Khan comes in and bowls and gives that plenty of air, and it's driven, and Hain may feel he's missed out on that one because it's a rare loose delivery, a full toss in the end, which Hayne drove straight, but too straight, and back, and the bowler was able to stop it. This one he goes back onto his stumps and plays it back down to mid-on. There's no run. Hayne on 54 from 135 deliveries. It's gone in, and Hayne is lunging at this one, and the ball, as it comes in, round the wicket, he lunges at it and it runs just out into the offside. It's the last ball of the over. Big oohs and ahs from the Somerset players. So thought was possibly got that one through, but he survives, and Warwickshire are 89 behind on first innings at the moment after 55 overs.
I'll leave you.
130 for 4.
Plan just doesn't seem to be working for Somerset at the moment. They're sticking with it, but haven't had a wicket in a while as Aldridge comes in again and bowls full, and Yadav gets forward well. Drives it, but straight to cover.
Yadav making his debut for Warwickshire, and first time obviously that anybody has had a chance to bat. He comes into the side. This has been a position Matt Lamb's held for most of the season, but he's lost his place to the overseas player.
Aldridge in again, and just up on his toes with the back of the net delivery from Aldridge. Defends it into the offside. Yeah, you speak of Matt Lamb. I think he's a bit unlucky, to be honest. I think he's played well in the county championship in the red ball cricket. Very handy batters.
He's made some useful runs during the season.
He has. He's scored them. He's got Warwickshire out of trouble at times, and I think he could count himself a bit unlucky to get dropped from the side. Aldridge in again, and this one full and driven straight back to him, but past him and just evades the stumps and the umpires, but mid-on comes around to collect.
So these players, of course, have been tired playing in the 100. The Warwickshire players come back from different clubs, different teams.
So Aldridge bowls, and again this one's short, but Yadav gets behind it nicely on the back foot and stays defensive with the shot this time and just lets it roll into the offside.
Big criticism with the 50 over game going on, the Royal London Cup, whilst the 100's on, that you've got a lot of very good players just sat on the bench game after game for the 100 and having big periods in between. Whether they really need the size of these squads.
Aldridge in again and goes short, but ducked by Yadav, who is not lured into temptation of the short ball despite there being no deep square, just a long leg. It's quite wide.
Yeah, the sides are really struggling in some counties to really get any sort of strength into the team. It's great, it gives a lot of development chances for players, but too many in the side against some quite strong counties, and really isn't a fair match.
Aldridge in again, and this time just outside off, good length, and Yadav's happy to see it off. End of the over, Warwickshire 130 for 4.
So what's the sort of format you have when you're not in the team? You're practicing, but you must have quite a lot of time where you're thinking, I wish I was playing at that.
Yeah, obviously I didn't start in the starting 11 for the first game when I was down with London Spirit. Obviously there's like a sense of frustration because everyone wants to be playing, don't they? But you're still getting plenty of bowling in, you're training a lot, and the 100 is such a quick competition that it's probably not the worst for the people actually on the bench that it is maybe if you're going through whole seasons on the bench. Yeah, I thought there'd be scope to release players this year. They certainly said so in the men's game for the Royal London stuff, but I don't think they got round to it in the end.
No, and I think some counties missed out, and players don't get any cricket. That's a danger for the month. Anyway, here's Sajid Khan going to start a new over as this ball to Hayne is driven back down. Grace is leaving us. He'll be back a bit later on. Khan is in again, round the wicket to Hayne, who is solidly forward to that and running it just down into the offside, fielded off his own bowling. That's it, and there's no run on 30 for 4. Sun goes, or just temporarily goes in. This one is given again plenty of air, cautiously forward, very watchful at the moment. No rush Warwickshire. Their scoring rate is just over about 2.5 and over. This next one is in, and again played to mid-wicket and rejoined by Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, Somerset reduced to plugging away at the moment. More in hope than expectation.
Warwickshire not in any great rush here though to accelerate the pace, are they? Just happy to be careful and watchful as this one is plicked away nicely, slightly over pitched, and Hayne onto it in a flash and threads it away nicely between the sort of deep mid-on and mid-wicket and down to the fence for a boundary. He goes on to 58 and Warwickshire move to 134 for 4. Lewis Gregory off the field, Anthony.
No,
he's back. He's come back on.
Yeah, he came back.
Oh, did he? He came back
first
on.
Slip.
So this one is played down into the onside, and there's no run. End of another over. 134 for 4.
Yeah, he came back on after tea and was flexing his knee. And, he made a good stop at first slip off an edge from Yadav that didn't carry. It went very quickly to him and he got down quickly to make the stop. Just seeing the replay of that nice clip through the onside from Sam Hayne. Hayne, who averages 32 against Somerset. Sorry, 100 against Somerset back in 2015. Bowling change from the Birmingham end. Josh Davey coming back. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 14. Got his wicket in his very first over, the first over of the Warwickshire innings.
Has Tom Abel not bowled himself a huge amount these days?
No, he's only bowled, I think, tell you how many overs he's bowled. Not very many all season. He has bowled, to be precise, 31 overs so far this season.
Lewis Goldsworthy as well. He bowled in the.
He bowls slow left arm, but
yeah,
he's yet to take the first class wicket. Here we got Davey in and bowls to Yadav.
He had a good game here, didn't he, in the Royal London Cup?
His maiden list day century.
Yeah.
Following hard on the heels of his maiden first class century up at Southport against Lancashire. Very promising young cricketer. Somerset have got quite a few promising young cricketers, but haven't quite fulfilled their promise just yet, as we can see from Somerset's position in the First Division table. Down at 8th, which is where they want to stay at worst. Davey aborts his run up, tries again, in past umpire Middlebrook, and bowls, and Yadav comes confidently forward in defence, plays it out into the offside. Casey Aldridge fields. Buzz of conversation around the ground. No great excitement at the moment as Warwickshire accumulate steadily, wiping off the deficit, which at the moment stands at 85. Still with 6 wickets in hand. Davey in and bowls to Yadav, who gets one on Midland leg, turns it to Lammonby at short mid-wicket. It remains to be seen whether Lewis Gregory will bowl again, but I think what he went off, he must just have had a little bit of a recurrence of that tendon problem, and he's gone off and maybe taken some painkillers or a bit of massage on the treatment table.
He wasn't off for very long, was he?
No. 134 for 4. Davey to Yadav. Turns this away into the onside. Jack Brooks is coming around. They'll come back for the second run on the throw, which comes into James Rue on the bounce, not taken cleanly. It wasn't a particularly good throw. Two fairly comfortable runs to Yadav in the end. Takes the score on to 136 for 4. He's on to 25 from 45 deliveries. Hayne 58 from 143. But as so often doing a job for his side. Davey in milky sunshine in bowls. Yadav is not quite so happy playing that defensive shot into the onside. Maybe a little bit of late movement from Josh Davey. He can swing it and he can move it off the seam, but as the ball gets softer and the pitch gets flatter, taking wickets is getting much harder for Somerset. Last ball coming up of Davies over. He's in bowls to Yadav, who plays this up the onside of the pitch. Well bowled sluggy, says Tom Abel, the skipper. It wasn't a bad over, but didn't honestly evince many signs of taking a wicket. 136 for 4 at the end of that over, which was the 58th of the innings. 34 remain in theory in the day's play, although I'd be surprised if we're still going at 6:30.
Yeah,
which that number of overs remaining rather suggests.
I think it depends just how many overs that Sergeant Khan bowls, because at least he's getting through his overs very quickly, so it may help bring that one end down quite well. He's going to be bowling from this end, and he's in first delivery is driven nicely, but only out to a wide mid-off, which a good diving stop there by Jack Brooks prevents any runs. First of all, I thought it was going to go past him for 4. Lovely shot from Sam Hayne, but in the end played well. That next ball, Hayne tucks away down to deep square leg, and they amble through for the single. That takes Hayne on to 59, total on to 137 for 4. Comes Sergeant again, bowls a little bit shorter outside the off stump.
It's the third time Yadav's tried to
he's going to get a
shot.
He's going to get a nick on one of these in the end. As it turns out, this time James Rue wasn't able to hang on to it, so ball spilled out and ran away to short leg. And he comes again, brings Yadav forward defensively and fielded off his own bowling.
He's bowling over the wicket, which suggests that he isn't turning much.
He's not getting the turn that Yadav had yesterday, is he, at all? This one is driven away nicely through the onside again, picking that gap between mid-on, mid-wicket and down to the fence. This time it's Yadav doing it. Hayne threaded one through the previous over. This time Yadav does the same shot, takes him on to 29 and Warwickshire on to 141 for 4.
Sajid suggesting it was all the fielder's fault. If you're in the wrong place. If you'd been in the right place, that would never have gone for 4. Poor old Josh Davey there.
I don't think they were going to get that one between them. And he comes again, and this is a bit shorter outside the off stump, but turns one back in. It's the end of the over. I'll make way for Clive and leave you with Anthony.
Yep, 141 for 4. Somerset just trying to keep this tight and hoping for a mistake from one of these two Warwickshire batsmen, but no sign of it. Somerset thought that they might have had Sam Hayne caught at second slip by Tom Abel earlier on this afternoon with a ball that took Hayne on the pad, but there have been some bat involved as well. Ian Shepherd on Twitter suggesting that Hayne actually smashed it, and I'm not sure whether the umpire, rather like me, thought it was an appeal for LBW, whereas in fact it was an appeal for a catch. Davies down, coming in from the Birmingham end, bowling to Hayne. Turns it into the onside, there's no run. 141 for 4.
I've just been asked who's going to win this. And the thing I said was, I think all results are still very possible, including the draw, because I think the second innings could be somewhat easier for the batters than the first.
Here comes Davey. In bowls to Hayne, who turns this into the onside, but only as far as Imam by the square leg umpire. Yeah, I agree with you. I think pitch has flattened out, and once the ball loses its hardness, there isn't much in it for the bowlers.
And that's been the way this season here. Go back to the Lancashire game, where both teams struggled in the first innings, and then Warwickshire batted well in the second and set Lancashire what looked like a formidable target. They actually got there with a bit to spare.
Here's Davey from the Birmingham end. Bowling to Hayne. Makes it rather a meal of playing that into the onside.
Well, it kept a bit low, I think. But a draw would be a reasonable draw, particularly for Somerset. It wouldn't be a disaster for Warwickshire, but they could do with a bit more than that. Well, I could do with a win, that's what I mean. But
a win for Somerset, I think, would be a bonus.
Yeah.
Particularly the game where it is now.
I think I've got to do an update in a mo. Yeah, an interesting contest this. Warwickshire 141 for 4, so they've recovered well, replying to Somerset's 219. And as with Somerset's innings, it seems to have got a little bit easier batting as the innings has got on. The problem that Somerset had was as early as the 36th over, they were 7 wickets down at 82 for 7. They did get runs from the lower order and got up to a half-decent total. Warwickshire, having looked in trouble at 22 for 3, have perhaps started their recovery a little bit earlier than Somerset did. And Sam Hayne has led the way. He's on 59, and on reaching 46, he reached 1,000 championship runs for the season. The first time he's reached that landmark, only the third First Division player to do it this season. He shared a decent stand with Will Rose, who's eventually out for 38, and now with Jayant Yadav, the Indian spin bowler, making his debut. He is billed as a bowling all-rounder, and although he's looked a little unconvincing at times, he's accumulated well. He's on 29, and Warwickshire are edging their way a little tentatively towards Somerset's first innings total. They're 141 for 4.
Davey in a bowls, and that's defended by Sam Hayne. Back to the bowler. End of the over. Davey 11 overs, 1 for 16. Economical, but not at present very threatening. Looks like we're going to have a bowling change from the pavilion end. Jack Brooks donning his headband. Going to come back into the attack. And it's quite significant, this, because it suggests that what Somerset might have hoped would be their main weapon, the spin of Sajid Khan, well, there isn't really any turn, and what there is pretty slow.
Well, Jayant Yadav did say yesterday that yes, he got turn initially, but that it did calm down quite a bit, and later in the inning he got a wicket within his first over and wasn't able to add to that. So they have to wait to the second innings, and even then there's been much evidence of a huge amount of turn here at Edgbaston late in games. Brooks to Yadav then. Yadav drives that to mid-off for no run. It's pretty slow going for Warwickshire, but I don't mind that too much. They won't be thinking too much about bonus points. It's about the 16 points for a win is what they got their eyes on. As Brooks comes into bowl. Oh, well, he's bowled him! Yadav playing down the wrong line, and Jack Brooks has made the breakthrough. Middle stump knocked out, and Yadav goes for 29. And this first innings remains in the balance with Warwickshire 141 for 5.
Yadav gives the pitch a prod, as if to say he was undone by the pitch, but he was undone by the gap between his bat and his pad, which allowed that in-ducker from Jack Brooks to come back between bat and pad and knock out the middle stump. And, well, what a good bowling change from Tom Abel to bring Jack Brooks back into the attack. Brooks has picked up his first wicket, 1 for 20. He has, and Yadav was looking threatening, and that's a more than useful wicket for Somerset. 141 for 5.
Spoiled it for James Root. He's not going to get all 10 catches. So what was that? A stand of 46. He made a contribution, Yadav. 46 in 18 overs. Now comes a batter who does play in attacking style. He's been effective at times this season. Michael Burgess, second top scorer for Warwickshire in the Championship. The only other player who's got maybe an outside chance, it is an outside chance of reaching 1,000. He'd need to go some. But he's had a decent season thus far. Warwickshire, we're hoping he can contribute. They need, you feel, to get ahead. And having said, they won't be thinking too much about bonus points. They will want to make sure they get at least 1 or 2.
Somerset need 1 more wicket for a second bowling point to go with their 1 batting point.
Yeah, well, I'm still assuming they're going to get 3 bowling points. I suppose we are 60 overs in. They're going to get the next 4 wickets in 50 overs. So I suppose it's not quite a gimme, but I'll be surprised if they don't get them. Question is whether Warwickshire can eke out. Well, they can get 2 batting points, and they will have outpointed Somerset if the game ends in a draw. Somerset will stay above them in the table. Warwickshire may feel if they can get above Kent and Somerset before the last round of games, the fact that Kent and Somerset play each other will give them a decent chance. They're staying above one of them while they're playing Hampshire. Yeah, exactly. So that's why. I mean, Brooks bowls and that's played in the offside. There's no run. If they're far enough ahead of Kent and Somerset to ensure that, well, if the Kent and Somerset match were to finish in a result, then chances are they would finish above one of them if they start the.
But if it finishes in a high-scoring draw,
high-scoring draw, then it could be a problem.
Yeah. Can't imagine they'll want to leave that to chance.
Yeah, may not have any choice. Brooks comes in to bowl to Burgess, who leaves it. Got Gloucestershire at Bristol next, so I hope to get a decent number of points from that game. Obviously they want to win, but failing that,
Gloucestershire were pretty good against us last week.
I would say they might not have gotten at the best time. They seem to be a bit competitive against Somerset, but
we were saying optimistically, well, it's probably the only thing that's going to stop us beating Gloucestershire is the rain. The boot was very much on the other foot.
Brooks comes in to bowl. He's bowling. Jack Brooks is through again. Second wicket in the over, and Michael Burgess goes for a duck. And suddenly, they have gone bang bang Somerset, and it's 141 for 6.
Yeah, back through between bat and pad again. Good bowling from Jack Brooks, who's really got his in-ducker going after looking pretty toothless earlier on in the day in his bowling. 2 terrific pieces of bowling to remove Yadav and Michael Burgess.
Well, that's a big blow, that. Michael Burgess, the last of the recognised batters, although Henry Brooks is, and well, both Henry Brooks and Danny Briggs could be regarded towards being bowling all-rounders. But that's a massive blow to lose Burgess. Third ball, 2 in the over for Brooks. Warwickshire had 2 in an over when Siraj got a couple, actually in successive balls in the Somerset innings. And Somerset working their way right back in the game, and the first innings honours remain in the balance.
Second bowling point for Somerset.
78 behind now, Warwickshire still, as Danny Briggs marches out. Brooks has 1 more ball. It's very successful over. Sam Hain at the other end. How does he respond?
Danny Briggs last time here last year made 50 not out.
He scored a lot of important runs last season, Danny Briggs. Not quite so much this season. He's certainly no mug with the bat. He hoped to make a contribution. He wasn't able to do so with the ball in the first innings. Danny Briggs then will want to see off this last ball of the over. Somerset perhaps getting the rewards for getting Warwickshire bogged down a little bit for a while. Conceding too many runs, and now they get a couple of wickets. And their hopes of first innings lead remain very much alive. Brooks comes into bowl, Briggs leaves that. Goes to the wicketkeeper. The end of a double wicket taking over from Jack Brooks. Warwickshire 141 for 6 off 61.
Yeah, great comeback from Jack Brooks. At the age of 38, as he is now, he was 38 in June. He signed a one-year extension to his contract.
That makes me feel old.
He can still produce the goods.
A good county pro, wasn't he, over the years?
He has, yeah.
I think it's not the first time he's caused Warwickshire some problems.
No, well, he bowled Warwickshire out down at Taunton in the second innings, with the crowd cheering him on, chanting as he was running into bowl. We got Davey though from the Birmingham end to Hayne, who plays around his front pad as so often. Will pick up a single as Imam picks it up by the square leg umpire, and the Somerset volume is turned up, led by Captain Tom.
Important is here for Danny Briggs. He needs to give Haynes some support. Sam Haynes still there. And then the joint highest score of the match so far was 60, matching Lewis Gregory's score.
Well, he's in a similar position to Lewis Gregory as yesterday evening. Davies in and bowls down the leg side, and Briggs doesn't really play a shot at that. Just flicks his pad on his way through to James Rue. Fancy this is another game with very few leg byes.
I'm not sure I recall any.
Here's Davey in and bowls, and Briggs gets this down to third man, where Goldsworthy is waiting for it. No leg byes so far, just one extra, one bye, which is good stuff from Somerset's bowlers.
No balls. Warwickshire bowled 2 no balls, I think, and they went for 4 and then 1 wide. So the game hasn't been too bad in that respect.
There's Davey again, bowling to Hayne, who turns this into the onside, and Brooks will field. Yes, Steve Pittard says the Somerset against Gloucestershire match was notable for the lack of leg byes, producing only 3 in a combined innings tally of 881. In the last 30 years, there have never been so few leg byes scored in a championship match where over 850 runs have been scored. There you are, there's a stat. Thank you, Steve, for that. Steve Pittard. Well, perhaps this game is going to rival that.
I don't think we'll get 800 runs, though.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, maybe.
It's only 200 per innings.
I suppose so.
Davey in and bowls to Briggs, who plays that into the offside, and as he runs in to field it, Tom Avell says, "Bold JD." Never short of a word of encouragement for his bowlers and fielders. Not sure if a tractor driver here is here, Somerset's most famous supporter. I thought I heard him earlier on this afternoon, but I haven't heard him recently. Here comes Davey. Bowling to Briggs. Was beaten outside the off stump by one that just leaves him a little bit off the pitch. He goes down and gives the pitch a prod. No, I think it actually drew the bat inside the line, to be fair to him. End of decent over from Davey, but again not particularly threatening. 144 for 6, 61 to Sam Hain, and 1 to Danny Briggs.
Danny Briggs and Sam Hain have a chat. There's one more partnership for Warwickshire really to push them up to about parity.
Somerset would dearly like to remove Sam Hain sooner rather than later. He's the major obstacle in their way.
Well, he's still there on 61. Brooks bowls to him, he leans back, guides that through the offside, beats the dive of the inner field, and it's a chase on... Oh, he's...
That's him,
Ulhak, who stopped it well in the end. He sort of bounced on his knees as he slid a fraction early and sort of bounced on his knees, but in the end did well to stop it cleanly and restrict them. They get there. They get 3 there.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
He's not
good
the most
running.
athletic fielder in the world.
Well, he saved a run though. Give him credit for that. And Haines on to 64, 147 for 6. Every run, you feel, is crucial at the moment. Brooks comes in to bowl to Briggs, who opens the face of the bat, plays it to point. And it is fielded, there's no run.
Very nice guy, Mum. He's quite studious. He wears glasses.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, he's absolutely. But he looks sort of thoughtful, as if he's a bit of an intellectual. He's quite softly spoken, very well spoken.
Jack Brooks. Brooks to Briggs. It'll be Brooks to Brooks before too long, probably. That's left, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. We've already had Brooks dismissed by Brooks in the Somerset innings.
He's just getting the ball to go a little bit, Jack Brooks. A little bit of away swing, and then if he can nip it back off the seam, as he did to pick up those 2 wickets.
It's just hit the pad of Briggs. The shout comes from the bowler. He doesn't get a huge amount of support, and not out is the verdict.
Wasn't a bad shout, but going down.
Slight concern for Somerset is that their bowling rate's now -3, which is somewhat surprising. They might be able to negotiate that a bit at the next interval, but they've got to give half an eye on that. Brooks bowls, and again that wraps Briggs on the pads, goes out onto the leg side. There's no run.
They're usually very brisk with their over rates, Somerset. I wonder if that's been affected by we had a couple of delays for injuries, and Jack Brooks was rolling around on the outfield for some time after being hit on the knee, and Lewis Gregory had to go off this afternoon with more tendon problems.
Brooks at the short run up. This time comes into bowl to Briggs, who drives at that into the offside, and it's fielded, and there is no run, and it's the end of the over. 147 for 6. Got a 3 in that over to Sam Hain, who's on 64.
Tractor driver is here, according to Dave Downing. He says he could hear him quite clearly on the live stream just a few minutes ago.
Does he actually drive a tractor then?
I don't know is the answer. I'll have to ask him next time I have a beer with him. But, he's called Mike Salis. He comes from Shepton Mallet, and he's got a very loud voice. He stands beneath the scoreboard next to Gimlet's Hill at Taunton and shouts out encouragement to his boys. We're going to have a bowling change from the Birmingham end. I think this is a good move. It's Sajid Khan coming back. 14 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27. I think the plan will probably be to bowl Sajid from one end to keep that end quiet and rotate the seamers from this pavilion end. Between now and the new ball. I think they'll save Lewis Gregory. Where is Lewis?
Is he on the field? He come back on the field?
He came out after tea, but I think he may have, because Tom Abel is at slip. Calm bowls. Oh, and that's hit straight at George Bartlett, and it would have been a miraculous catch if he'd taken it. I think it just hit him on the, just hit him on the chest, and it almost rebounded into his hands.
It's one of those ones you just hope sticks somehow. Oh, it didn't quite.
He's getting consoled by captain and wicketkeeper. Khan in and bowls to Hayne, who turns this again, this time on the bounce to George Bartlett, who fields neatly.
Do what Jonathan Trott famously did here and catch the ball in his pockets.
Khan wasting no time in bowls, and Hayne whips this past George Bartlett on this occasion, out as far as Jack Brooks, who's guarding the deep square leg boundary. They take a single, 148 for 6. Hayne on to 65. Sajid Khan making adjustments to his field. Just got the 2 saving 1 on the offside now. We've got short fine leg on the 45, short mid wicket, conventional mid wicket. Briggs hits this into the offside, but will only get a single, as Roloff van der Merwe, who's on as substitute for Lewis Gregory, is presumably getting some more treatment for that tendon problem that he's got in his right knee. 149 for 6. Khan is in and bowls. This again is turned to George Bartlett. Forward short leg, but on the bounce, well controlled by Hayne. Khan bowls, gives this one a bit more air. Gave that little bit of an extra tweak as well, and a yelp you would have heard there from Sajid. He thought that was going to come up from the edge of the bat onto the pad and maybe into the hands of George Bartlett at forward short leg, but it went almost straight down. End of the over, 149 for 6, 65 to Sam Hayne, and Danny Briggs just has 2 to his name.
Is that Lewis Gregory just come back on?
It is.
149 for 6. Warwickshire still first shot, I suppose, to get the first batting point, but the one they'll have the eye on is to get to that 219 and get on parity, and then hope they still have a chance of getting some sort of first innings lead. But so much in the balance is Brooks bowls, and Briggs leans back and plays that down to third. It bobbles rather awkwardly, but it's still fielded cleanly. Sajid Khan, and it's 150 up for Warwickshire. And it's not been easy, but they've got there. $150 for 6. And man going out on the deep for Sam Hayne.
Yeah, it's quite a defensive field now. 4 men out on the boundary, or just in from the boundary.
That's left by Hayne.
Interesting that James Rew is standing up to the stumps for Jack Brooks.
150 in 385 balls. Third 50 there for 112. Second 50 was 108, so similar pace, but for the third 50 they lost 2 wickets. So it's still going at a steady, unspectacular pace as Hayne plays out on the leg side. There's no run. It's a very slow start, but since then they've been ticking along a little bit under 3 and over. But Brooks comes into bowl, and that's turned round to square leg by Hayne. 66 not out now, Sam Hayne. 1,020 runs for the season now in the Championship. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility he could finish at First Division's top run scorer. Ben Compton's a little bit out ahead. But, I think he's necessarily uncatchable. So Brooks comes in to bowl to Briggs, who defends that. There's no run.
James Rue standing back for Briggs, which suggests that he came up to stumps for Sam Hain, because Hain was batting out of his crease.
He's about 108 behind Ben Compton, is Sam Hain. Of course, Ben Compton not playing in this round of matches. Kent not playing. He's moved ahead of Keating Jennings now in terms of being first division top scorer. I don't know whether there's a prize for that or not. Brooks comes in to bowl. Oh, that's left. That's taken by the wicket-keeper. He's usually the most valuable player. I remember one season when I think Warwickshire's fate one way or the other was known. In the last game of the season, Jitan Patel was in contention for being most valuable, and they did everything they could to help him in terms of making sure he bowled, stood in the right position to take catches, and I think they succeeded as well in the end. I think they got him the prize. Floodlights are coming on here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we go much beyond 6 o'clock. What time did they come off last night? It was about 10 past 6, wasn't it?
No, it was before 6.
Was it?
Before 6, yeah. I remember recording my 6 o'clock report. I think it was about 5:40, something like that. Yeah.
Another over from Sajid Khan from the Birmingham end. Slipped in a short leg. Shortish mid-wicket catching position as Hain plays that into the onside, picked up by George Bartlett. Sajid Khan in his 16th over to go with the 60 he bowled at Taunton, down at Taunton against Gloucestershire last week. So Somerset getting their money's worth as Hain comes across his crease and plays that a la Steve Smith into the offside.
I think that's going to be the favoured end for the spinners, isn't it? Yadav bowled most of his overs from that end, the Birmingham end.
He's in again and bowls, tosses this one right up. It's driven by Hain up to Imam, who fields at long on. Yes, he bowled a few overs from this pavilion end, did Sajid Khan. But apart from going past Yadav's outside edge when Yadav laid back to cut him a couple of times, didn't seem to be getting very much out of the pitch. This is quicker and shorter and hits George Bartlett on its way to Casey Aldridge, running round to his right from mid-wicket. There's no run. 152 for 6. Still 67 rather behind Warwickshire with 4 wickets in hand. The game evenly balanced, I think it'd be fair to say.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. The win predictor, probably not much difference between the two teams.
This is outside the off stump and played away nicely by Briggs for 4 runs. It was short and a little bit wide, offered the opportunity to play the cut, and Briggs picked his spot nicely and picks up 4 runs. 156 for 6 at the end of that over. Briggs moves on to 7.
Valuable runs. So then 67. Batting to come for Warwickshire, Henry Brooks, Mohammed Siraj, Ollie Hannon Dolby. And Dolby has been the specialist at holding one end up this season. He's tended to do it for Michael Burgess. Could conceivably come in and have to try and do it for Sam Hain if Hain is still there. The next 2 have fallen.
There's tractor driver. Come on, Brooksy!
Well, we're bowling to Sam Hain once again. There's a sweeper going out on the offside. There's one on the onside as well. Just one slip. Wicketkeeper standing up. Brooks from a short run up. Bowls. Oh, wraps Hain on the pass. He's out. He's got him. Hain playing across the line, and that is a massive wicket. And Jack Brooks has turned this session round in favour of Somerset. Sam Hain goes for 67.
Yeah, they would have taken out leg stump, I think. Hit him in front of middle and leg. A good piece of bowling by Jack Brooks, but it's that he is prone to that, Sam Hain. Coming right across his stumps, and if you miss it, you're in trouble. Tom Abel leaping the full width of the pitch as he came across to congratulate his fast bowler. But well batted, Sam Hain. 67 from 165 deliveries. Typical Sam Hain innings. Great determination, a lot of skill. And he'll be deeply disappointed that he wasn't able to take that on to complete another century.
So 3 wickets for 15 runs now. Warwickshire just slipping a little bit here. And at the moment, you'd have to say, Somerset are probably looking favourites to have the first innings lead.
Well, Somerset were also 156 for...
Yeah.
They've not even been 156 for 8, actually.
Yeah, we're 82 for 7, but... I think if they still had a Burgess there or a Hayne there, then Warwickshire might still have high hopes. But Brooks is a decent batter, but it's, when they're still 63 behind. Right now they've got to think about making sure they get at least another 44 and get to match Somerset for bonus points. Brooks to Brooks. Brooks leaves it. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. 156 for 7. He's Jack Brooks, Henry Brooks. Paints a defensive shot, but opens the face of the bat and runs it down to third for a single. So he's off the mark, 157 for 7.
Thanks to Stuart Hughes for sending me a potted biography of tractor driver, but it doesn't actually answer the question of whether he ever drove a tractor, so I'm none the wiser about that.
Brooks bowls, and that's turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. 157 for 7.
Well, I think Jack Brooks has bowled himself into pole position to be my interviewee of the day.
Yes.
He's always good value as well.
A little cameo with the bat as well. Comes into bowl, and Briggs, leant back, has come off the inside edge down to the ground. Not a convincing shot that from Danny Briggs.
Oh, nearly went back onto his stumps.
If Somerset can get the last 3 wickets fairly quickly, they could have a substantial lead taken to their second innings. But, Briggs defends that out to the offside. There's no run. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have hit a bit of a rough patch as they try and at least match Somerset's first innings total of 219. They're 157 for 7. They were going quite nicely until Jack Brooks, the former Yorkshire bowler, came into the attack and took 3 quick wickets. Jayant Yadav the first, he was bowled for 29. Michael Burgess lasted 3 balls before being bowled for a duck. And then crucially, Sam Hayne, who's batted very well throughout, LBW for 67, the highest individual score of the match so far. Danny Briggs is on 7, Henry Brooks is on 1. Warwickshire have a lot of work to do to even get on parity in his first innings. They're still 62 runs behind at 157 for 7.
And Sajid Khan to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. It's bowling to Brooks, tall figure. Plays that into the offside and won't get a run.
Grace Ballinger will join you.
Khan from the Birmingham end bowls. Brooks drives through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Overpitched from Sajid Khan. Gallant effort by Tom Lammonby to bring that in, but he was always going to be outpaced by the ball. A short boundary on that side of the ground up to the Hollies stand. And 4 runs to Brooks, who moves on to 5. Well, those 3 wickets, Grace, were a bit of a surprise, weren't they? After Hayne and Yadav seemed to be going along very smoothly and calmly.
They were, weren't they? And yeah, obviously Michael Burgess out for a duck. He normally does quite well stabilising the innings for Warwickshire, so he'll be disappointed with that, and yeah, obviously Sam Hain falling not too far afterwards is not ideal, but hopefully these two can stick around for a bit.
Here's Khan in and bowls to Brooks, who plays it back to the bowler. We're in the 68th over, so 12 overs after this before the new ball. Khan is tossing this one up, and Brooks drives it to Tom Abel, who's fielding a deep fish mid-off, one of only 2 fielders on the offside, saving 1. We've got a sliff as well. 3 saving 1 on the onside. This is shorter and played to Aldridge at mid-wicket. Try and pick out the other fielders. We've got a deep backwards. Oh, we've got a cover sweeper. This is driven, and that'll be 4 runs. Nice shot from Harry Brooks. Henry Brooks, I beg your pardon.
You're right, if we had Harry Brooks coming in at number 9, wouldn't it?
I'm sure his family call him Harry, don't they? 4 runs, 165 for 7. 2 boundaries in that over, both of them to Henry Brooks, not Harry. 165 for 7.
Yeah, 2 nice shots in that over from Henry Brooks. He's got off a good start. Looks like it could be Brooks versus Brooks again here, which I don't really enjoy commentating. It will be Jack Brooks to Danny Briggs to start.
I wonder if they're both great conversationalists, because if they are, they'd be the babbling Brooks.
As Jack Brooks is into Danny Briggs, good ball full, but Briggs comes forward and it's a good defensive stroke. Still a relatively busy crowd in here at Edgbaston. Much more people here than yesterday, as Brooks is in again, and that wraps Danny Briggs on the pad. Just looked a little bit high. Half-hearted appeal from Jack Brooks.
I think there was more excitement than a genuine appeal. His time was high, hit him either on or above the knee roll. Getting a little bit of life out of this pitch though is Jack Brooks, bowling off this quite short approach, hitting the pitch hard, getting a bit of swing and a little bit of seam movement as well.
Brooks is in again and again straight, just flicked round into the leg side by Danny Briggs. Should be just be 1 as mid-on comes around to collect. Thought he was going to get a couple there, but a bit less on it than I thought.
Tom Abel disappointed that he didn't make the stop there. Doesn't miss much, but I think he'll feel he should have prevented that single. But it does mean that it's Brooks versus Brooks.
The joys. In comes Jack Brooks. Henry goes forward onto the back, just defends it into the offside gap. Looks like he wants to go straight as often as possible, Henry Brooks. I suppose it's natural, tall, long levers. Brooks in again, and this one's nicked to slip and caught on the second attempt.
4 wickets to Jack Brooks.
Bit of a half-hearted shot there by Henry Brooks, just looked as if he went to play it and then just left it alone, but don't think he'll be happy to watch that one back. But another wicket for Jack Brooks, and 4 in quick succession for him. Warwickshire now in a bit of trouble, 166 for 8.
Lewis Gregory's heart would have been in his mouth as that ball spilt out, and fortunately grabbed it at the second attempt. It's a pretty straightforward chance, just slightly to his left, waist high, and the sort of chance that he would normally gobble up. But all's well that ends well as far as Lewis Gregory and Somerset are concerned. And it's another useful wicket. I was just about to look up Henry Brooks's batting stats for this season. He averages 19 in first-class cricket, but he won't have improved on that in today's effort. He averages 20 in the county championship this season. Now we're going to see what Mohamed Siraj is made of as a batsman. He averages a modest 7.4 in his first-class career of 52 games.
Well, he's got time to improve on it today.
But he has a higher score of 46. So he obviously can bat. There's very, very few tail-enders now who are complete rabbits.
Somerset 12th man done a good job there. Got both things of water. I think someone else would go and help him, wouldn't you?
It's Tom Banton, formerly of this parish.
He was. He actually was at the same club as me, Tom Banton.
Came up through the Warwickshire age group sides, then went down to King's College, Taunton, sort of cricket finishing school.
It's Jack Brooks in this one outside off, and looked like it just went away slightly. Left alone by Siraj, ended the over 166 for 8.
Well bowled Jack Brooks, 4 for 27 in 15 overs, and he's turned the tide of this Warwickshire first innings. When Yadav and Sam Hain were together, they were going along very comfortably. And then Yadav and Michael Burgess removed, both bowled by Brooks in the same over. And that was 141 for 4, became 141 for 5, became 141 for 6, which became 156 for 7, and now 166 for 8 as Siraj bowls to Danny Briggs, who plays that quietly up to Tom Abel at mid-on. So Warwickshire have lost 4 wickets for 25 runs. Siraj, it's not Siraj, it's Briggs defending. Back up the pitch to Sajid Khan. Just the slip and a forward short leg. Somerset not over-attacking. As Sajid bowls and Brooks defends, and James Rue comes from behind the stumps to pick up. Sajid bowls quicker, and this is cut away, but there's a sweeper out there, but the sweeper is not in business because that was a nice shot from Danny Briggs. He just waited on that and made sure that he got it fine enough to elude Josh Davey, who's the sweeper at deep backward point. That went down through a wide third man for 4 runs, 170 for 8. So the deficit now 49. This game's still pretty even. Somerset need 1 more wicket for a third bowling point. Warwickshire needing 30 runs for a first batting point. Sajid bowls, and this is going to be cut off by George Bartlett, who's at a fine backward point. Almost like, well, he's on the 45, so you could argue that he's a short third man. This is tossed right up and driven down the ground, but it'll be cut off by Tom Abel. Danny Briggs looking to be aggressive, I think. I'm not sure he's got a huge amount of confidence in Mohamed Siraj. And then there's professional number 11, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, to come in last.
I've seen him hold an end up many a time.
Yeah.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Useful number 11.
He is, absolutely. Well, he back in 2012, I think it was, he frustrated Somerset down at Taunton. Somerset always swear that he was out caught behind, but was given not out by Nick Cook, and it ended up being a drawn game.
Well, Jack Brooks is in, hoping to take his 5th wicket of the innings. It's been a fine second spell from him, picking up all his wickets in his latter spells as he comes in first ball to Siraj, and it's just turned nicely by Siraj into the leg side. Should only be 1 out to deep square, and is. Got himself off down to the other end, first ball the over there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gift that from Jack Brooks. Moving on. Leg stump. He'll be disappointed. They'll have wanted to keep Siraj down at the business end.
Jack Brooks in, and Danny Briggs forward into a defensive shot straight back into Jack Brooks' hand. Three fielders out on the boundary, third man, long leg and square leg just in front by the Eric at the stand. Jack Brooks is in, and inside edge by Danny Briggs, which runs out to that long leg fielder. Takes the single, Warwickshire 172 for 8.
Again, no reinforcement of the close catches for Siraj. Somerset sticking to the policy of keeping the runs down and waiting for the wickets to fall to persistence and accuracy as much as anything.
It's Brooks bowls, and this one's full, but Siraj goes back to it, attempts to scramble a single, but sent back probably wisely by Danny Briggs.
A cross-batted defensive shot, that one. Brooks would have thought that he might be through there for a moment, but Siraj got plenty of bat on it.
Comes in off short run, Jack Brooks, as he's in, right arm over and just on the back foot again. Siraj just attempting to turn that into leg side, but not square enough this time, just goes straight to mid wicket.
Good bowling this from Brooks, keeping the pressure on. Not trying anything out of the ordinary, no bounces.
It's not a searching, is he? He's just sticking to his line and length, keeping it up there pretty full. As he comes in again and again full, and it looks like, did he play and miss that one?
Yeah, he did, yeah. And it wasn't taken cleanly by James Rue. It bounced more than either Rue or Siraj was expecting. It was outside the off stump. He's quite sharp, Jack Brooks, for a wicketkeeper standing up. And if the ball does bounce like that one did, then it makes it difficult. James Rue just with his, just looking at his right glove, as if that may have hit him on the thumb. Here comes Rollo van der Merwe out to collect the helmet. And we're going to have Casey Aldridge, I think it is, yep. Casey Aldridge coming into the attack from the Birmingham end. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Picked up the wicket of Will Rhodes, caught down the leg side. Not much credit really to the bowler for that. It was just a bit unlucky from Rhodes. Although why we should say it's unlucky to nick one off down the leg side and not when you nick one off down the offside, I don't know. Opportunity though, as they're setting the field, for me to make way for Phil Brett.
Pretty spread field then for Danny Briggs, just the one slip, deep third, deep cover and a deep square. Only the one catcher in that slip as he's in for his first ball, and it's a genuine edge by Danny Briggs, but it's safe and it just rolls down to third man. Still pretty lively out there, the Somerset boys. They'll be hoping to take a couple quick wickets here, keep a lead.
Yeah, they bowled really well, haven't they, in the last half hour? And I'd be really interested to see, Jack Brooks has taken 4 wickets in this spell. Just how many runs as well, because he's been economic and bowled accurate and hit the stumps.
I think he's gone for about 30 off his 16 overs as Aldridge is in. And that's an edge by Siraj, but falls safely, plays with soft hands.
Yeah, it was just this second spell where he's bowled from the pavilion end. And this last one, he's bowled, what, 5 or 6 overs? And taken 4 wickets in the spell. I think probably not much more than about 10 or a dozen runs for that.
He's bowled well. He's looked much better after looking pretty harmless in his opening spell, in honesty. Aldridge is in, and that one's back for length and swiped at by Siraj with little foot movement, and he's lucky he didn't end up getting an edge on that, really.
Really, apart from Sam Hain and Will Rhodes, Warwickshire's batting has looked pretty fragile, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Not the best day out for Warwickshire. They just all looked a bit unsettled at the crease. Case is in again, and that is driven by Siraj. Fumble, and they'll try and sneak a quick single. It could be a run out, but throw a little bit wide, and Danny Briggs managed to get back. Good throw, and I reckon he could have been out there.
Well, it was yes, no, yes, no. Well, come on then. And in the end, Briggs survived, I think, because the throw was Tommy wasn't good enough to get him actually into trouble. Had it been a really accurate one over the top of the stumps, I think Briggs would have been struggling. They have a chat.
Aldridge in, and that attempted to just loft it to third man, but again, playing a miss by the Warwickshire batters.
I think the Somerset bowlers have worked as a unit pretty well this afternoon. Bowled a pretty good tight line. There's been very little loose which they can get after. I think Warwickshire a bit guilty of trying almost too hard, trying to bounce them out earlier on.
Aldridge is in again, a good length ball. Briggs manages to get forward and keep it out. Yeah, I agree with you, Phil. I think they bowled some good balls, Warwickshire, and obviously they got themselves into a really good position, but they also bowled plenty of boundary balls, which helped that Somerset keep a bit of momentum through the innings, whereas I think with the Somerset bowling there's been very few loose deliveries.
It was almost like they got the winning sight or in their headlights, and then went, we've got to use our pace and frighten them out, and the Somerset batsmen, I thought, took full advantage of it towards the end of their innings, and obviously shoved that score up, doubled their total plus, whereas the Somerset bowlers here have kept their line and just kept going and bowled a nice accurate line and not tried to force things. Jack Brooks going to continue from the pavilion end. He's got very impressive figures. There's 4 wickets, 29, as he turns James standing up to the wickets for Siraj, who drives, and Brooks gets a hand to that. That was hit with fearsome power. Brooks got his right hand to it and shakes it, and let's hope that there's no damage. Siraj gives him a pat on the shoulder as he goes past, because he really laid into that one. And, he's not going to show the batsman that he has hurt him, but it's hurt his hand, as his right hand. Anyway, he's okay. He's carrying on. 175. That's Brooks in again and bowls. And this is turned down to long leg for a single by Briggs. This moves on to 15. 176 for 8. Brooks still looking at his hand as he walks back.
Well, he saved 3 runs nonetheless, because I reckon that would have raced away to the boundary. It was struck at some speed by Siraj.
It's one of those, your instinct is to put your hand out to stop it, and then afterwards wish you hadn't.
Some people stick their boot out, don't they, when it's a long distance?
Yes,
you think,
yeah.
It's broken ankle.
Yeah.
If you're not careful.
Yes, it seems the right thing at the time, but you do sometimes regret it afterwards. Here's Brooks again, comes into bowl to Siraj. Siraj is squirting this one away off an outside edge, through just wide of with the wicket keeper, and through the gap almost past the wicket keeper, and in between him and slip down to the boundary for 4. So not an authentic shot, but he gets 4 for it. Takes Warwickshire on to 180. He moves to 7, and outside edge, he probably couldn't have got that ball in that position if he'd have spent 20 minutes trying.
It's pretty fine, wasn't it?
Very, wasn't it? I think he was helped by the fact the wicketkeeper was standing up as well. If he'd been standing back, I think he might have been in a bit of trouble. But anyway, here's Brooks, comes into him again and bowls, and this, he fends at that one, pushing at it. Not a huge amount of foot movement, just shoveling the bat at ball. It goes through, and it's tidied up by James Rue, and Siraj rehearses the shot, but without the bat. It's the leg movement, the foot movement he rehearses. Here's Brooks again, 180 for 8, Warwickshire. And this one, he goes, is wide, shorter outside the off stump. Siraj tries to cut it away through backward point, but he is well underneath the delivery. And it goes through to the keeper. And again, no run, 180 for 8 it remains. So Briggs on 15, Siraj is on 7. Warwickshire trail by 39 as Brooks is in. This time Siraj does get bat onto it, runs it to backward point, but he won't get a single, so that he will not be retaining the strike. Brooks takes the cap off Neil Mallender, the umpire, walks away, and the batsmen now have a chat. That's Warwickshire 180 for 8. We have 19 overs remaining in the day. The floodlights are on. The sky overlooking up is blue and the cloud is high, but just don't think the light's going to last long enough for us to get 19 overs in.
No, I don't think so. What time did we come off yesterday? It was before
20 to 6, quarter to 6.
Much darker yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And once but it was much darker, wasn't it? The cloud cover last night was much heavier, so one would assume we'll get a bit more. But they've got the measurement as to where the light level would be. At the moment, it's fine.
Aldridge to continue from the Birmingham end, his 11th over of the day, and that is taken out off stump. He's bowled him. Brilliant length. Briggs comes forward and just misses it, and it's a brilliant ball from Aldridge. He deserves that second wicket. And Briggs can do little but just walk back.
Yep. Good delivery. Briggs beaten for pace, down playing on the wrong line, and complete just in the end, completely castled really. He walks off. Warwickshire lose their 9th wicket. They're 39 behind. These are useful runs that if Somerset could wrap this up in the context of this game, 39 runs is a useful first innings lead.
Definitely, yeah, and I think when there were 5, 6, even 7 down yesterday, they've just really not been thinking they would be able to get a lead here, so hats off to them. They've gone very well, and yeah, it's looking unlikely that Warwickshire will be able to get any sort of lead now. I'm sure they'll be trailing going into the second innings.
It continues to be a fairly sorry looking scorecard for the Bears on this really important game for them. Almost feel like it's not exactly a must win, but it's not far away from that. So the last pair together, Oliver Hannon-Dolby. What I was listening to Anthony saying about how in 2012 he'd held up Somerset. What he failed to admit was that he played with a broken arm as well. It was he may have got a tickle to it, but they did break his arm in the process.
Wow.
Yes,
what a number 11.
It was a very strange game there because Somerset could have enforced the follow-on and didn't, and in the end regretted it because they couldn't then bowl Warwickshire out on that final evening or final afternoon.
Right arm round Aldridge to left-handed Hannon-Dolby, and Hannon-Dolby keeps it out well.
Has he got 39 runs in his arsenal? I think that's going to take most of what he's got this season, to be honest.
I'm sure he's top scored more than that, hasn't he?
OHD?
Yeah, surely. Let's see if we can have a look.
It's going to be pushing it pretty close, I would have thought.
As Aldridge comes in again, and this one's slightly back for length, and Hannon-Dolby just pats it into the leg side. 33.
Yeah. I was going to say.
Well, Siraj can get a few as well. Averaging 7.8.
Yeah, well, if both of them play to form, we might just wipe it out then.
It's optimistic. In comes Aldridge, and that one's left by Hannon-Dolby outside off. He's getting it through here. Aldridge, bit of pace and bounce.
Well, Brooks, Aldrich, Gregory have done, and Davey have done a good job. Davey hasn't got the wickets, but he got the opening one. He got Rob Yates with the fourth ball of the innings, but and set the way forward. But he's been well supported, all of them.
Aldridge in and 2 wide, and Hannon Dolby leaves it alone comfortably. One ball left for Hannon Dolby to survive at this end. Field stays the same, 1 slip, just the 2 fielders on the boundary at 3rd and fine. It's Aldridge in, and this one back of a length and just pushed into the offside by Hannon Dolby. He's not out of 5 balls, and Warwickshire 180 for 9.
So these wickets, a little in the same way as yesterday. Somerset lost a clutch of wickets. Warwickshire doing the same. Somerset able to extend the totals towards the back end, whereas Warwickshire really stuttered right the way through since Jack Brooke came into the attack from the pavilion end. And those 4 wickets in the spell, hitting the stumps twice and an over, getting rid of Adam Burgess in the same over, then following it up with Sam Hain and Henry Brooks. It's really put Warwickshire under immense pressure.
The big difference was 137 for the last 3 wickets, Somerset. Yeah. Warwickshire so far 39 for the last 4, 5 after this wicket. So that's the big difference. The Somerset lower order prospered and Warwickshire's hasn't.
As Jack Brooks is in to start a new over, and Siraj pushes this one down into the offside. There's no run, so he's on 7. So I think he's actually what Grace was saying. I think that's his first class average is running at about 7. So he's done as much as one could expect, probably.
The slight fly in the ointment, of course, for Somerset, as they may face a little tricky session before the end of the day. If the light holds.
It's Brooks in bowl. Siraj pulls this one viciously into the onside. It doesn't really make connection. Looks at his bat as it goes straight to mid-wicket. But he was looking for the big crash through the onside, looking to launch it down towards deep cow corner, but it wasn't a clean strike. But the intention, I think, is if the ball's there, he's going to have a go at it.
I don't think Jack Brooks will get a better chance of getting a 5 than here.
No. This one is hit with some force and has this time gone to the boundary for 4, and it was almost like a little flick. It was a ball on leg stump, and not a great deal of foot movement. It was all with the wrist and with the eye, and a good clean strike. Takes it over down to the ropes. So 4 more. Siraj, he goes into double figures, 184 for 9.
Another 4 of those would be handy.
This next one, oh, it goes. This one, if he'd have got hold of that, it would have been catching the number 2 bus up to Moseley. But it was a massive shot. But fortunately for him, it was fresh air all the way. The ball was going one way, his bat was going the other. But wow, he wound himself up for that one. It's force cover point to go out.
I don't get the feeling this is going to last too long.
No, I don't think he's a long time bat. Brooks in. This is turned away nicely off his legs down to long leg for a single.
Well, he's looking to hog the strike, clearly. That's the 5th ball of the over. He's got a single. Holly and Albee. He'll get out now, that's it, but he'll back himself to survive 1 ball this over and allow Siraj to continue with his striking. What's just eke out another 15 runs and get that point that would at least put them on parity in terms of bonus points, but also potentially mean that if it did end in a draw, which is looking less likely now, but if it did, then that would lift them just above Kent in the table, only just.
Here's Brooks' final ball of his over. He's in, bowls to Hannon Dolby, who is looking to work it into the onside, but in the end the ball just runs out right straight in front of him, and there's no run. End of another over.
I think he tried to play a scoring shot there, Ollie Hanndolby, and I don't blame him. He's got to be thinking, well, I don't think Siraj is going to last long, so I might as well try and score some runs when I'm at the crease. But anyway, 185 for 9. So we've got 17 overs left in the day. It'll be obviously 16 after this current over, so what, 14 overs potentially if they get the wicket this over to bat, although they may not have to if the light doesn't hold. I mean, it could be a very useful 14 overs for them if they do well, or it could be a very tricky 14 overs for them.
I don't think we're going to be much after 6 o'clock here if we get another half an hour's play, and light is definitely beginning to soften, isn't it? And the floodlights becoming more and more prominent.
So the field well spread out. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 on the boundary now. We've got a slip in play, 8 on the boundary. We've just got a slip in play, so they're offering him a single. Siraj just places that in the offside. To be honest, I would take it if I were him. And Ollie Hanndolby, I think, is saying that. He was looking for that one. I don't quite understand this. I suppose they're working on the theory that he might try and belt one and get caught in the deep, which is very possible. But if I were him, and I think Ollie might say that to him, just take the single. Let's see if we can just... And they are going to have a chat. I would stop this tactic now by taking singles, and that would make Somerset rethink. That would be my thinking. Ollie Hanndolby is perfectly capable of surviving. I'm not saying that he will, but he's as capable as Siraj, I would think, of staying in. Anyway, Aldridge comes in to bowl. Oh, he's hit it hard into the ground, and Ollie Hanndolby says, OK, we'll take the single. I'm not sure Siraj was playing for a single, but that's what he's got.
I would say that was a reluctant single there from Siraj.
It's 186 for 9.
That's down to 33, the lead, so...
It's 14 for a bonus point, which will be Warwickshire's first thought. It's still a long way off, but... You can eke out the rest. Now the field all comes in for Ollie Hanndolby with a slip in place. Now it's got a long leg and a fielder at third. Round the wicket comes Aldridge to him. Hanndolby pushes it nicely enough out to the offside, straight to a fielder. There's no run. And Somerset trying to wrap up the innings, give themselves a first innings lead, and then it's all going to come down to... So often in these sort of tense games, it's all down to the third innings, isn't it? If Somerset can bat well, take Warwickshire out of the game. Good job done with the thing. Warwickshire's bowlers will hope that they can cause mayhem and give them a modest target to chase. That one is turned round onto the leg side by Hanndolby for no run. A square leg, 186 for 9. One thing, and I appreciate there's 2 days left in the game, one thing I don't expect from Somerset is any great adventureness in terms of declarations, should they get that far. They would love to win the game, but a draw would not be a catastrophe for them. Aldridge round the wicket bowls, and Hanndolby pushes it into the onside for no run. So he's surviving, he's not scoring runs, that's the way he plays. He doesn't have any pretensions to scoring lots of runs, but he does pride himself in keeping the ball out.
Every so often he'll lay into one.
Let me have a look. How many balls he's faced this season? It's quite a lot.
Yeah, well, he had, when he was supporting Burgess, he had some big innings.
This one he defends. There's no run. Stay in for a minute, Ollie, because there's no point me looking at the stat if you get out. But he's survived that one. End of the over, 186 for 9. Ollie Hanndolby has faced 341 balls this season. Wow, that's not bad for a number 11, is it?
No, and is that prior to today's?
Well, that'll be during today, so it's probably a couple of balls out a day.
Okay, but nearly 350 deliveries for a number 11. You never see him go up the order above 11. I'm afraid. So that's not bad, is it?
That's in where are we? That is in 16 innings. So
he's hardly been out actually as well. He's
averaging it's 21 balls an innings, which for a number 11 is not bad. As you say, he has been out 7 16 times.
We have a bowling change. Jack Brooks is not going to get the 5 because Lewis Gregory has come back into the attack. bowls his first delivery to Siraj. It's outside the off stump and no shot offered.
Well, again, the field well spread out. I'd be tempted if I were Warwickshire to allow Siraj to take the single.
It looks
ticking the odd run here and there.
He's still walking quite gingerly, isn't he, Gregory? He had to pull up in his earlier spell. It had a couple of deliveries which had to be bowled by Tom Lanby, I think it was, at the end. But, here he is on his way into Siraj. He bowls and Siraj watches that. It's not any sort of shot and just watches it through.
Well, he's playing properly now. Now that all the fielders are on the boundaries. Okay, I can't hit big shots, so I'll just play properly. Leaves that one. Somerset won't mind dot balls too much. It gives them less time to have to bat today.
Well, exactly what I was going to say. They're probably not that worried because the less time they've got to be out there in this indifferent light, the better for them. That's Gregory, though. He won't be thinking that. He'll be wanting to wrap this up as he comes in, and that's full, and that's going to be a single. It's driven, dug out, well dug out, and run away into the onside. Just walk a single, so 187 for 9.
Well, that out of the back of his hand there, Gregory, to try and deceive Siraj with the lack of pace of it. Got a pat on the back from the umpire for his efforts, but Siraj, to his credit, managed to get bat on it. So, I mean, if they could get a single and over for the next 13 overs, that does get them the bonus point.
Here comes Gregory round the wicket to Oliver Hannah-Dolby, who's wrapped on the pad as the ball was always tracking down the leg side. Ball runs away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
There's a sort of half appeal from wide mid-off, and Neil Mounder turned and looked at the field and said, "You what?" And one of the more expressive umpires, Neil Mounder, he's always chatting away, isn't he, with the fielders.
So we're round about now the time we came off last night, about 20 to 6. The light much better tonight, as this one is past the outside edge of Oliver Hannah-Dolby's bat. In fairness, he played down a completely different line to the way the ball was going down. And it wasn't in the end that far away from his off stump as it went through to James Rew. 187 for 9 it remains. I think Warwickshire will be disappointed, having got themselves into a pretty reasonable position at 142, with Sam Hain going along quite nicely. That spell from Jack Brooks really ripped out any hope of them extending this. And Oliver Hannah-Dolby is off the mark with a little glance, nice little glance off his pads, down to long leg for a single. So he's on his way, 188 for 9. It's the last ball of the over. He will keep the strike.
Happy, yes, I was going to say happy to score a single off the last ball of the over. He's perhaps saying to Serge, look, I think I'm probably as good as you, to be honest, so let's not mess around with the strike. We'll just take what we can get.
He might, of course, be doing what you'd said, Clive. He may well be saying, look, we need this point at this stage. We need this bonus point. It's within reach. Let's throw it away.
Well, it's still 12 away. It's a long way away. I can't remember when the match was, when Oliver Hannah-Dolby was in, and as in comes Aldridge, that's left, and they got to the 110th over, and they're about halfway through it, and they're still 8 runs short of the bonus point. Well, they're obviously not going to get it now, and then Ollie walloped 2 fours down the ground and got them. But if you get 3 quick fours now, it'll be a lift for Warwickshire, but still 31 runs behind. In a topsy-turvy game, isn't it? It's fluctuated, and probably will continue to do so. Aldridge round the wicket to bowl, and Hannah-Dolby gets bat on that, plays it to mid-on. There's no run. 188 for 9. So yeah, as Phil was saying, from 141 for 4, Warwickshire should be very disappointed. 95 for 3, but I suppose at 22 for 3, they might have taken this.
Yeah.
No centuries of the match so far. Sam Haines 67, the top score. And that's a slower, short ball, which Helen Dolby's happy to let go past. No run.
It's full credit to the way that in that spell, though, that Jack Brooks got those wickets, because there was no indication the ball was doing anything, and he suddenly produced two absolute pearlers in that over to bowl, first of all, bowling Yadav for 29, and then taking Michael Burgess been in terrific form.
Alan Dolby defends that. There's no run. 188 for 9. Should we bring Anthony back?
Yeah.
I don't know how long we're going to be here for, to be fair,
Yep.
but should we bring Anthony back?
Yep.
End this over. And good one in his match this now. Somerset be desperate trying to get the last wicket to win it. Helen Dolby is going down the leg side. Tumbling stop by James Rowe. And there's no run. He's dropped out of the game a bit, James Rowe, isn't he, after taking the first 4
Yes,
catches?
after taking the 4, yeah. He
Since
got a
then.
first baller, then took 4 catches, and then it's gone all quiet again for him. Right, I shall see you. If the game's still on, I shall see you on Thursday.
Yeah. Well, it could finish tomorrow, all depends on how Somerset get on in the 3rd innings of the match, I guess. It's Aldridge in, and Helen Dolby pushes out to the offside. You can see if there's a single error. There isn't. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden over, but it's survived. 188 for 9. One less over for Somerset to have to bat today. That's the plus side, but they'd like this final wicket. They'd like to establish this first innings lead, which would be 31 if they were to get the last wicket without any further addition to the score. Good game, as they say. Somebody once famously said quite a lot.
Yeah, I think Somerset are quite happy with the way things are going at the moment, with the Warwickshire going on about 1 run and over, and the overs ticking away. I don't think they'll fancy being out there for an awkward 8-9 overs this evening. Here comes Gregory from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Siraj, who hasn't had much of the strike recently, and Siraj fishes at one outside the off stump. It goes through quite low to James Rowe behind the stumps.
Elsewhere, good looking game at Headingley, where Essex all out for 225. That did give them a decent first innings lead. Yorkshire 47 for 1 and still 44 behind. Surrey have fought back after a sticky start against Northants. Bad lights got in the way, but they're 224 for 5, replying to Northants 339. That's important at the top. Over for the day at Hove, Worcestershire 289 for 2, already leads Sussex by 69.
And Siraj just pulls out. I think he's got a wasp flying around him.
Durham 194 for 3. They're only 8 behind Leicestershire at Leicester. And Middlesex 286 for 5. Lee Glamorgan by 72. England's women will start against India in the next 15 minutes. England have won the toss and will bat first at Derby.
Here we got Gregory in to bowl to Siraj. He's there, bowls, and Siraj again has a little dabble outside the off stump with a ball that didn't bounce much at all from Lewis Gregory.
That's a T20 match England game, and once again Warwickshire's Amy Jones captains the side as wicket keeper. Well, this is a good game. I suppose it's an innings a day, isn't it? Could be a thrilling finish at the end of the 4th day, Anthony.
It could, certainly could. If it goes that long, it all depends on how well Somerset bat
Yeah.
when they come out for the 2nd innings. This is again the 3rd in a row past the outside edge of Mohamed Siraj's bat.
I think it's good from Lewis Gregory. He's not trying to do anything funky, which you sometimes see bowlers do when they're trying to get numbers 10 and 11 out. He's just bowling fairly normally, really, and trusting that eventually Mohamed Siraj's batting position will tell.
Yeah, I think that he's quite happy just hiding the ball outside the off stump at the moment, Lewis Gregory. I think that's the plan. Certainly Casey Aldridge doing much the same from the other end. We've got Aldridge at slip as Gregory is in and bowls full length this time, and it's run down to 3rd man for A single, 189 for 9.
Every run's been applauded by the Warwickshire supporters. I do slightly question the tactic of putting everyone on the field, given that Siraj is clearly not. In fact, if you want him to get caught in the deep, you might be better off tempting him with fewer fielders out on the boundary.
Well, I think Warwickshire came a bit unstuck this morning by putting the field right back, and Jack Brooks and Sajid Khan took full advantage in that last wicket stand of 37.
Yeah.
Which is the difference between the two sides at the moment. Gregory coming round the wicket to the left-handed Hannon Dalby is there and bowls, and Hannon Dalby will get a single into an untenanted mid-wicket, and the score goes on to 190. Warwickshire supporters getting in the game.
Well, they are. They're tantalising 10 runs away from this point now, which the Warwickshire supporters know could prove crucial at the end. It might come down to single points.
Certainly could.
Watching them, Somerset and Kent.
Certainly could. Somerset have fought back well, though, after Warwickshire going along well. 141 for 4 when Yadav and Sam Hayden were separated when Jack Brooks came back into the attack. Brought back, somewhat to my surprise, by Tom Abel, and picking up 2 wickets in his first over. Good bowling change. Gregory to Siraj. He's there and bowls, and Siraj will go for a single. Should be a run out if Abel had hit, and he missed. And Tom Abel took careful aim at the stumps at the striker's end, to which Oliver Hannon Dalby was running. He had all 3 stumps to aim at, but he missed them, and they complete the single. 191 for 9. Siraj keeps the strike.
I don't know what he was thinking there, Siraj. Because actually, Tom Abel, take your pick which end to go at. I think he opted for Ollie Hannon Dalby's end because, as you say, there are 3 stumps to aim at. But he could conceivably run out Siraj, I think, at the other end, albeit he would have been closer, but 1 stump to aim at. That was a real muddled run, that, by Siraj. And they got away with it, and it's 1 more run towards that 200. But he keeps the strike. I think he's been a bit greedy about wanting to keep the strike, whereas I think he may be underestimating his batting partner's abilities. Anyway, the field well spread out for him again, just that slip in, everyone else on the boundary. There's Aldridge, Casey Aldridge bowls, and that edge down into the ground. Wicketkeeper takes a tumbling stop. And he's going to come down the pitch and do a bit of gardening here, Siraj, as if his brilliant batting technique was thwarted by the pitch.
Poking at a spot well outside his off stump.
Yes. 191 for 9. He's going to have a big role to play with the ball now, as Siraj would feel. Somerset's second innings. Right now it's with the bat, and he gets plenty of bat on that, and they'll get a single there. It's easy for them with the field spread out. That's 192 for 9. I just wonder if they get closer to the 200, where Somerset then might think, well, let's try and make it difficult for them to get singles.
Well, I think I think Somerset ought to be making it more difficult for them to get singles. On the other hand, Abel will be wary that one big swing at the top edge and sails away for 4, and they're almost there.
Yeah.
It's hard. I don't envy him this at the moment. He's bringing the field in for Hannon Dalby.
Yeah.
Clapping his hands at extra cover. Yes.
Oh, that was a bouncer. It's a good take by the wicket keeper. It didn't trouble Ollie Hannon Dalby. Close to being called for overhead height, but umpire's happy, says 1 for the over.
Just want this last wicket to fall before there's any leg byes, because there were no leg byes in the Somerset innings, and there've been no leg byes in the Warwickshire one. Is this a record, we wonder?
Warwickshire should take 4 leg byes now, quite happily. That's left, and there's no run. 192 for 9. 8 more needed for a bonus point, and they have whittled the lead down to 27. Still significant in a low-scoring game. 12 runs added for this last wicket so far. Doesn't sound a lot, but I'll be grateful for them. That's, I think, all been done in singles pretty much between these two. As Aldridge comes around, the wicket's left by Hannon Dalby.
He's hiding it, isn't he, outside the off stump? He's effectively saying to Hannon Dalby, if you want to have a go at this, you have a go at outside the off stump, and we'll see if you nick off. Other than that, I'm just going to keep it there because we're not that bothered about going into bat this evening. Minimise the run scoring.
Of course, the new ball is actually available after this ball.
It is.
Well, they take it. Aldridge comes in to bowl, and Hannah Dolby defends that back to the bowler. And the danger of taking the new ball, of course, it might get an edge and fly off to the boundary.
Exactly. And against Gloucestershire last week, when Gloucestershire were working towards a declaration, Tom Abel did not take the new ball, the second new ball. Neil Mallender comes across. Oh, he is going to take the second new ball.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
What will they do with this ball if it gets a wicket first ball? Do they sort of put it back in the box and pretend it's still a new ball and use it for the next game or for the next innings?
Yeah.
Technically, it's...
I think county clubs around the country must be getting a bit short of spare balls.
Yeah.
With the number of that have changed in the course of the season. They cost about 50 quid each, don't they?
Probably, yeah, I think so.
So Gregory has got the new ball in his right hand. He's got rather a smart haircut, as Lewis Gregory. He's had his haircut since the final of the 100 a week ago on Saturday.
Was that for the TV cameras then?
Well, I don't know. I think he's had it cut since then.
Okay.
It's quite an aggressive haircut. He's in to bowl with the new ball to Siraj. He's there and bowls outside the off stump, and that has James Rue jumping around, not taking it cleanly behind the stumps. He's not had the tidiest day, James Rue, behind the stumps. Standing up to Jack Brooks, he was in a certain amount of difficulty.
Ollie and Dolby saying to Siraj there. There has been a change in policy, isn't it? They have now brought 4 fielders in to make the singles harder to come by.
Yeah, which is sensible, I think.
Yeah.
192 for 9 as Gregory's in and bowls Siraj, who swings this down the ground over the top of Roloff. He didn't time it very well, he crossed it rather. It's just a couple of runs as Roloff van der Merwe, who's on as a substitute fielder, retrieves it, and 2 runs are taken. 194 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk. He might connect with a couple and get them to 200, but at the same time, that shot just illustrates that if he's going to try and play it over the top, there's every chance he'll hole out to one of these fielders who's in.
Got Josh Davey down at long on. Gregory into Siraj bowls, and Siraj will pick up a single down to third man. He just angles the ball down there, opening the facelet, getting a thick edge. 195 for 9, just 5 runs short now. Warwickshire and Somerset really do need to take this last wicket because they need to stop Warwickshire scoring points just as much as they need to score points themselves.
Come on then, Ollie, ramp it for 6. Come on.
How many balls have we got left in the 3? Gregory coming around the wicket. We've got 2 slips in for Hannah Dolby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, saving 1. Here comes Gregory in and bowls, and he's left alone by Hannah Dolby outside the off stump.
Sticking his front foot forward, lifting the bat in the air. I suppose he comes across a new ball too often, Ollie and Dolby.
Gregory seems to have temporarily at least overcome his tendon problems.
Yes, seems to grimace occasionally still, but clearly he's still able to play.
He's in and bowls to Hannah Dolby, full length, looking for the Yorker. Comfortably played by Hannah Dolby up to Josh Davey at mid-on.
Is it me who's actually getting brighter out there?
Yeah, it is. It is. The sun is casting shadows. Quite long shadows, obviously. As it sets behind us in the just to the north and west, I expect. This time of year. 5 runs Warwickshire need 1 wicket Somerset need. Gregory is in and bowls a full length, which is calmly played up to mid-off, and that's the end of another over. 11 overs remain in the day, so if the wicket were to fall in the next over, that would be 10 overs remaining. -2 for the change of innings. Somerset would have 8 overs to get through tonight, weather permitting, and at the moment the weather is obligingly bright and cheerful.
It gets all the more awkward. I mean, when it looked like they might have sort of 14 overs of space, you think, well, I mean, they could use that positively, but the fewer overs it is, the harder it is for them really to make much progress.
The ideal scenario for Somerset is to bowl Warwickshire out for 199 with
3 overs to go.
Three
Yeah.
overs to go.
Well, I think Siraj will go for it here. Anything could happen, but I suspect Olean Dalby's chatting to him. Actually, the field's spread out again. Are they going to come in, or are they going to stay out? I don't think he'll go for the big shots if the field is too spread out. He'll only do it if they're in. And it's sort of half and half by the looks of things. It looks like they're going to bring in, they've got a slip and 3 others, or is Long off going back? There's a bit of a chat going.
Moving Goldsworthy to extra cover.
I have to say, it's closing 1 or 2 of the gaps where they might get an easy single, but be interesting to see whether Siraj now decides, well, I better not go for the big shot.
He's just having a good look round, is Mohammad Siraj. Just held up Josh Davey there.
How far do I have to hit to clear that fielder at mid-wicket? Feels quite a long way out actually there. Anyway, in comes Josh Davey to try and end this nonsense. And so he's just go for the big shot. It's in the air, but he's going to get away with it. And it'll fall into the covers, and he trots through for 196 for 9. How Warwickshire would love an outside edge to go through the split cordon to the boundary now.
Now, if he'd had his backward point up in a conventional cover point or backward point position, that would have been a comfortable catch. Tom Abel coming into second slip for Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Sweeper comes in off the leg side boundary to square leg.
16 added now. They have got that deficit down to 23. Davey round the wicket. Oh, he's bowled him, and they're all out for 196. Olean Dalby switches his bat in frustration. He managed to reduce the lead a bit, but hasn't been able to secure the bonus point. He looks really annoyed, Olean Dalby. But Josh Davies strikes. Alan Dalby goes for 2. Siraj remains 21 not out, and Somerset have secured a 23-run first innings lead. Warwickshire all out for 196.
Yeah, good fight back from the Somerset bowlers, led by Jack Brooks, but well supported by Casey Aldridge and Josh Davey with that last wicket. At one stage, Warwickshire 141 for 4, bowled out for 196, so they lost their last 6 wickets for just 55 runs on a pitch that didn't seem to be doing anything very much to assist the Somerset seam bowlers, or indeed the Pakistan international off spinner. So that's a very good outcome for Somerset seam bowling unit. They've all contributed, but the bottom line now is that Somerset have got a very awkward 8 overs to get through before the close of play.
It's the 3rd time this season Warwickshire have been bowled out for less than 200, and it's the 2nd time they've been bowled out for less than 200 by Somerset. They've been bowled out for 167 in their 2nd innings at Taunton, and there we go. So 196 all out. We have got. Have they already adjusted it? We've got 8 overs to go then, and well, I'm pretty sure we will start because it's quite nice and bright now, so we'll be back in a little under 10 minutes for the beginning of the Somerset 2nd innings.
down my back.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for Somerset's second innings. Warwickshire having been bowled out for 196 in reply to Somerset's 219. The pick of the bowlers being Jack Brooks, who finished with figures of 18 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 40. That included a spell when he came back, brought back into the attack by Tom Abel, when he bowled 5 overs and took 4 wickets for 7 runs and turned the game on its head. Warwickshire having been going along quite comfortably with Yadav and Sam Hain. They were 141 for 4 and now bowled out for 196. There's no accounting for cricket, is there, Grace? It didn't look as if there was a collapse on the cards at all.
No, yeah, I think Warwickshire will definitely be disappointed with how they went about it. Obviously started well against Somerset with the ball, but ended up getting a below par score, I'd say, and obviously just missing out narrowly on that batting point. So they'll need to bowl well here because they know that if they get a few early wickets, Somerset have been struggling.
They have indeed. And well, we've got Tom Lammonby and Imam Ul Haq, the two Somerset openers out there. They've got 8 overs to get through this evening. And Oliver Hannon-Dalby is going to bowl the first of them from the Birmingham end. Important mini passage of play this is going to be. We've got 3 slips. Hannon-Dalby's bowling to the left-handed Lammonby. He's there and bowls. And Lammonby defends, and just a hint of inside edge onto pad. Some excitement in the slip cordon. But Lammonby survives. Another opportunity for Tom Lammonby to show what he can do as opening batsman. Got himself out stumped in the first innings when he was batting quite nicely. Here comes Hannon-Dalby in and bowls outside the off stump, and Will Rhodes thinking, Tom Sibley thinking that didn't miss the top of the off stump by very much. It's a hard pitch to judge, this, isn't it? It's saying earlier on today, it's a sort of pitch when batsmen will never really feel that they're in. I don't think the pitch had a huge amount to do with the those last 6 wickets falling for 55 for Warwickshire. Lammonby studiously forward this time. Meets a good length ball with the full face of a defensive bat.
I think you want to make the most of the new ball, don't you? Seems like it's doing a bit early on. So you want to take advantage of that and get a couple of wickets early doors, I reckon, which is what Warwickshire did well.
Yep, if Warwickshire can nick out a couple of Somerset wickets this evening, they'll feel they're right back in this game. Somerset's top order batting is fragile and they don't bat very deep as well, although their last 3 wickets in the first innings made a very, very useful contribution outside the off stump. And again, no shot from Lammonby. 82 for 7 they were, so the last 3 wickets added 137 for Somerset. And none of them, I suppose with the exception of Sajid Khan, who looks a more than useful number 10. But other than that, Lewis Gregory's 60, Josh Davey, useful contribution, and Jack Brooks as well, coming in at 11. Here's Hannon-Dalby and bowls to Lammonby, and again the slips think that didn't miss the off stump by very much, but Lammonby will say, I know where my off stump is, and even though he's bowling from wide of the crease and angling it into me, I can leave that fairly safely.
It's not really a great time to be an opening batter, is it?
No,
you don't want to be going in for 8 overs at the end of the day.
No. Nothing much to gain and everything potentially to lose if you're a batsman. Lammonby waits, and Dalby's there and bowls, and Lammonby plays that quite calmly in defence. It's the end of the first over. It's a maiden over from Hannon-Dalby, but it's survived by Tom Lammonby.
Coming on the ball from the end, Mohammed Siraj.
Ripple of applause from the members stand. Took 5 in the first innings, so got a big job on his hands here. Siraj on debut, 3 slips in. Just the 1 man out at long leg, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Be wanting to make an early breakthrough here, Siraj.
Well, that's what he's been signed for, isn't it? It's bowling against it's India versus Pakistan. Indian opening bowler versus Pakistan opening batsman.
In comes Siraj, staying over the wicket to the left-hander, and this is just turned into the leg side. Don't know if he was intending to hit it into the leg side, Imam Ul Haq, but got a good bit of it.
Yes, thick inside edge, really, wasn't it? Just squirted out to the onside. Very important from the Somerset perspective that Imam survives to bat another day.
Sarakin again, and this one wider. Looks like it just swings into the left-hander once it goes past the bat, left alone.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, a little bit of a late swing.
Encouraging signs.
He floated it up. It's quite a full length, that one from Siraj, as if he's expecting the ball to swing.
Siraj in again, and a little bit straight this time. Good ball, another inside edge.
Again, that late swing.
Well, he's given it the best chance to swing. He's pitching it nice and full.
Well played on that occasion by Imam, but needs to be very wary. Siraj swinging the ball back into his pads, looking for the LBW, or possibly the bowled, getting it between bat and pad, although Imam doesn't leave much of a gap.
Siraj bowls and again full and again swinging in, but he gets forward well. Imam ul Haq and plays a strong defensive shot to mid-on.
He's just gone back to over the wicket as Siraj, which is something I approve of. Well, he's swinging the ball back into the left-hander's pads. If he can get one angled across him, it's posing a very different problem to the batsman.
And that one's edged and caught. That second slip by Sam Hain, pretty straightforward catch at the end, just turning round, and that is not the start that Somerset needed. Imam ul Haq is again losing that Pakistan versus India face-off, and just as Warwickshire were today, Somerset are 0 for 1.
Well, I did say, bowling over the wicket, angling it across the left-hander, brings the edge and the slip catch into play, and a comfortable slip catch as they come to Sam Hain, and that's a big wicket for Warwickshire and a big blow for Somerset. Imam gone without scoring in only the second over.
As you say, not much to gain from Somerset having 8 overs out here to bat now, but 1 down already. They'll be desperately not wanting to be 2 down, maybe even more going into tomorrow morning.
And we have a night watchman. Casey Aldridge has the dubious privilege of being a night watchman.
What a great job.
Well, you could say, I mean, why didn't they send in 2 night watchmen at the start rather than exposing the openers? I don't know. It's just, but it never happens. You get a pair of openers coming in to face the last half dozen overs, and then one of them gets out, and out comes the night watchman. But, that's good challenges for Casey Aldridge.
3 slips and a gullion. As of now, looks like Will Rhodes could be changing it slightly. Just inserts himself into that position instead of Henry Brooks, who goes into point. What can Casey Aldridge do here then as Siraj comes in and goes full, and that's kept out, almost Yorker length by Siraj, kept out by Aldridge to end the over. Somerset 0 for 1.
Yeah. 2 overs gone. No runs on the board. So the lead remains at 23. Somerset will need to set out their stall they feel to bat all day tomorrow. That's what they must aspire to do, which is easier said than done in this pitch. And good applause for Mohammad Siraj as he takes up his position in the field down at long leg. Hannon Dalby to bowl the 3rd over to Tom Lammonby, who's there and bowls, and Lammonby defends, again slightly around his front pad, comes off the inside edge into the pad. but hence the excitement amongst the slips.
Well, they're up for it, aren't they, Warwickshire? I suppose they know they're only going to be out there for 8 overs, so can be high energy.
Yep. Alan Dalby is in from the Birmingham end. Is there and bowls, and this is driven by Lammonby pleasantly, but can't get it past Yadav at extra cover. We've got a backward point extra cover mid-off. In fact, Alex Davis, who was at mid-off, is going to come and put the fielding helmet and the fielding pads on. And Dom Sibley's going to mid-off. So Rob Yates will be at first slip, Sam Hain at second slip, Alex Davis hasn't got the pads on. He's just got the helmet on at short leg. Alan Dalby into Lammonby, who drives, but just a push drive and can't get it past Sibley. Moving across to his left at mid-off. Still no runs on the board for Somerset in their second innings. They'll be very content with the performance of their seam bowlers, bowling Warwickshire out for 196, but this is arguably one of the most crucial innings with the bat that Somerset will play all season. If they can put good runs on the board, they'll get themselves into a winning position. And this is edged, and those first runs, it was played with soft hands, and you pick up 4 runs. Well, Tom Lammonby has all 3 of the close fielders, well, 2 of the close fielders plus backward point go in vain pursuit. It's Henry Brooks in the end who retrieves it. It's 4 for 1. The lead is stretched to 27. That was played with soft hands by Tom Lammonby. Not sure that's entirely where he was intending to play it, but not far away. Just got the two slips and a forward short leg. So Warwickshire conscious of not giving away too many cheap runs. And Dalby's there and bowls, and Lammonby plays that into the onside, picked up by Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, at mid-on. 1 ball remaining in the 3rd over. The man out is Imam ul Haq, who's not had a great game for Somerset after the 90 he got against Gloucestershire last week. Just 5 in the first innings and no score in the second. Here comes Hannon Dalby to Lammonby, who plays that quietly down just wide of second slip and trots through for a single. Means he'll keep the strikes. 5 for 1, 3 overs have gone, and 5 overs remain in the day's play for Somerset to get through, hopefully from their point of view, without any further damage. Siraj is going to bowl his second over, and first time the batsmen have changed ends, so he'll be bowling to the left-handed Lammonby rather than the right-handed Aldridge.
I think as a bowler that swings it in, well, to the left-hander, you want to be swinging it in. I think that's the most threatening and the best way will be to be able to take wickets, so I think Siraj will be pleased to be bowling another left-hander in Lammonby and be keeping it nice and full. 3 slips in play. Alex Davis just looking like he'll into the helmet as well, into a short catching position. Which makes a lot of sense.
Short ball would not be a bad option to Tom Lammonby, but I think if he's going to bowl short, he'd be better off bowling around the wicket.
In comes Siraj's first ball to Tom Lammonby, and that swings in nicely, but Tom Lammonby seems to know where his stumps are today, and he's leaving it well outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's taking that off stump guard, Lammonby, so he's right across his stumps, which means that potentially LBW candidate.
3 slips, point and mid-off. The offside field as Siraj is in and again goes straight, quite straight, and Lammonby tried to get a quick single, direct hit by Will Rhodes, and it could have been close. Direct hit and he could have been gone, I think.
Yeah. Risky single. Lammonby anxious to rotate the strike, which is certainly the right thing to do, and it means that he's not at the danger end, and the night watchman doing his job of taking the majority of the strike.
Sirajan goes straight, Aldridge gets behind it well, quite square, plays it back to the bowler. He's done a good job as of yet. Aldridge.
Yes, well, he's survived 2 deliveries.
He's looked good though.
He's, well, I mean, his position in the order is number 8. I'm not sure whether he's actually that much better than Sajid Khan. But
In comes Siraj again and goes short. Aldridge up onto his toes and plays it under his eyes. You wouldn't want Khan as a night watching, I don't think. Don't think
well,
he'd be going for the defensive
fun,
option.
wouldn't it? It would be fun. He'd be going for the uppercut, I think. And possibly a couple of ramps and then maybe a reverse sweep thrown in. Although I haven't actually seen him attempt a reverse sweep yet, but I'm sure he plays it.
It'd be good viewing.
Mm.
Sirajan, Aldridge play and miss and just evades the outside edge. Siraj holds his head in his hands, as does half the Warwickshire outfit.
Yeah, it didn't bounce very much, did it? I think even if he got an edge, I'm not sure it would have carried through to Michael Burgess.
No, I think he took it on the one bounce,
Yeah,
Michael
he did.
Burgess.
Aldridge survives. Tense little passage of play, this.
Siraj in and bowls and full and kept out by Aldridge. So to end the over, Somerset are 6 for 1, and I will let Clive come in.
Thanks, Grace. That's Grace Ballinger, who will be. Who are you turning out for on Lightning? Well, best of luck to Grace Ballinger and Lightning at Grace Road on Saturday. Here we've had 4 of the 8 overs that Somerset have got to face here this evening, light permitting, and the light is just beginning to
I was just thinking that
fade.
I might get away with not having to. They brought the night watchman in quite early. You know, they're sort of. They always talk about 6 overs. I think it was 6.1 overs, but
We're going to have spin, which may be in deference to the quality of the light.
what happens if another wicket falls? Do they bring a second night watchman?
Well, quite often they don't.
No.
Which always seems to be. I was saying to Greg, I don't know why they don't open up with 2 night watchmen.
I've never been convinced about the night watchman tactic, I must admit. I know most teams, not all, but most teams employ it. I think Australia had a phase, didn't they, when they didn't? But I sort of get it when you're in like the penultimate over of the day, maybe. But I don't know. It can work well if he survives and then plays of freedom the following morning. It can be quite helpful. But it can be calamitous. I've seen a couple of night watchmen run out going for a 3rd run, which did raise an eyebrow or 2.
It's Jayant Yadav to bowl from the Birmingham end, bowling to Lammonby, and gets that one to turn past his outside edge.
Well, it was a good ball. I suspect the reaction of the field might have been slightly exaggerated, just to put a bit of pressure on the batter.
Didn't bounce as much as the one that he beat Lammonby with in the first innings. Lammonby playing that from the crease. It's a good move, this. As this is straighter and defended by Lammonby.
I'm sure they're saying to him round the back, come on, it's turning, you need to charge down the pitch.
I expect he's getting some chirp. This comes off the thick outside edge. but fielded by Danny Brooks at backward point.
So interesting to see tomorrow, see how much turn Yadav gets, because bear in mind Warwickshire will have to bat last.
Well, Saji Khan didn't get much.
No.
It's a funny old pitch, this one. We've got 4 close fielders around the bat now, sitting mid off. This is down the leg side, though not a good ball from Yadav, and Lammonby's able to tuck it away down to Siraj. Long leg for a single. Moves on to 7 for 1 Somerset.
Does get him a couple of balls at the night watchman. But,
Casey Aldridge, who doubt if he's played top class spin on a pitch like this before. He waits now as Yadav bowls. He's back on his stumps. Just a little bit short there from Yadav, and Aldridge could play it off the pitch. 1 ball remains of the 4th over. Of the 5th over, rather. Oh, he's bowled! Bowled, that one did turn, came back and hit the top of the off stump of Casey Aldridge. So the night watchman has gone. It's the 2nd Somerset wicket to go down. It's 7 for 2. 3 overs remain in the day's play. And who's going to come out for Somerset now, we wonder.
Yeah, I did feel it was early during the night watchman, but there we are.
That's a good piece of bowling, though. Terrific.
Well, I suppose you could argue he's protected a higher order batter from not facing that delivery, I suppose. Well, 3 overs left. I think, who's this?
It is Tom Abel.
Yeah, I think you've got to. Well, he's got to back himself to survive these 3 overs along with Tom Lammonby. Probably made the game pretty even now, I would say.
Yep.
What is it, 30 for 2 effectively in a low-scoring game?
Could be over tomorrow.
Could be. And still not had a leg by, have we?
We haven't.
Ah,
No
that's
leg
exciting.
buys in the game.
Now the umpires are chatting. Have they got the light meter on the stumps? Are they having a look
Yeah, I
at
think
the
so.
reading?
Yeah, taking a
And
reading. They'll be comparing it with last night, and I
and
think
they're
they're going
coming
to go
off. Yeah, that's not going down well, the home crowd, as you'd expect. Well,
Or are they?
the batters were walking off, but now are they coming back again? What's going on? Some confusion here. Are Warwickshire saying? I think they are. I think they're saying, tell you what, we won't bowl Siraj.
Yeah.
We may see. Well, this will be interesting. Danny Briggs didn't have a very happy time in the first innings, hit for 3 sixes. But because of the light, he is going to bowl, and presumably will have to bowl 2 overs if it stays light enough for even the spinners. The only other option would have been
It's
Rob
curious,
Yates.
this, isn't it? Because I thought the rule was that they take the reading, and
Yeah,
when the light is worse than that, then they come off regardless. But clearly not.
well, does Lammonby think, well, this is an opportunity maybe? Score some runs.
Well, if Briggs serves up a couple of juicy full tosses, I dare say he will, but
Yeah.
you never know.
Well, we've got a slipper leg, slip and a forward short leg. So Briggs bowls. He goes pitch that one. It's a forward defensive by Lammonby, no run. Nothing else. Briggs needs to bowl this over so that Yadav gets one more opportunity before the close. Briggs bowls, gives up plenty of air, and it's driven. It's going to be 4. That was a bold delivery from Briggs, but overdid it. Lammonby hits it for 4. Because Warwickshire could, might not do Danny Briggs's self-esteem much good, but they could opt, once they've had another over from Yadav, they could then say, right, we're bringing Siraj back on and force the teams off rather than risk an expensive over. think they want to see Yadav have one more. Briggs left arm over, floats it up, it's played onto the leg side by Lammonby. He's on 11 for 2. He's got all the runs. Danny Briggs. It was a quicker ball, which Lammonby plays back to, down into the ground.
We had 12 wickets fallen today.
Yeah.
2 at the end of Somerset's first innings, then all 10 Warwickshire ones, and now 2 more.
So 14.
14, I can't even add up.
Briggs floats that one up again for defensive on the leg side. There's no run. And what's that for? 196, 207, and it was 37, I think. So 244 for 14 today. Briggs bowls again, floats that one up, and that's played back to the bowler. Well, you know what? I thought it was not a bad over from Briggs. He was quite brave. He floated a couple up. Did get hit for 1-4, but that wasn't a bad over after his tough one in the first innings. Now the umpires are looking again, so it might turn out that was... Well, they're going to carry on, so Yadav will get one more opportunity.
What a big over this is for Tom Abel, Somerset.
Yeah.
They've already lost their overseas opening bat. They can ill afford to lose their captain and leading run scorer. He's got 4 men clustered round him.
Dropping the fielder right on the long leg boundary.
Waiting like vultures to pounce. Vultures pounce, I don't think they do. And this is always turned through the legs of leg slip. And they will come back for a second run, which is a pretty dicey second run as well.
I wonder whether that carried. It was certainly very low as I went through leg slip.
Davis there. Haven't seen the replay. It's 2 runs to Tom Abel, who's off the mark. Yadav bowls, and Abel this time plays this on the bounce to forward short leg. It's fielded by Robbie Yates. Yadav to Abel, coming across his stumps. He's got a very open stance, as Tom Abel. He's changed it this season, but it's even more open than usual, I fancy, at the moment. Yadav bowls. This is down the leg side, and Burgess takes the bails off, but Abel firmly in his ground. 2 balls remain in this over for Tom Abel to get through. Feel the tension out there. Yadav getting a lot more turn from this pitch than Somerset's South Asian off-spinner Sajid Khan. Yadav taller. He's in and bowls to Abel, who comes forward and plays that to forward short leg where Yates fields. So just the 1 more ball in this over, and then 6 more for Somerset to survive this evening. This game perfectly poised. 13 for 2 as Yadav bowls to Abel, who gets right forward, plays that into the onside, gets through that over. 13 for 2, he has 2 and Lammonby has 11, and the last over of the day will be bowled by Danny Briggs.
So today we've had Somerset resuming 182 for 8, started swimmingly for Warwickshire when they got the early wicket. On a piece of paper that I've lost.
4th ball of the morning, Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, and then they had that last wicket stand that took them to 219, and that's a forward defensive. There's no run. Yeah, 60 for Lewis Gregory, so he didn't add to his overnight score, but half century, entertaining half century from Sajid Khan, unbeaten. Took them to 219, and Warwickshire quickly in trouble. Robbie Yates out in the first over. They were 22 for 3 in the 14th. Lewis Gregory getting a couple of them. Then the best time of the match so far, 73 for the 4th wicket between Will Rhodes and Sam Haines. Still they prospered reasonably well until the 5th wicket fell. Briggs to Lammerby. That's just going down the leg side. There's no problem there for the batter. A bit of a waste, that delivery. But then when the 5th wicket fell, 141, Yadav dismissed by Jabber. Well, Brooks changed the game with a succession of wickets. The same over here, Michael Briggs bowled for naught. And soon after that, he got the crucial wicket of Sam Hain for 67. 4 defensive by Lammerby. No run. And
it's going to be a big first session tomorrow, isn't it?
It is. And then for the second time of the match, Brooks got Brooks. This time it was Jack who got Henry for 9. A little bit of resistance for the last couple of wickets, but not a huge amount. 4 defensive, there's no run. Danny Briggs got 15. Mohammad Siraj 21 not out. But all that 196, giving some sort of first lead of 23, but they're now 13 for 2. One of the batters out is the night watchman, so it's 1 top order batter gone. And 2 more balls for Lammerby to see off, assuming he doesn't get a single. 4 men round the bat. Briggs bowls, slightly quicker ball. It's left. Hughes and I think that's a reasonably comfortable leave. Last ball of an intriguing day. Got all the overs in today.
Yeah.
And it's Briggs to Lammerby. Gives it plenty of air. 4 defensive from Lammerby, and that is your lot, folks. That's all, folks, as they used to say. 13 for 2, Lamby 11, able to. This game, really, you'd have the win predictor probably at about 50-50. With the draw fairly low, I would suggest on that, but not impossible. So there we are, 13 for 2. Somerset, they lead by 36 at the end of the second day.
Yep, 36 for 2. Effectively, and I think tomorrow morning's session, when with the reasonably new ball, and the pitch does seem to do more in the morning than in the afternoon here at Edgbaston. If Somerset can get through that morning session without too much damage and into the calmer waters of the afternoon, they'll fancy their chances of putting some useful runs on the board. But it's not going to be easy on this pitch. And good fight back from Somerset's bowlers as they bowled Warwickshire out for 196. It was Somerset's bowlers as well that were largely responsible for the first innings total of 219. So a very good day for Somerset's bowlers, and tomorrow, from the Somerset point of view, needs to be a very good day for their batsmen.
Slight team change tomorrow. I'll be back Thursday, should we be required. It's Mike Taylor will be joining you, Anthony. Quite a hard day for the Fairview, but anyway. Mike will join you tomorrow, so join us from just before 10:30 as usual. But here at Edgbaston, as the players leave the field, the game is absolutely intriguing and of course crucial as well. Somerset 13 for 2 at the close, lead by 36 for now. We'll say a very good evening.
That's his wicket is a no ball. No, man.